Check. Check. the first round, and then it'll be 2 men out after the first round.
Well, how many hit you have?
Well, how many
only one heat load
Only
qualifier,
one heat.
and then we go
For
straight
the
here.
qualifier.
So 11:40, these guys.
Yeah, okay.
12
All right, so we and it's about 30 knots out there, and the waves are just absolutely pumping. There was just piping 8 foot down the reef this morning, and we'll be able to get a closer look at that a little bit later as we move out to the judges tower, which is out there on the reef at One Eye.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, once the crew moves out there, we'll also have our 2 cameramen coming with the pictures straight to you from the tower, from the prime position there. It's quite amazing standing on the tower sky, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, for sure, that's the best seat in the house. I'm actually kind of for once envious of the judges and the cameramen who are going to be able to sit out there all day and just enjoy that beautiful view. They're right on the edge of the reef, and all the action's going to be going down just right in front of their eyes. And it's pretty much like sitting up in a helicopter, looking down into the trough of those crazy waves.
Yeah, I think it's funny. You know, I heard that there were so many people that really wanted to sit on the tower and just pull up the flags or do anything they could just to help, but to be out there at the same time and get to see the action from up there.
Yeah, I mean, it's the one event where you want to be a flag boy. You want to be anyone who can sit out there on the tower and have that front row seat of the beautiful view out there on the reef at One Eye.
For sure. Maybe a bit nicer than in here.
Yeah, maybe. We're of course, as usual, the commentators locked in a box here on the beach, but it's not too bad. We can poke our heads outside and see what's going on, and it's so windy. It's actually pretty cold here. We're actually in the dead of winter, and I thought we would be roasting in this box like a little oven, but it's actually pretty chilly in here at the moment.
Yeah, I think once the clouds are clearing, which they're supposed to, it's going to be warmer in here as well. But yeah, it's been quite surprising to see. We have the contest 2 weeks earlier than last year, and there's quite a big difference in the temperatures.
Yeah, certainly a bit colder than last year. And Christine, you've been here for about a month, and conditions have been really good actually over the past month. There's been a lot of really great days. There's been tons of swell. And of course, we've been anticipating this huge swell that's filling in today for a little over a week now. Everyone's been nervously checking the forecast, and I know I've been checking it about 4 times a day. And yeah, just sort of waiting for this thing to fill in. And everyone's pretty nervous, just sort of little morning butterflies out there, and waiting to see what the heat order is going to be for the day. And it looks like this meeting's just about wrapped up, so we should have an official word of a start time and exactly what we're going to do momentarily.
Yeah, we are seeing Ayrton there talking to Etienne, probably talking about the conditions and what they're going to do, what their plan is. But yeah, it looks like the meeting has wrapped up, and we should get the word in just a second. Can you see the excitement?
Yeah, I know. There's, as Christine said, Ayrton Cozzolino, our winner out here last year, as well as the 2011 KSP World Champion. So these guys just sort of prepping for the day and getting ready to go. We're going to play a short ad, and we will be back with you momentarily, hopefully with the call of the day. Stay tuned. Okay, we are back. We just saw an ad there from one of our sponsors, Ion, and we just actually got the word. Christine, I saw you just you just poked your head outside and talked to Brad Price. Yep. What is the word? Let us know. Yeah,
so good news to everyone out there. We are gonna get the One Eye Kite Surf Pro 2012 off with a good start here at 11 o'clock. So that's in just 45 minutes. The crew is gonna get out on the tower. Obviously, riders are gonna get ready. We're going to start off the contest with a local wildcard qualifier round. So there's going to be 5 local riders out on the water first. As the heat 1, basically, the heat before the main contest starts, 2 of those riders, basically the first and the second, will win a spot in the main contest. So they will be the 2 local wildcards for the event. And then the decision was made that there isn't going to even be a break after the wildcard round. We're going to go straight into the main event. So stay tuned, everyone. The action is going to start here in just 45 minutes. and it should be pretty exciting.
So make sure to stay tuned here on KSPWorldTour.com. This is day one of the One Eye Kite Surf Pro in Mauritius. So 11 o'clock start. First heat will be those local wild cards. That's going to be an insane heat to watch. These guys are gunning for those 2 spots in the main competition, highly coveted spots. And we will be back with you live at 11 a.m. here, local Mauritius time. For now, I'm Sky Solbach.
I'm Christine Böse.
And we will be back with you here in about 43 minutes, if my math serves me correctly. So stay tuned.
See you at 11. Hello, everyone. We are back live from Le Morne, Mauritius here, and as you can see, the wind is up, the waves are up. Well, you don't see many waves from this angle, but we will bring you the waves in just a second.
Yeah, so this is the 11 a.m. update. We were hoping to get this thing started at 11, but we just got some news. They're still waiting for the Coast Guard to get out there, apparently. The seas are really rough right now. It's super windy, as we were saying before. Seas, I don't know, in excess of 10, 15 feet. I don't know how big it is out there. I haven't been out yet today, but from the beach, it certainly looks pretty big out there. So we are waiting for the Coast Guard, apparently, to show up before we can kick off that first heat.
Yeah, we are on Mauritian time, unfortunately.
It is island time, but again, we do want to be safe, and we
Yeah.
don't want to send anyone out there in conditions that aren't safe. So we want to make sure we have backup. We have a boat on the inside of the reef. Two boats on the inside of the reef, and we'll have one on the outside as well as soon as that Coast Guard shows up.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, we just gotta make sure that we can actually help riders if they really are in need. It's a competition. It's a liability issue, and with the waves being so big, the channel is closing out. The boats from the inside, from the lagoon, won't be able to actually get outside and reach the riders that are on the other side of the reef, on the open ocean side. So we really gotta wait for that Coast Guard boat to show up. They are on their way, so it should really not be more than 15 minutes, and the next possible start will be at 11 o'clock and 15 minutes.
All right, so please stay tuned, everyone. We are going to switch our audio off, and we will be back at 11:15. And hopefully that Coast Guard boat will be there, and we will get underway with the local wildcard competition first. That'll be one heat with 5 riders, and it's going to be a 30-minute heat, and the best 2 riders of that heat will go straight into the main competition, and we will commence with round 1, heat 1 of the men right after that. So please stay tuned. We will see you back here in about 10 minutes.
See you then.
Welcome back, everyone. If you're just joining us, this is day one of the Eye Kite Surf Pro. I'm Sky Solbach. Sitting next to me is Christine Boza. Christine, it's looking pretty big out there.
Yes, it is. We saw some beautiful waves rolling in there just now. The local riders are getting ready. The red flag is up, so the start of the first heat is not far away anymore.
So this is going to be a 5-man heat. So this is the local wildcards competing for the two remaining spots in the main competition. So this is going to be a 30-minute heat. These guys are going to have plenty of time to get out there and ride a bunch of waves, and the judges will be picking the 2 best riders of this heat to advance into the main event. So this is day one. This is the day we've all been waiting for, the start of the Eye Kite Surf Pro here in Mauritius. Beautiful Le Morne. If you guys have never been to Mauritius before, come check it out. It's an amazing place.
Yeah, I've often compared it with Hawaii. It's really very similar here compared to the countryside and just all the not pineapple fields, but the cane fields and sugarcane fields and everything. It's really beautiful, just really lush and green and tropical.
Exactly. We are kind of in the middle of winter. You were saying before, this event now is 2 weeks earlier than we had it last year. Last year seemed a lot warmer to me.
Yeah, it did.
So
come a little later in the season.
Yeah,
but it never really gets cold. So
no, we're in hoodies here, but it is kind of chilly. We had some storms come through last night, and it was pretty crazy weather. So just to take a look out there on the reef, you can see what kind of wind we're dealing with here today. As we see a rider dropping in here, I believe that this local wildcard heat has begun. Looks like a rider here on his backhand. Can we get an idea on that rider, Christine?
That would be the rider in green. That should be Jérôme.
Oh, this looks like Jérôme Bonneau. So Jérôme, a great waterman here from Mauritius. And he was actually out there windsurfing last week. I know he surfs, he kites, he kind of does it all. So he is going to be gunning for a spot in the main competition here at Eye.
Yeah, and as we said earlier, there's 5 riders out here, 5 local riders, and there's 2 wildcard spots in the main contest for them. So 2 of those 5 riders will actually make it and advance, and then be able to ride with the world's top 22 male competitors here.
Exactly. So this is going to be a 30-minute heat, and then directly following this heat, we're going to go straight into men's round 1. So some really exciting matchups. We'll try to get you those matchups coming up soon. You can actually click just to the right of the player there to see the heat draw, and you can go see when your favorite riders will be coming up in their next heat. And if you're on the live page, be sure to scroll down there and like some of our sponsors there on Facebook. They are making this event possible for us. As we can see this local rider here.
In white, that would be JC.
That's JC. He's from, where's JC from?
Well, from here.
Okay, I wasn't sure if he was maybe from Reunion or not.
Everyone that is riding here in the local wildcard competition is actually living here on Mauritius. Nico Cooks, he's actually originally from Germany, but he's been on the island for forever, so he's definitely become a local, if you look at it that way.
Yeah, so we'll wait for scores to drop. We saw Jérôme on that first wave, and then JC there on that second one, so we'll wait to see what scores our judges have for those guys. So if you look down just below the player here, you can see in the green we have Jérôme Bonneau, in blue Nico Cooks, in white JC Gallet, in red Laurent Balloc, and it looks like we've got the rider in green here, Jérôme Bonneau, finding another one here using that local knowledge. Look at the beautiful face on this thing. I'm screaming through the inside, and looks like this thing may run away on him,
out him in a little bit.
Might be hunting a barrel here on this inside section.
Yeah, the judges tower is a little further up the reef this year than we had it positioned last year, so it points a little bit more towards Chameau, which is the very top of the break, and then the barrel actually is pretty much in front of the judges tower, the potential barrel anyways. And I'm sure we are going to see quite a few of them throughout the competition.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you can see it's a little bit blown apart at the moment, just that wind kind of wreaking havoc on these waves out there. But I just saw our rider from Brazil, Mauricio Pedreira. He came in from a little warm-up this morning, and he said he got the barrel of his life out there. So they definitely are out there to be had. He was pretty fired up, came in hooting and hollering, and we're going to see plenty of action throughout the day today. It's currently 11:25 a.m. here in Mauritius in Lemoorn, and we've got about 4 hours at least of competition ahead of us today. We're going to see a lot of excitement out there in the water.
I think so too. Well, this is only the first heat, but it's already quite exciting. The local riders out there here at One Eye on beautiful Mauritius. And with 5 of them out there, we should already see plenty of action here in this first 30-minute heat.
So look at this big set coming in here. This looks like about a 6-footer just detonating on that reef. Looks a little bit sectiony today. There's some west in the swell, so not an absolutely perfect direction, but definitely some great waves to be had if you find the right one. As we see the rider here, we'll try to get an idea on this guy just dropping into this one on the inside. I believe this may be Nico Cooks, and he's going to kick out of that one. Not quite what he was looking for, but the wind just ripping the tops off of these waves, and just pretty much victory at sea conditions out there. We're going to be doing battle out there in those conditions all day. Look at this thing screaming down the reef. I believe this is Laurent Labelac, the rider in red, and he's been windsurfing, kiting, surfing out here for a number of years. And we saw him last year. Remember that barrel he got last year?
Yeah, actually, Laurent won the local wildcard. Well, no, actually the local expression session that we ran here last year on the last day of the contest. And he was just ripping. He was impressing the judges out there on the judges tower, and he just took away the win. So hopefully he's going to also do really well today and make it into the main event.
Yeah, he's pretty fearless when it comes to riding One Eye. He's not afraid to get deep and really go for it. We saw him get a huge barrel last year that gave him the win in that local wildcard expression session last year. We have a picture of him. I think it was on one of our press releases. You just see the yellow little bit of his board sticking out of the nose of his board sticking out of the barrel, and this huge section just heaving over him. So I'm sure he'll be hunting for those things out there again this morning. So this looks like Jerome Bonneau once again coming in here on his backhand. See if he can find a little something here through the inside, see if he can get around this section, and he's going to kick out of that thing and find something else.
That one ran away from him a little bit too there. But yeah, I mean, it looks like it is blown out a little bit, as Guy was saying. So probably not so easy to find the good ones. But those guys are the locals. They are riding here on a regular basis. So they should really be the ones that know that spot the best.
Yeah, for sure. These guys spend a lot of time riding out here. This is pretty much their go-to spot that they're riding every day. And I mean, even that being said, with the conditions as they are out there at the moment, these guys were showing up at the beach. And I mean, I don't want to say they were scared, but they were definitely a little nervous and some butterflies going on. I think everyone just was pretty blown away by not only the waves, but just the strong wind and just the kind of crazy conditions we have out there today. There's kind of some squalls. It's pretty overcast, as you can see. Not the typical beautiful sunny Mauritius that we've become used to.
Yeah, and over the last few days, I think everyone was just commenting on how lucky we seem to be. Last year we had 3 big swells throughout the entire holding period. And
so
we
looks
have
like a rider here on his forehand. I believe this. It looks like a rider in black, but I don't think that's Baba. So we'll try to get an ID on this rider here, riding on his forehand. He may have grabbed the wrong jersey.
I think that is actually the blue jersey.
Oh, that may be the blue jersey. Okay.
Bit difficult to see with the overcast skies. It's a dark blue jersey, so that was Nico Cooks riding there, and no wave of Baba yet.
So if you're just joining us, this is day 1 of the KSP One Eye Pro here in Mauritius. Beautiful Lemoorn. And we'd like to thank our sponsors, MTPA, the Mauritius Tourism Promotion Authority, for welcoming us here to their beautiful island nation, as well as North Kiteboarding, St. Regis Hotels, and Monster Energy.
Yeah, those are our main sponsors, and they've definitely helped to make this event happen. And they've brought us back to One Eye, and incredibly enough to pretty much as amazing conditions as we had last year.
Look at these big frothy waves here coming in on the reef. Looks like this one may have a bit of a clean wall on it, and it looks like Jerome
again.
once again picking off a little gem here, bottom turning up, snapping it up, and this thing, look at that thing just hitting the reef and just detonating behind him.
He's throwing his hand up there. Not sure what that's supposed to mean,
I'm
but
not
he's
sure if
trying
that
to
was a
run away
claim
from
or-
it.
I'm not sure. I don't think he was claiming that. I think he was just going, "Geez, get me away from this thing."
Yeah, when you get kind of stuck there in the inside, you really just gotta try and run away from the big mountain of white water that is coming at you, and kind of going over the reef there.
Looks like I think that may have been Laurent on the wave behind him there, working it down towards the end of the reef at One Eye. So there's a pretty big playing field out there today with the waves being as they are. It's pretty spread out. The judges do have a really good view of everything that's going on here on the reef. This, of course, this live image is being broadcast to you from out on the reef at One Eye. There's a big judges tower out there. And yeah, as you can see, just a huge playing field. So just taking a look from our beach here, you can actually see the judges tower out there in the middle of your screen.
And that's where the cameras and also the judges crew is sitting right now and watching the live action and transmitting you the pictures that we see from the close-up action here.
So you just see that spray ripping off. For those of you who tuned into our first event of the World Tour Series in Portugal, you'll know that we didn't get much wind there. We had really good surf, and we spent the whole 10-day waiting period sort of waiting around for the wind. But it looks like here in Mauritius, no shortage of wind. We could have used some of this in Portugal.
Oh, yeah, don't remind me of that, Sky. Yes, yeah, I've been here for 3 weeks, and I think there was 2 days without wind, and it's been quite incredible, really. There was a few days where the swell wasn't really that big, but there have been quite a few swells already, and it looks like this is the first one for the holding period, and then it looks like there's another one on the map for the end of the holding period as well. So this time, luckily, there shouldn't be any shortage of good conditions. So a lot of possibility and opportunity for our riders to show off what they got.
Absolutely, and look at this thing just freight training down the reef as this rider tries to get around this section. That's Laurent Lebeloc, and not quite able to get around that thing. No chance. And looks like we've got someone else dropping in here behind him, the rider in white, bottom turning here.
That is JC. He actually has a kite school here on the beach right here in Le Morne, right in front of One Eye. So the local rider that is out here the most. Let's see what he can show us over the rest of the period of this heat.
And these are pretty, this is going to be a pretty long heat. This is a half-hour heat. So as you can see, you know, not all the waves hitting the reef are necessarily good ones. These guys really trying to find the ones that kind of have a bit of a shoulder on them, that aren't racing down the reef too quickly. So these guys still have plenty of time to get some scores on the board, and no rush here, just taking their time, trying to find the good ones, and trying to build on their scores. So it looks like we've got another rider dropping in here, Christine.
Yeah, and that looks like it's blue lycra again, so that would be Nico Cook's, our German Mauritian. And he's getting a little insider here.
Yeah, it seems like he's kind of been trying to go for the smaller ones, which, although maybe not as impressive as those huge ones we saw Jerome on, it is giving him a little bit more to work with. And he's able to sort of get a few turns in there. So this is the local wildcards heat. There are 5 riders out there, all from Mauritius, and the top 2 of this heat will go right into the main competition, which will commence directly following this heat. So this looks like Laurent in red again.
Yeah, and that looks like a good wave that is giving him the opportunity to actually get a few hacks on.
I know Laurent always likes to go for the big ones out there. That's his favorite thing about One Eye, is just getting on these huge screaming monsters. But I think a little bit of heat strategy is coming into play there. He knows he's got to get a wave that will allow him to do a couple turns. So just trying to get some scores on the board. And
which is a smart tactic.
Exactly.
Yeah, so Sky, you were commenting on the waves, the wave selection of the riders here earlier. They were actually briefed in their riders meeting. There still is a maximum wave score or wave count of 15 waves. So they got to be selective, and they got to be riding those waves that score highest. And that might be a tactical decision of some of them too, if they actually drop into a wave but don't actually initiate a turn, because a wave only gets scored once they initiate the first turn and do their first top turn. Otherwise, no score is on the
Exactly,
note
yeah.
scoreboard.
And that's the thing with kiting versus normal paddle surfing is, you're just able to cover so much ground and get out the back so quickly. You can ride a lot of waves. Remember in some of the heats last year, we were having riders ride 15 waves in 15 minutes. This, of course, is a half-hour heat, so these guys could easily ride 15 waves, but they will have to be selective. So that looks like Laurent just kind of running away from that one out onto the shoulder. That thing not really offering him much wall to work with. And just some crazy conditions we've got out there at the moment.
Pretty windy.
I've never actually seen, I've been coming to Mauritius for a lot of years. Since 2005 was the first time I came here. I've never really seen it this stormy and crazy. And it looks like Jerome Bonio, he's just finding the smooth ones and doing a really good job to drop some scores in this first heat.
Getting out before it closes out, before he gets stuck on the inside there and can't go anywhere and gets eaten by the foam monster.
Yeah, some of these waves just absolutely unloading on that reef down at One Eye. So for those of you who are not familiar with One Eye, the break here sort of up towards the left is Chameau, which is kind of more of the kite wave. And just sort of really racy and fast. You can see the judges tower in the middle there. If you look up to the left, that's sort of the bend in the reef, which is called Chameau. It's more of the kite wave, and then down towards the end is One Eye, which is a surf spot. And the riders sometimes going all the way through to One Eye, usually kicking out just before that end bowl where the surfers sit there at One Eye. So pretty huge playing field, and the judges are able to see everything all the way from Chameau all the way down to One Eye. So riders can sort of be wherever they want and choose their spot as they please.
Yeah. And that's what the local riders are doing here right now. It looks like that is Jerome again. Oh!
Just catching a little piece of chop there and his board blowing out the back. Look at the size of that thing. Just blew him right out of the back of the wave.
I don't know if that was meant to happen, if he actually wanted to drop out of that wave, or if that really was just catching a rail there.
Maybe he just
got too
decided
scared.
at the last minute he didn't want to go and tried to make it look like he wiped out so he wouldn't have to drop in on that thing. But just that side offshore wind ripping the spray off the top of those waves. And we've got another rider here.
That is Nico Cooks again in the dark blue lycra. Nice little turn here.
Turn there from Nico. Let's see if he can link that up with another turn here on the inside.
Oh. And now it's going to kind of race away from him. No, it's actually...
Yeah, so that
not
thing just
going
kind
out.
of going frothy and white on him there towards the end there at One Eye. But he was able to get that one turn off.
Would he, if he would have gotten another one, that would have actually probably been one of his better scores for sure. But not many linked turns so far in this contest. It looks, in that heat, in the local wildcard heat, it looks like the riders are looking for the good size waves and trying to get a good turn on that one. And I guess, it comes down to wave selection. The scores definitely, the riders definitely want to select the bigger waves so that the judges actually give them a good general score already for their wave selection there.
Exactly, and just to talk a little bit about how the judging criteria works here, it's obviously best two waves score, so a perfect wave being a 10, so a perfect heat, best two scores would be a 20. 20 points would be a perfect heat score. And what the judges are looking for is, they're looking for a number of different things. They're looking for commitment, they're looking for power, speed, flow, they're looking for technical maneuvers and variety of major maneuvers. So these riders just trying to tick all the boxes when they're riding a wave. Out here at One Eye, of course, it's not a great wave for doing airs or anything of that nature, but you can definitely show your commitment and your degree of difficulty by getting in the pocket and doing snaps under the lip in the critical section, taking a lot of risk, and just sort of putting yourself in that critical zone to get that high score.
Yeah, and I mean, nevertheless, we still did see aerial maneuvers last year from Me Too and Ayrton, and just some crazy riding and huge swell and all strapless, and we were definitely pretty impressed with that. So we're looking forward to the main competition to start and for the top riders to come up
Yeah, we can't wait to get into this main competition here. We're going to have the top 2 local wildcards coming out of this heat going straight into the mix into the main competition of round 1. And that will get underway shortly. We see a rider here dropping into this big beast coming down the reef. Looks like this thing moving pretty slowly compared to some of the other ones, but he's going to opt to kick out. He must have seen a section coming up that was not quite working for him.
Jerome again. Yeah, I mean, obviously we can only see a small part of the wave here. The riders out there, they can look far ahead and see what that wave is going to do for them or not do for them. So with their 15 wave heat potential or scores,
Yeah, their
15
maximum
scoring waves.
scoring waves,
Sorry.
exactly.
They will make a decision on either taking that wave, riding that wave and making the best with it, or opting to drop out.
So as you can see, very windy out there at the moment. If I peek my head outside of our little commentary box here, I can see there's a pretty substantial squall bearing down on us. A big white wall of rain just to the west, to the east, upwind. So I'm not quite sure what that's going to do for the heat out there, but it looks very, very windy at the moment. And this heat should be getting pretty close to drawing to a close. And we will figure out exactly who the top 2 riders of this heat will be. They will get shuffled straight into the draw of the main competition, which will get underway shortly. So if you're just joining us, this is day 1 of the Eye Kite Surf Pro here in Mauritius, brought to you by MTPA, North Kiteboarding, St. Regis, and Monster, as well as a host of other local partners and media partners as well, all making this event possible for us here in Mauritius. Beautiful Le Morne in the southwest corner of Mauritius. Just a beautiful place to visit, whether you're into kiteboarding or windsurfing or sailing or diving. It's just an absolutely beautiful place to come and visit and enjoy. Today, not so much the sunshine, but normally beautiful weather here.
Yeah, I mean, if it would be sunny, the pictures that you see at home would probably be looking a little more beautiful too. It looks pretty gray out there right now, but hopefully it's still going to be impressive enough for you guys in front of the computers and TVs. So this heat only has a few minutes left in it now, and it looks like we're having Jerome in first place right now. But it's a very close heat, actually. I mean, if we look at the scores, 8.67 for Jerome and then 8.66 for JC, with Laurent in third place at the moment.
And I have a feeling that's about to change as we see Laurent here screaming through this one on the inside. Let's see what he can do, firing off a little turn there, looking for possibly a barrel, but not finding it there. So he's going to head back out and see if he can find another one. But that, nevertheless, that could be possibly a backup score for Laurent's 3.67. I'm not sure if that's going to...
for the 3.5 rather.
Or for the 3.5 rather, sorry.
That's all right. And it looks like Nico Cook's in fourth place right now with 2.5 being his better waves. He decided to go for smaller waves so far, but there is actually Nico in the next wave right there.
So it looks like Nico Cook's here coming on this one. Just that thing just sectioning off and just racing down the reef. Let's see what this thing's going to give him to work with.
Oh,
We're zoomed in pretty tight on Nico here, and that big section falls right behind him. And that's not going to give him that much to work with. So these waves pretty sectiony today compared to what we've seen over the last couple of weeks. The swell, a little bit of west in it, and not only the west, but just, having blown pretty hard southerly all night, it's just kind of blown the swell apart a little bit. So hopefully, as the sun comes out and the weather sort of starts to sort itself out, things will smooth out there and give us the typical one-eye, beautiful, smooth water that we're used to.
We are very much looking forward to that. It looks like it might be still cloudy and a bit stormy today. The weather is definitely improving over the next few days, and the swell forecast still quite incredible for the next 3 days actually. Saturday, Sunday and Monday look like really good competition days for us, so plenty of time and definitely some riding with a lot of sunshine too at some point.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we knew looking at the forecast that today was going to be a pretty crazy day. We didn't quite know if it would be contestable or not, you know, being so cloudy and squally and rainy and windy, and this swell is pretty raw, and it was showing about 4.2 meters on the forecast, which, if it's the right direction, can be really good out here. If it's the wrong direction, can kind of be unrideable and washed out. But today, the contest director is opting to get this thing underway, straight into it on the first morning, and hopefully things will clean up out there throughout today and definitely into the weekend. This swell is going to hang around until Monday, and it's looking to be really good and contestable and windy throughout the weekend.
Yeah, it's good. You know, there's no time pressure. We know that, you know, even if we're not going to compete all day today, there's plenty of time to finish the competition. It's a bit a different situation than in Portugal, Sky.
Yeah, exactly. It's really nice to know that we have some conditions to work with. We don't want to get too ahead of ourselves yet, but as of right now, the forecast is looking promising to get a lot of competition, a lot of heats under our belt over the next few days, and we should get a really good start to this competition.
Yep, looking forward to that. But talking about Portugal, I'm sure a few of you have tuned in the beginning of June when we had our Cascais event happening, and unfortunately didn't get the wind that we needed to finish even the second round of the event. That was a bit of a shame, obviously, for the riders, for our local organizers. Nevertheless, it was a great event. All the riders agreed they definitely want to come back there next year. And Murphy's Law, of course, Sky, right? The day after the event, the wind kicked in, and it didn't stop blowing for the months after. So next year we're going to be a few weeks later, I think.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the nature of our sport. You know, it's a weather-dependent sport, and you can go to the best place in the world and get skunked, and you can also go to the best place in the world and get great conditions, as we're seeing out here. A bit rainy at the moment, but
still fun to ride. For the riders, it doesn't matter. When you're out there, you're wet anyways, as all of you will know.
And I see some competitors around. I see Patri McLaughlin from Hawaii here. He's shivering cold. Looks like he just came off the water. He's got a Monster Energy in his hand, and he's looking pretty psyched to get out there for his heat later. So it looks like some rain's starting to pelt down out here as we have a little squall coming through. You can see there on your camera that that rain is
moving in.
This rider and moving in, and that's Laurent Balak there. Huge sweeping turn there. See if he can fire off another one here. He's kind of pretty far up the reef towards Chameau, and this thing's going to run away from him, but nevertheless a huge first turn. So we're just waiting for these scores to update here on our scoring system. We're actually seeing the same scores that you are seeing at home there on your laptop or iPad. So we're just waiting for the situation.
Yeah, and just got a quick update here on our live scores. And Jerome still leading this heat, still very tight, and unfortunately Laurent's last wave didn't better his score there.
Yeah, so we'll wait and see scores drop from that last wave of Laurent's there. I have a feeling that can be a pretty good score. Even though he did one turn, it was a really good one. And as you can see there, for the battle for first and second place between Jerome and JC, a tight one. JC currently only needing a 3.84 backup score to overtake the lead from Jerome.
Yeah, and I'm not sure. I mean, we were supposed to have 5 riders out here. Not sure what happened to Baba, the 5th local rider. In this heat, didn't ride any waves. We didn't see him out there yet. He might have missed his heat. We will try to get a word on that, but unfortunately missing the opportunity to make it into the main event here. And yeah, it looks like we might have 2 riders moving into the main event here. We will wait, obviously, for the heat to be finished and for the scores to be final. But looks like Jerome and JC are doing pretty well. Sky?
Absolutely. Sorry, I was just taking a little nap there. So it looks like Jerome Bonneau in first place, JC in second place. This is day one of the 2012 KSP One Eye Pro here in beautiful Mauritius. Our sponsors, the MTPA, North Kiteboarding, St. Regis, and Monster. I think Monster just showed up with a big case of Monster energy drinks there for the riders. So they are enjoying some Monster energy and trying to get ready for their heats.
Yeah, and then of course we have a lot of other partners for the event as well. We have Iron, we have Legal, the Club Mistral,
Adamas, Habit, Enzo, Afix, the Maori Tours.
the Fun Adventures of Mauritius, Hydro Energy, GoPro, Multibox.
And we've also got silent partners here helping us with our whole beach setup. And of course, I'd like to thank the IKA, the International Kiteboarding Association, for sanctioning our tour here. And as that rain continues to pelt down out there on the judges' tower, we will wait to see exactly what the outcome of this first heat will be of this local wildcards heat. So as you can see, very cloudy and rainy, gray skies out there over the reef at One Eye. Crazy windy and huge waves pounding the reef.
And it looks like we did have a little bit of a problem there with our live stream cam out on the tower. But the picture seems to be back, and we will be able to bring you the action live again.
So it looks like this heat drawing to a close, this local wildcards heat. That was a half-hour heat between 5 local riders here from Mauritius. We will wait to see those final scores dropping. I have a feeling that Jerome Bonneau and JC are going to make it through, but I think we will wait to get the final confirmation. And we're going to go straight into sequence here of the men's round 1, heat 1 coming up shortly. And if you click around on the live stream page, you can see just to the right there the heat draws and the results. You can also check the riders' profiles. And later on, of course, this evening after the day's competition is finished, you'll be able to check out the heats on demand. You can go over and check out the judging criteria. Of course, we have our live scoring widget underneath the player. You can scroll your mouse over each score and see the individual scores from the judges. And be sure to scroll down and like our sponsors here that are making this event possible. We've got MTPA, North Kiteboarding, Ion, and of course the KSP World Tour here in beautiful
Yes,
Mauritius.
like us. Yeah, give a little
So-
bit of love there to our main sponsors for the event. And if you do like what you're seeing, then just click the like button for us as well.
So we're going to wait for this next heat to get into sequence here. We're going to take a short break, and we will be right back at you here from Le Morne. So as you can see out there at the moment, very stormy, and I think our judges are taking shelter from the rain out there, and our cameraman as well. So we're going to take a little bit of a break here on the commentary, and we're going to wait for this next heat to get into sequence. We will be back with you shortly as soon as this heat gets underway. Okay, we're back, and the rain is pelting down, but we are continuing. Nevertheless, we're straight into round one, heat one of the men here. Up in this first heat, we've got Guilherme Brandão from Brazil, Abelago from Spain, and Nan La Violette from Reunion Island, a neighboring island here to Mauritius. So this is going to be a pretty big heat here if these guys can deal with this rain. As you can see, it's pretty crazy conditions out there at the moment. These guys just getting blown all over the place.
I think the question is not if the riders can deal with the rain. I mean, of course, it can be quite unpleasant if you're going fast, especially fast down the faces of those waves. But the question is also, can the judges still see enough and judge fairly? Or will we see a break in the contest here? But that's obviously up to our contest director and head judge, and we will see the action as long as they're running.
Yeah, so for the time being, it looks like we've just got a little under 12 minutes remaining in this first heat of round one of the men's, and we've yet to see any scores drop from these three riders. So these are 15-minute heats, so from now on we'll have 15-minute heats with a 5-minute transition period. So we've got some huge heats coming up in round one, and this first one is no exception. Guilherme Brandão, a past world champion in the surf. We saw Guilherme charging out here over the past week, and at last year's event he pulled into one of the biggest barrels of the whole contest, ended up destroying a lot of gear and didn't make it very far in the competition, but he definitely turned a lot of heads. And of course, Abelago from Spain, a veteran in competitive kite surfing, has been around for a long time competing, and he's been here warming up for the past few weeks. And we've got Nans Violet. I'm going to call him Nans.
We just learned yesterday it's Nans, I think. Yeah, I forgot already.
Well, I'm American. I'm going to call him Nans.
French name that I had never heard before, but a very nice guy nevertheless from Reunion, just a neighboring island here. And yeah, he should be pretty used to those kind of conditions too, huh?
Yeah, for sure. Coming from Reunion, very similar conditions here to Mauritius. A lot of reef breaks, a lot of big, scary hollow waves over there, I know. So he'll be definitely used to these conditions. I think that's him there, just trying to deal with that white water there on the inside, as we see the other two riders out the back there, jockeying for position, waiting for a good set. Looks like we've got a rider dropping in on this first wave. We'll try to get an idea on this rider. I believe that is Abelago from Spain. I can see that RRD kite. and coming around this first section. Nice little turn there. Abel riding strapless out there in these challenging conditions. Another little cutback, and he's just trying to get a first score on the board and get his heat started off.
Yeah, very smart move by Abel. Obviously, he's a long-time competitor, pretty much a veteran in the sport, so he knows what to do and what not to do in a heat. And yeah, he's getting quite a few turns there on the smaller wave here. But yeah, definitely a good first score for him to have.
Yeah, for sure. He was able to fire off a lot of turns on that wave, and nice flowing turns there. Nothing super critical yet, but I'm sure he's just trying to get a first score on the board. And when the conditions are like this, it's kind of, you want to go out there, you want to start to get comfortable. It's starting so early today, we weren't really able to get much of a warm-up this morning to get used to the conditions, and very different conditions to what we've seen over the last week. So these guys just trying to get warmed up, and Gili Brendau there out the back. We've seen from Gili in the past that he's very careful with his wave selection. He doesn't just take any wave. He sort of just hangs out the back, and you kind of start to wonder, if he's ever going to catch a wave, and then all of a sudden, boom, he'll drop a wave or something and just kind of blow everyone away.
Yeah, true, yeah, and it seems like that's exactly the tactic he's choosing again for this heat. So the waves ridden by Gili that we are going to see are hopefully going to be some pretty damn good waves, so he gets some good scores on the scoreboard here.
And this looks like a Bel Lago, a nice little cut back there. It looks like a big section here coming up. Let's see if we can get around this thing. Another nice turn there under the lip. Nice flowing, arcing turn there.
And now it is closing out in front of him. He's trying to run around it, but I don't think he's going to quite make that. So that was Abel's second wave already.
So hopefully we're going to see Gili here get a wave from out the back. Looks like he may have dropped in on a little something there and opted to kick out. You can see his kite there out the back as he's just trying to get in position for a good wave. I'm sure he's going to be hunting the barrel out there. I know that's what he's been doing
Yeah.
the past few days. I've seen some great photos of him.
Gili is the barrel man. And
So
there,
this looks like Nuns dropping in on this thing on his backhand, the rider in red. And let's see what he's got to work with. And of course, a little bit challenging riding backside out here at One Eye with that side offshore wind. Trying to sneak
tuck
under
in
that
there.
little lip there, and a few little check turns as he brings this thing through to the inside. So you can see here a beautiful beach setup here on the beach of Lemoorn.
with the judges tower right there, well, almost in the middle of the picture, out just in front of the reef, with the premium view for the judges and our media crew out on the tower that are hopefully not getting too wet right now.
I would normally say that's the best seat in the house. When it's raining like this and the rain's coming in sideways through the windows, maybe otherwise. But you can see some huge waves out there on the reef. About probably 6 to 8 foot on the sets out there, so pretty good size. Maybe not quite as big as we were expecting to see this morning, but nevertheless, really good size surf. And as you can see by that spray ripping off the waves, also very windy, about 30 knots. And these riders, most of them on 5-meter kites out there.
Yeah, and that is the only right choice today. I mean, with this kind of wind force we are having here, you don't want to be on anything bigger, really.
So if you guys are on the live page there, which you obviously are if you're watching this, you can scroll down and please feel free to chat with us on Facebook there. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything you want to let us know about, please just go ahead and type it in there, and we will do our best to address your questions.
Yeah, and it seems like there's already a few comments coming in here. Janice says the sound is just horrible. Well, that's obviously not so nice for us to hear. But if you could just tell us what exactly you're experiencing. Is it loud? Is it not loud enough? Is it just, I don't know, if there is any static in there? Let us know, and we'll obviously work on that and try to fix that. And there's a few users here further down saying that they can't see any image on their screen. We see the live stream just fine on the kspworldtour.com/live page. I don't really know what problems that would be, but maybe just refresh your page.
Yeah, so please let us know if you guys have any questions or concerns or comments, and please feel free to just shoot those our way, and we'll do our best to address those. Looks like Abel
Nice
Lago, he's just a
snap by
wave
Abel.
magnet in this heat. That was a nice little snap there. Big section. He was, I'm sure, thinking about pulling in there, but not finding what he needed, and he's going to straighten out on this thing over the reef.
Yes, we're still waiting for Gilly to show us one of his wave rides there, and this guy was mentioning Gilly usually being very selective.
So, speak of the devil, looks like we have Gili Brandau here. No,
No,
he's not going to take
dropping
that
out,
one.
see?
So,
And
not
see,
quite what he was looking for.
and I guess that was a smart move when you look at this wave. I mean, he really wants to use his time wisely, the 15-minute heat duration, and get only good scores on his scoreboard.
Yeah, so it's pretty tough out there at the moment. You know, I think from what I'm seeing out there, a lot of the competitors want to be on the second or third wave of the set just because it sort of smooths some of the chop off of the face. However, you are having to contend with a lot of froth from that first wave, so a bit tough to find the right ones out there at the moment. And the ones that are kind of have a bit of a shoulder on them and are not running down the reef too quickly and running away from you. So definitely challenging conditions, and hopefully Gili's going to be able to get some scores on the board and battle here against Abel Lago in this first heat of men's round 1. So opening day here at the KSP One Eye Pro, and this thing's just started off with a bang. We've got crazy winds, crazy rain, and large surf out there on the reef.
And a bunch of excited riders that can't wait to get out there. I mean, obviously the good thing of being a competitive rider is that you get 15 minutes out on the break, just yourself and one other rider, or in the first round that is you and 2 other riders. And that's opportunity you don't get so often, so everyone really excited. A lot of the riders already came here a week, 2 weeks before the event, and obviously it got pretty crowded, but now they have the opportunity to just rip the spot.
So this
with
looks
2
like
other
Gili
guys.
Brandau, nice backside turn there,
Uh-huh.
almost getting exploded there. Looks like he's only going to be able to get one turn off there unless he can magically get around this next section, but that thing's going to run away from him. But that was a huge turn from Gili.
Yeah, I'm sure he really wanted to try and get some more turns on that and just run away from that one section there, but or outrun it, but he wasn't quite able to make it. He's been waiting for a long time for his first wave, and I don't think that was really what he was looking for. So now I think he will need to get a few more scores on the board and deliver a little more action for us here.
So it looks like he's kind of hooked onto that next wave behind. I think Gili's starting to get a little bit stressed here, and knowing that he needs to catch some waves and get some scores on the board to fight back in this heat. And it was interesting, I was reading a little, not a blog post, but I guess a status update on Facebook, on Gili's Facebook the other day, and he wrote a little story about his experience of last year's event here in Mauritius. And he's just talking about how he just kind of felt a little out of rhythm last year. He broke some gear and had some bad wipeouts, and he was dealing with some injuries and didn't really feel like he got a good shot at showing what he could do out here at One Eye. So he was eliminated pretty early on in last year's competition, and there goes Nans just flying down this thing. So Gili's definitely going to be looking to do some damage in this competition and do well and get through into the later rounds. He's been warming up a lot and, out here over the past couple of weeks, so he's been looking really good out here at One Eye, surfing a lot, kiting a lot, and he'll be definitely eager to get through this first heat and build some momentum into the later rounds as we see Abel Lago here on a frothy little insider.
Abel really being the wave magnet of this heat, certainly the rider with the most ridden waves. We're still waiting for a few scores to drop here on the scoreboard, I'm sure.
But it looks like currently we've got Abel Lago from Spain in the lead with a 7.67. So he's got 2 scores. I think we're still waiting for some other scores to drop, but
Yeah,
the
for
situation
sure.
at the moment has Abel Lago in first and Gili Brandau in second. So the winner of this heat will advance directly to round 3, bypassing heat 2, or sorry, round 2. Places 2 and 3 will then battle it out again in round 2. And looks like we've got Abel Lago here once again. Looks like he was trying to stall there to get in the barrel, not quite finding what he needed, but perhaps on this end bowl. And Abel just having a good old time out there at One Eye as he rides that thing in onto the shallow reef down there below the judges' tower. The KSP One Eye Pro 2012 is presented by MTPA, North Kiteboarding, St. Regis, and Monster Energy. So huge thanks to those guys. Looks like Ely Brandau, I believe, has snapped his leash. That's the board there floating on the inside. I think while we were watching Abel's wave, Ely perhaps tried to pull into a barrel or something of that nature.
I wonder what it is with Gilly here and One Eye. It doesn't seem to be his lucky wave. He always has a great time. He loves riding here, but already last year in the contest, he just didn't get very lucky there. Broke 2 boards already before the contest and then broke his kite. I think we all remember that in just before the heat, I think.
So here's Nans from Reunion.
Oh, and look how bumpy it is.
On a bumpy one here, almost getting caught by that first section. And hopefully Gili Brandau is going to be able to get back in there and recover his board. I think time is rapidly winding down in this heat. So it looks like Abel Lago is probably going to take the heat win and advance straight into round 3.
I don't think that's the case. we just
saw
got the new
drop
scores coming in.
I eat my words. It wouldn't be the first time. It looks like we've got a new heat leader here. It looks like Gili Brandau currently in first place with a 9.5. So I think we didn't quite catch Gili's second wave there. Perhaps the one where he snapped his leash. It looks like he's just dropped a 5.5, which is going to put him into the lead. But we will again wait for these final scores to drop and give you official word of who has come out on top in this first heat of men's round 1.
Yeah, and again, Sky already said it earlier, if you're watching live on the kspworldtour.com/live page, then you will actually see the live scores coming in, also in the live scoring widget right underneath the player. But if you weren't able to watch the beginning of the contest, or if in later rounds you're wondering what happened in the beginning, then you can always go to that heat draw and results button on the right hand side of the player and actually get the results of all the already run heats.
Alright, so we're going to take a very short break, and we will be back with you very shortly here at Lemoorn at the KSP One Eye Pro 2012 Day 1. So just waiting for official word from that first heat. I believe Gili Brandau came back in a last-ditch effort there at the very end and was able to overtake the heat win there from Abel Lago. But again, we'll wait for those final scores to drop and wait for official word from our contest, or sorry, from our tower out there.
Obviously. The judges crew. And as we're waiting for Heat 2 of the main contest already, with the local wildcard competition having been the first heat of the event, the local wildcards are now going to be added to the draw, and you will see those local wildcards competing here with the top 22 male riders just in a little while. As they come up, the first local wildcard rider will actually be in Heat 5. But any questions about any of the heats, go to the button with the heat draw and results, and you can see the whole ladder, the elimination ladder of the whole event. You can see which rider your favorite riders will come up against, and when it really is time for you to tune in, or when you can have a break.
And for those of you who are able to check out our fantasy KSP, hopefully you guys are here watching and able to watch your riders that you've created on your team ride live here and cheer them on over the internet. And looks like we've got the next heat now in sequence. So we'll wait for this thing to start. It looks like Gili Brandao did take the win in that last heat, if I'm not mistaken. So it looks like Gili Brandao from Brazil making it through with an 11.83 heat score total. All right, so this looks like the beginning of Heat 2 of men's round 1 getting underway here in some crazy victory at sea conditions out here at One Eye. As we see a rider here dropping in on his forehand and just absolutely screaming, loving every inch of that rail on his board as he comes flying down the face of this thing.
And as this is the rider, it looks like it's the rider in the red lycra. So just still waiting for this heat number 1 to be closed.
So some
You need to know who this is.
Some crazy conditions out there. Just huge blue walls of water just pouring in across the reef. A little bit scattered compared to what we're normally used to out here at One Eye. But nevertheless, some great waves out there. And I'm sure we will see some barrels as this tide continues to drop and the waves get a little more hollow. I know some of the riders had some great barrels in their warm-up sessions this morning. We see a huge wave there out the back, a big turn up in the pocket. Yeah, and coming from Chile, I think he's also used to this cold weather we're experiencing here in Mauritius, so this must seem pretty tropical for him. And we will wait to see the scores update there from this first men's heat. So here we go. That's Juan Pablo just getting pulled out the back of that first wave there, but that's going to be a good first score there for Juan Pablo Diban from Chile. These guys are out there riding about 5-meter kites at the moment. Super windy. It's about 30 knots. I'm not sure exactly what the wind speed is at the moment, but I know our contest director, Bruno de Vanamaker, was out there with his wind meter earlier checking the wind, and it was blowing 23, gusting to 30.
Okay, and we just got an official word from the tower here. It looks like that last heat, or the first heat of the main event actually, the judges are still discussing, or not discussing, but still validating their scores. It seems like the last couple of minutes of that heat were really quite exciting. Lots of waves being ridden and lots of scores coming in. Probably they're not 100% sure yet which of the scores they want to validate or how they want to validate the scores. So we're still waiting for the final result of that heat number 1, which is why you still see heat number 1 here in your live scoring widget on the live stream page. But don't worry, no scores will get lost, as we are seeing heat number 2 here on the water right now. There will actually be the scores taken down as well, and they will be updated once heat 1 is finished.
Yeah, so as soon as those scores get validated from Heat 1, we will update the scoring widget and we'll go straight into Heat 2. But of course, right now Heat 2 is running and the judges are judging this heat currently, so we'll wait for those live scores to come up. So in this heat, in the white jersey, we're going to have Juan Pablo Diban from Chile, who we saw ride some great waves earlier. In the blue jersey, Bastien Bollard from France. And in the red jersey, Gonzalo Gomez from Portugal. Gonzalo did really well at the event in Portugal. The few heats we were able to run, he was definitely a standout in that event.
Yeah, and he had a big local crowd there too, all cheering for him. He came off the water winning his heat, and everyone carried him across the beach on their shoulders with Portugal flags and everything. It was quite a nice picture, actually.
Yeah, for sure. So it looks like we've got, I believe is that Bastien Bollard there? Oh, sorry, that's actually Gonzalo Gomez there on his forehand.
Do you think that's a red light? Oh, yeah.
And it's a little bit hard to tell with the conditions being as they are out there at the moment. We're also watching on our little screen here from the commentator's box, so seeing the same images that you're seeing there live at home. And a nice set here rolling across the reef at One Eye.
Oh, and there is someone on that wave just right behind, trying to make out who that is, hiding at the moment.
Alright, so we just made a small change in our audio configuration here. Hopefully that's going to be a little bit clearer and you can actually hear what we are talking about here as we're commentating these heats.
And as we see Bastien Bollard just dropping out of this wave there.
So this is men's round 1, heat 2. Juan Pablo Diban from Chile, Bastien Bollard from France, and Gonzalo Gomez from Portugal. The first place winner of this heat will advance straight into round 3. And the remaining 2 riders will go into the losers round of round 2 for their second chance round.
Oh, it looks like there's a kite down and looping. That's not a good sign. Hopefully that rider, who would that be, can recover quickly.
I believe that's Bastien Bollard from France, so having a bit of struggle there with his kite. It's like that thing's just sort of caught with a line around the wingtip. And hopefully this wave is not going to take it out. And he'll be able to pull himself out the back there and recover.
He looks like he was lucky with this one. Yeah, so we are here on Mauritius at the beautiful beach of Le Morne. And this is the One Eye Kite Surf Pro 2012. We are here at day 1 of the contest, and we started with the contests right this morning on day 1, and 11 o'clock and 15 minutes the first red flag went up. So you're watching heat number 2, and there's a lot more heats to come, so tell all your friends to tune in and watch the action as we bring it to you live from Mauritius.
Yeah, thank you guys for tuning in from all around the world to check out what's happening here in Mauritius. There's been a lot of hype around this first day. I know a lot of riders here have been tweeting and Facebooking the forecasts, and we've been looking at some big purple blobs passing to the south of us there on the swell forecast. So everyone's sort of anticipating this swell to fill in, and we woke up this morning, couldn't wait to get down to the beach and see what this swell was going to bring. We see our rescue guy headed out there to hopefully pick up Bastien Bollard, the rider from France, who has gone down. And just a crazy day here, as Christine was saying, starting off with a bang. There's Gonzalo Gomez, a nice turn there in the pocket, and let's see if he can make it around this next section. and just racing to try to get out in front of this thing. You see that huge wall of water crumbling down out there behind him. Just absolutely crazy conditions. I see Juan Pablo Diban's kite there dropping in on a bomb. Coming around the corner. Let's see if this thing's going to give him something to work with. Nice smooth face, and I have a feeling that this thing's going to close out. But look at that thing,
Oh,
just
maybe he can
huge.
get a hack in there. Yeah, good job.
Nice little turn there. These guys all riding strapless, and you get an idea for just how big that wave is. Juan Pablo is not a small guy, and that wave making him look like an ant.
No, usually it's the other way around, but Juan Pablo being one of our bigger riders, so you for sure can get an idea on the size of the waves here. And thanks for all your comments from home here on our Facebook chat. There's some support coming in from Padre for Padre for our Hawaiian riders, who's going to be up soon too. And there's a question coming in here if Bastian Bollard released his kite as he was having trouble there with his kite looping right on the lineup. Unfortunately, we only see the picture you are seeing, so we're not really quite updated on what happened with that, but we have our fingers crossed for Bastian being able to recover and getting back into the seat.
Yeah, so we saw our rescue craft there heading out to pick him up, so hopefully he'll be able to at least get in and not be drifting out to sea, and hopefully maybe even be able to relaunch his kite and get back into this heat, but we'll just have to wait and see. So if you're just joining us, this is day one. This is round one, heat number 2 of the Kite Surf One Eye Pro here in Mauritius. And starting this thing off this morning on day one, looks like we're going to have great conditions throughout the entire weekend. Today is sort of the peak of this swell, and hopefully conditions are going to clean up a little bit over the next few days. Looks like we have a great forecast lining up for Saturday, Sunday, Monday. So we're going to be able to fire off a lot of heats, a lot of competition yet to come today. Currently 12:30 p.m. local time here in Mauritius. Juan Pablo Diban dropping in on this thing, the wider and right from Chile. We've seen him ride a lot of waves so far in this heat. Looks like he's got a little bit of something here to work with. And the wind just slamming a big door there behind me to my right. We're been seeing squalls and rain and crazy wind coming here all day. So not the easiest conditions to work with, but we're doing our best to bring you these live images from out there on the judges' scaffolding here in Lemoore, Mauritius. And we'd like to thank our sponsors for making this event possible, the MTPA, Mauritian Tourism Board of Mauritius, North Kiteboarding, St. Regis Hotels, and Monster Energy. I'm Sky Solbach. I'll be here with you all week. My normal co-commentator Ben Meyer was a little bit late showing up to Mauritius, so he will be joining me from tomorrow on. So please be sure to check back every morning, 10 a.m. local Mauritius time. We will have the morning show starting from tomorrow, and it will be yours truly along with Ben Meyer, my co-commentator from the United States. So we are still waiting for scores to drop in this heat, and we will bring you the update of that soon. I believe the reason we're still seeing the scores from round one is because they have not yet been validated in the judges' scoring system. So I think there was a little bit of an exchange there at the end with Gili Brendao and Abel Lago that they're still trying to wrap their heads around. And of course they are scoring this next heat number 2 live, but they'll have to go back and validate their scores from the heat 1 in order for the scoring widget to update. So we'll just wait for that to happen, and we will know the situation here of heat number 2 shortly.
Yeah, and I just got the word from the tower. Just got the word from the tower that they are already having the results from heat 1, but there seems to be a little hiccup with our live scoring system, so just bear with us for a second. The scores from heat number 2 will be available for you as soon as this little technical problem here is fixed, and you will actually be able to look at all the live scoring live scores in review as you go to the heat draw and results, so nothing will get lost.
So no shortage of waves out there on the reef at One Eye. As you can see, this left just firing down the reef and sectioning off there as we see 2 riders out the back getting in position for their next wave. So coming up in the next heat, we're going to have Patri McLaughlin from the USA, from Hawaii, the island of Maui, up against Lee Harvey from Great Britain, and Jacob Apple from Denmark.
Yeah, and Patri getting a lot of support here in the live chat, so I'm sure there's a lot of his friends and family waiting for that heat coming up.
Yeah, it's I believe it's pretty late night in Hawaii right now, so some dedicated Patri McLaughlin fans that are staying up late and burning the midnight oil to watch Patri in his round 1 heat. So it looks like Gili Brandao has advanced out of heat number 1.
So it looks like Gili, yeah, here we got the confirmation. Gili actually did take the win in heat number 1, and Abel ended up in 2nd place after leading for most part of the heat, actually. That was Gili waiting, or having a late start, waiting for the better waves in that heat, and actually took him out in the last seconds.
So hopefully on our recap video tonight we'll be able to see exactly what Gili was able to do in order to overtake that heat win from Abel Lago. We've got a lot of cameramen out there standing on the scaffolding capturing all the action as it goes down. Sometimes we're following one rider and not able to see all the action as it's happening live, but hopefully we'll have that in the recap tonight. Looks like the situation at the moment, just over 10 minutes remaining in heat number 2 with Juan Pablo Duban, Bastian Bullard, and Gonzalo Gomez. I'm sorry, I don't think I got the time right.
The time is actually going to be a little delayed now, as it took a while for heat number 1 results to be validated. So I think there's probably going to be more like 5 minutes remaining in this heat number 2, and the final results will be in shortly after that finish of that heat.
So our contest directors will be looking to run this thing pretty much until dark today. It gets dark pretty early here in Mauritius. The sun goes down at about 5:30, so it's pretty much dark by 6, so we've got a solid 5 hours ahead of us here in today's competition. So lots of action coming up, and some great matchups coming up later on, even in round 1. So be sure to check out the heat draw there to the right of the player, and see when your favorite riders will be coming up in their round 1 heats. I'm Sky Solbach. Sitting next to me is Christine Böse from Germany.
Hello.
We're both going to be sort of shuffling some responsibilities today. We're going to be obviously in here commentating on the live heats, and we both have some heats of our own coming up later on today, so we're going to be getting out there on the water.
And I guess we are missing Ben Meyer here in the commentary booth just as much as you guys are missing him at home in front of your computers. Our awesome live stream commentator that you all know from Portugal. Don't worry, he will come. He's just a bit late, Ben style. So once Ben gets here, he will bring you all the streams, updates, and of course the morning shows together with Sky, as he did in Portugal.
Absolutely, so make sure to tune in every morning at 10 a.m. here local Mauritius time for the morning show. It will be Ben Meyer and yours truly, Sky Solbach, bringing you all the updates as they happen here from One Eye. It looks like this heat still underway here. I recognize that orange kite. Looks like Juan Pablo Divan from Chile.
Yeah, our one Chilean representative, being used to riding big waves, being a goofy footer, so he loved being here on Mauritius, and he had a great time here last year. Actually, good result as well. Got 7th place here at the Eye Kite Surf Pro 2011. Having another rider here in the white lycra. Oh no, it's still him. That's not Juan Pablo. Is that Juan Pablo? We're trying to figure out
I
which
believe
rider.
I believe that's actually Patria McLaughlin from Hawaii. I think we have a little bit of a delay in our time schedule here on the live scoring, so we saw a nice snap there from Patria McLaughlin. I believe that Juan Pablo was just making his way in from his heat, and that was Patria McLaughlin there with a nice snap, getting off to a good start. So for all of you Patria McLaughlin fans there online, Patri's heat has now started. Sorry, we're a little bit behind the times, but this is heat 3 of men's round 1. Patria McLaughlin, Jacob Apple,
guess,
and Lee Harvey.
I guess we're probably in the transition time to that heat, so don't worry, didn't miss anything yet. We're running 15-minute heats, and then there's a 5-minute transition time. So our videographers from the tower are probably bringing us just some transition time riding here, where you still have the riders from the heat before, and you already have the riders from the upcoming heat. And there is a bit of confusion, or was a bit of confusion here from our side, but that means Patria McLaughlin coming up in just a second, together with Lee Harvey from Great Britain and Jacob Apple from Denmark.
So Patri and Lee actually teammates, both riding North Kites, and North Kiteboarding is of course one of our main sponsors here of the Eye Kite Surf Pro event in Mauritius. So these guys will be being teammates out there. They have been helping each other out with gear and stuff. Lee just came in and actually asked if he could borrow my kite. I hope he doesn't destroy it in this heat, so I still have a kite for mine. But sharing is caring, so no shortage of wind or waves out there on the reef at Eye. You can see that spray just ripping off the backs of these waves. This looks like Lee Harvey from Great Britain dropping in on this thing on his backhand, and just taking a little look. So quite challenging conditions out there today. Not only is it side offshore and big and bumpy, but we've also got rain to contend with, and just pretty hectic conditions. It looks like Patria McLaughlin there with a nice little turn, dropping in, strapless, getting ejected off of his board, and just dropping down into the trough of that thing. He almost stuck that drop, but a little layback recovery to 1-footer, no-hander lander.
1-footer, no-hander lander. That's a good one. But yeah, it looks like this heat has started now, and there's lots of action coming in here.
So here we have Jacob Apple from Denmark here in the red jersey. Jacob just arrived 2 days ago here in Mauritius. This is his first time here to the island. I think he got a nice little warm-up yesterday, although the waves were not quite this size. He is starting to get comfortable out there and getting his feet wet. So we are going to have an interview coming up shortly with the winner of that last men's heat, Gili Brandao, so we will let you know when we're able to cut to that interview.
Yeah, and Gili just taking the win in that last heat, in the last minute of the heat pretty much. Abel Lago from Spain was leading for pretty much the entire time of the heat until Gili then got a couple really good waves, really good scores in that last heat. It took the judges a little bit to validate their judges' scores, and it was then the surprise of Gilly Brandao actually taking that win. We had already said Gilly wasn't very lucky here last year in the contest, as he broke 2 boards, ripped his kite in half, and actually got kicked out of the competition very early on. Was a bit of a disappointment for him. Gilly still being 3rd in the overall KSP world ranking at the end of the season, but not such a great event for him here last year at the Eye Kite Surf Pro 2011. It looks like it's a better start for him this year, and we have our fingers crossed for him. Was a better start for him this time, and yeah, we got our fingers crossed for him.
Yeah, definitely got our fingers crossed for Gilly to do a little bit better in this this one here. So we're going to cut to an interview of Gilly here. He is standing by with our interview girl Uli down there. So we're going to cut over to you, Gilly. Uli, please take it away with Gilly.
Go for it, Uli.
All right, I'm staying here with Gilly Brandao, the winner of the first heat. So you're the first one out there. Tell me, how was it?
It was difficult. Like, the wind is so strong and the waves they're not as clean as they used to be here, because I think just the positioning of the swell is just kind of messy, breaking all over. But yeah, luckily I could find some good sets there and go through.
All right, and how did you choose your waves?
I think I just started the heat just choosing like not the biggest ones on the set, just to play it safe for a while, and then on the end of the heat I just went for the bigger ones and just tried to go as big as I could.
All right, so you think it was kind of luck, or?
Yeah, I think luck definitely plays a big part, but it's half strategy, half luck, and half what you can do on the waves there.
All right. And how are the conditions in general out there for the other riders? You have any hints for them?
Yeah, just try to stay alive
All
because
right.
it's harsh.
All right. So thanks a lot. Good luck for you for the contest. I think we're gonna see each other later on. And back to Sky and Christine.
All right, that was great to hear from Gilly Brandao there. Thanks a lot, Uli, for that great interview. So no action really in the time that Gilly was getting that interview. However, we do see some scores from Patry McLaughlin. I believe from those first 2 waves we saw him ride just before Gilly's interview. So he's currently with a 5.77 and a 2.5. So Patry McLaughlin from the island of Maui, Hawaii, getting off to a great start here in this in his opening round 1 heat. So this is heat 3 of men's round 1. Patry McLaughlin, Jacob Apple, and Lee Harvey. So it looks like we've got Patry McLaughlin dropping in once again here. A big wave there on the outside. Patry McLaughlin in that white jersey. Just a little setup check turn there, and seeing what this thing is going to offer him through to the inside. So interesting choice of equipment there for Patry. I know he's been riding a pintail out here for the last day or 2, and now he's opting to go for his kind of more high-performance small wave board. I know that yellow board pretty well. So looks like that's just what he's used to, and looks like it's working well for him with a nice little snap there off the top.
Yeah, Patry riding well. Definitely showing us some good wave performance here. I'm sure his fans at home will be stoked, especially also because he is in quite a good lead at this time of the heat, but obviously still quite some time remaining, 7 minutes to go, so lots can still happen. We are having here...
So this looks like Lee Harvey here on his backhand, rider from Great Britain. And getting a little snap there, that thing just exploding, and he's going to kick out. So Lee Harvey is looking for a backup score for that 3.67. I think we're still waiting for a few scores to drop, but situation at the moment still has Patry McLaughlin from the USA in first place, Jacob Apple from Denmark in second, and Lee Harvey, the rider from Great Britain, in third place. And
And here we go
Lee
with
there.
Lee Harvey again. Yeah, getting a few turns in here. Looks like we saw the corner of the judges' tower there. Pretty high up, as you can maybe tell. It's quite an impressive, excuse me, view from out there.
Yeah, it's pretty nice out there this year. The judges' tower is a bit bigger than what we saw out here last year at the One Eye Pro. It is positioned out there on the sand, just towards the edge of the reef out there at One Eye. And the top of the tower is about 7 meters or 20 feet off the surface of the water, so the judges have a nice broad view of everything that's happening out there and are able to see all the action as it goes down. It's the best seat in the house for sure, at least when it's not raining, and it looks like the sun is starting to poke out from behind the clouds, so we should have a really nice day shaping up ahead of us here. This wind is just absolutely blistering at the moment as we see what looks like Jacob Apple here on the first wave and Patrick McLaughlin out the back, possibly on the second wave of the set. So we'll see if we can follow these guys through to the inside. Looks like Jacob Apple bottom turning there. And seeing if this thing's going to give him anything to work with.
Oh,
our camera guy
searching
for him there. And it looks like Jacob Apple just kicked out of that thing. And Patrick McLaughlin there out the back on this next wave. Big turn, pulling this thing through the inside, trying to keep that board under control. And this thing is just going to blow up behind him.
Oh, it looks like it was probably just Jacob trying to make his way out again. Obviously, sometimes you'll have to wait a little bit, let the set pass, and then make your way back out to take up wind.
Yes,
and that becomes even more difficult if there's a rider on the wave.
Exactly, so the rider on the wave always has priority here. So if you're on your way back out, you got to give the guy room to not hinder his scoring potential on his wave. And that looks exactly like what Jacob Apple did there. He was able to recover his board and get out of Patri's way as he came flying there at breakneck speed through the inside of the reef.
Yeah, and as expected, lots of support coming in here for Patri, but you guys don't worry, you didn't miss any action during our interview that we brought to you here with our first heats winner, Gilly Brandau. But as you can see, Patri ripping now, so you will get to see a lot more of him throughout the whole contest. So stay tuned and keep watching.
So I'm Sky Solbach and Christine Boza there taking a little nap. And, I should have given you a little more warning. We were going to the interview cam there. But as we were saying earlier, my normal co-commentator Ben Meyer is a little bit late showing up to Mauritius this year, but he will be here. It's been, it's pretty standard operating procedure. And it looks like we've got Lee Harvey here dropping in on this wave out the back, doing a little check turn and kicking out of that thing, which I think was a pretty good decision on his part, as that thing looked like it sort of just closed out there on the reef.
And I'm sure you guys are waiting for the action to happen, just as we are. If you've been watching last year, you saw those beautiful huge waves. Turquoise blue, sunny weather. As you can tell, it's not quite as sunny today. The weather is supposed to improve in the next few days. We're expecting swell, still good big swell for the next 3 days. So hopefully in the next couple of days it will be a bit sunnier for you and for us. But it still is beautiful Mauritius. It's a tropical island, so it's quite normal for some tropical rain to come in as well. And it's just a part of it all.
So look at this thing coming in, detonating on the reef. I believe that's Patrick McLaughlin. He loves big surf. He spends a lot of time towing and surfing and kiting in really big waves in Maui. So this is his chance to go left for the year. He's normally riding rights in Hawaii, which is you know, not many lefts in Hawaii to speak of, but down in this part of the world, it's all about lefts. And being a goofy footer, he is in absolute heaven.
He's doing the best of it too, as you can see. In a pretty good lead at the moment. Our little Hawaiian rider, Padre.
Little Hawaiian. So it looks
well,
like
he's not as tall as Juan Pablo.
That's true. He is currently in the lead, though, with an 11.77 heat score total. And we're still waiting for our scores to update on our screen, but the situation at the moment looks like Patry is still in the lead of this heat, in a commanding lead. So Patry McLaughlin with a 5.77 and a 6 currently counting. And the next rider behind him, Lee Harvey, is going to need an 8.1 to overtake the lead from Patry, and we haven't seen anyone score an 8-point ride as of yet today, so that's looking like combination land for Lee Harvey from the UK, needing a combined score of greater than 11.77 to overtake Patry's lead.
Yeah, and with only seconds to go now, I don't think that's going to happen anymore. We haven't seen that high of scores today yet, so Patry in a pretty good position there, and well done for everyone at home cheering for him.
Absolutely. So you can see those waves just firing down the reef at One Eye, and switching back to our overview cam here, you can see those clouds still lingering around. The forecast is for clearing skies this afternoon, but we've yet to see that here in our local weather conditions. But the wind is still pumping, the waves are firing through, and we're going to keep this thing running. Our contest directors want to get off as many heats as humanly possible today and continue running this thing throughout the weekend while we have these great conditions on hand. We are going to cut to an interview here shortly with the winner of that last men's heat, which was heat 2 of round 1. So Juan Pablo Diban will be getting interviewed here by our interview girl, Uli. And we're going to cut to that interview shortly. But if you're just joining us, this is day 1 of the KSP One Eye Kite Surf Pro here in Mauritius, brought to you by the MTPA, North Kiteboarding, St. Regis, and Monster Energy. So we've got Juan Pablo Diban currently standing by with Uli, so we're going to cut to that interview of Uli. Uli, please take it away.
All right. I'm standing here with Juan Pablo, who just won the second heat. And tell me your experience out there.
It was pretty good. The waves were pretty big. I was really lucky. I'm pretty happy because I got a really big one, so I can put a lot of maneuvers. The wave was really difficult because it was kind of closing out, but it was fun. It was really windy, so I like it a lot. I'm really stoked to pass it first.
And was it difficult for you to see the tower, to find the tower, or was it easy to get the right position out there?
Yeah, to find the right position is really hard because you have just the tower to see yourself because the island's too big and it's really far away. But the flags helps a lot. You see the flags really good, so you try to stay as closest as the tower is. And the wave is really good. You have to be lucky to get a good wave on the tower, you know.
Yeah. And tell me, what happened out there with Bastian?
I think Bastian got a really big one in his head, and he has to let go of the kite because it's really not a joke, and it's not good for him. He lost the board and the kite, so. But that's just here, you know. That's why it's a really difficult wave, and that's why the competition is here.
But he's all right.
Yeah, he's all right. I stay with him all the time until the jet ski arrive, and everything come really good.
All right, thanks. And so, what is your forecast for the contest? What do you think?
I hope I keep winning until the finals. That would be great. Now I have Gilly on my next round, but he's really strong, and we'll see. The conditions are looking great, and I hope we can get more good waves.
All right. Thanks a lot, and see you later.
Thank you.
Back to Christine and Sky.
Bye.
Thank you. Good luck.
And thanks Uli and Juan Pablo for this nice little heat winners interview. It's great for us to be able to bring you those interviews right when those riders come off the water, still exciting from their heat.
So here's a huge heat coming up. Here's Me Too Montero from Cabo Verde. Big bottom turn on his backhand. Big hook there up under the lip. And Me Too Montero there in the white jersey. Absolutely ripping. And looks like this is one of our local wildcards, I believe, coming out of the qualifier round this morning. Looks like that wind is interfering a little bit with that camera there. But, oh, sorry, we got a little glimpse of us there, trying to watch the live scoring. It looks like a rider here on his backhand. That's one of our local wildcards coming out of the qualification round this morning. So up in this heat, we have one of our local wildcards who we'll try to get an ID on, as well as Kiahi de Aboides from Australia and Me Too Montero from Cabo Verde. So this is going to be a huge heat. Me Too and Kiahi both been out here ripping, definitely been standouts in some of the free surf sessions.
Yeah, and the local wildcard that we have in here is gonna be Jerome, I guess. This being a blue lycra, it looks like.
That's the red
Maybe a
lycra,
red
so that's a
lycra.
local wildcard.
That was the
Jerome
lycra.
Bonio in the red lycra. We're gonna have Kiahi de Aboides from Australia in the blue lycra, and Me Too Montero in white from Cabo Verde. So this is definitely going to be a huge heat. We already saw that great wave from Me Too, and I believe that second wave we saw was Kiahi not quite able to get what he was looking for, but I'm sure he's going to be making his way out the back looking for another wave. And looks like that strong wind and rain wreaking a little bit of havoc on our video transmission out there to the tower. We are transmitting about a half a mile over the water out to our judges tower. But hopefully we'll get a clear picture here. It looks like we've got Me Too Montero up again once in riding. A little bit of a fuzzy picture here, but Me Too, big snap under the lip. And looks like that board he's riding working really well for him, really smooth. He's got a lot of rail line under him to lean on. And great choice of equipment there for Me Too Montero. And already getting 2 scores on the board. We'll wait for those scores to drop and see what the situation is going to be. Looks like a rider there flying through the frame on that closeout section. I believe that may have been Kiahi de Aboides. So if you're just joining us, this is heat number 4 of men's round 1. Me Too Montero from Cabo Verde, Kiahi de Aboides from Australia, and our local wildcard Jerome Bonio, who we already saw up in this morning's local wildcard heat. He's straight into the main event. And just starting this thing off with a bang this morning, right into round 1 of the main competition here at One Eye. Alright, so it looks like we've got a little bit of interference issues still out there, but I'm going to go ahead and cut to that cam anyways. It looks like we've got our local wildcard rider up and riding on this wave, and he's going to kick out, and I don't want to miss any of the action. But super strong wind and rain at the moment, so a little bit of difficulty there with our video image, which we will get sorted. We've got our live stream tech Nate on that at the moment. Looks like he's trying to clear up that picture, but looks like we've got Me Too Montero here dropping in from Cabo Verde on his forehand. The incredible thing about Me Too is he's a regular footer. No, that's exactly what I'm talking about. He just did it before I could even say it. Just switched his stance. He drops in forehand, does a bottom turn, big top turn, switches his stance, goes the other way, and just great riding there from Me Too Montero. So we haven't seen too much of Kiahi de Aboides so far in this heat. We saw him come flying to the screen earlier, and we will wait for his scores to drop and see what the situation is. But as you can see, no shortage of waves out there, and definitely no shortage of wind. These guys still riding on 5 and 6 meter kites. And just trying to sort of pick the gems out of a sort of a big scrambled mess out there on the reef. Not the typical perfect clean one-eye that we're used to, but some great waves on offer nonetheless, and these guys just trying to make it work to their advantage. And it looks like that green kite there, that's a green Cabrina kite, that would be Kiahi de Aboides from Australia out the back, searching for a wave. I can't wait to see what he's going to do when he finds a good one, because he's been absolutely ripping out here over the past week or so. So the situation I'm seeing at the moment on my live scores has Mitu Montero in the lead, Kiahi de Aboides in second place, and our local wildcard Jerome Bonio in third. However, we will wait for those scores to be updated. And looks like Mitu Montero once again. Mitu spent a bunch of time over the years here in Mauritius, knows this place really well, and getting 2 nice turns there. He's going to switch his stance and maybe do another little cut back here on the inside on his forehand, and just kind of catching a rail there and getting pulled out. So again, we do apologize for a few lines here running through your screen, some interference, but it looks like our live stream tech is getting that sorted out, and we're trying to bring you these images nice and clear. Here's Maxime, I keep calling him Maxime, sorry, Jerome Bonio, our local wildcard here in the red lycra, working this thing through the inside. So thanks to all of our viewers for tuning in from around the world. This is day 1 of the Eye Kite Surf Pro. This is Kiahi de Aboides firing off a big turn and then just bailing out the back of that thing as it detonates and unloads on the reef there on the inside at Eye. So situation at the moment still has Mitu Montero actually looking like he's in a commanding lead at the moment with 14 points total. So he's currently counting a 7.33 and a 6.67. And once again, speak of the devil, big turn there from Mitu, dropping in, big smooth face. See if he can get another turn here on the inside. And he's just going to have to make it around this section, and that thing just running away down the reef. So Mitu Montero from Cabo Verde doing a great job starting off his campaign here at this second event of the KSP World Tour. This is Australian rider Kiahi de Aboides just skittering across the face of that wave through the inside. So we will count down the final minutes of this heat. Looks like we've still got a few minutes remaining. So Kiahi de Aboides will be looking to play catch up, needing a big score to overtake the lead from the Magic Man from Cabo Verde. So it looks like we've got Kiahi here on the inside on a bit of a frothy face. A nice little backhand snap there from Kiahi. See if he can get a couple more turns here and play catch up here with Mitu Montero. As you see the corner of our judges tower there come into frame.
Meaning that he just rode really quite far down, so that was all the way at the end, well, not at the end all of Eye, but pretty far down Eye, taking advantage of the whole length of this the break here, starting up on Chalmo and then running all the way down to One Eye.
So it looks like we've got Mitu Montero here coming in hot on yet another one. I'm sorry, that's my mistake. That is the rider in red. That's our local wildcard, Jerome Bonio. A little bit hard to see with the gray, blustery conditions we've got out there, but it looks like he's got himself a nice wave here. Let's see what he can do. A nice first turn. Great positioning on this wave. And this thing is probably going to just run down and away from him. Just going a million miles an hour and trying to keep things under control there. We've got pretty crazy conditions out here at the moment, so most riders just sort of trying to hold it together and getting off to a great start on day one here of the KSP One Eye Kite Surf Pro. So here we go. The man from Cabo Verde, Mitu Montero. Oh, trying to pull into a little barrel there. Not quite deep enough, but he's definitely hunting it. And just such smooth, graceful kiting there. Kite surfing, rather, from Mitu Montero.
Yeah, and he's definitely showing us why he got second place here at this event last year. Just delivering some great riding once again. Still leading the heat with 14.5 points. Kea de Arboidis in second place with 11.17 points on the judges' scoreboard here. And there's 1.5 minutes remaining in this heat. So 1.5 more minutes for Keahi.
So still counting down the final minute here of heat number 4, men's round 1. Looks like Mitu Montero in a commanding lead here, although Keahi was able to drop a 6.17. I think we possibly didn't quite catch that on camera because we were following Mitu, so these sets are quite stacked to the horizon, and it's often hard to follow both riders at the same time if they're both on a wave.
Yeah, and even though we do have 2 cameras out there, now it's, if they're on the 2 waves just behind each other, it's still difficult to switch back and forth and deliver both waves to you because you do want to follow the entire wave ride wherever possible.
So just counting down the final seconds of this heat, it looks like we may see one more scoring ride, possibly from Mitu Montero. Looks like he's headed in on this next set wave. But we'll wait to see if he will actually catch this thing in time to count. I'm sorry, that's actually Keahi de Arboidis, so hopefully he's going to be able to get one last score. He's needing an 8.33 to overtake the lead from Mitu Montero, so he's going to need something big.
And I don't know if that will actually still score. He was on the wave, I guess he was riding it in, so...
Hopefully he initiated his first turn before that red flag went up, and he's still going to get a scoring ride. Big snap there up in the pocket. And hopefully this is going to be a scoring ride for Keahi de Arboidis, the young Australian rider.
So that will put us again in the position where we're going to have to wait for those judges' scores to be validated and confirmed to see who actually took that heat. So we'll give you, or we will give over to Uli, who is standing on the beach with our last heat winner, Hartley McLaughlin. And when we come back, we'll hopefully be able to let you know who won this heat. But back down to Uli for now.
That he had so much fun out there. So how was it?
It was really good. It's really big, and there's some barrels, and we got a couple good ones. I got lucky. I'm just happy to make it through. Good time.
You suggested to keep it longer.
Yeah,
maybe 20 minutes.
I wish we had longer heats. It's bummed to only be out there for 15 minutes. I guess if I lost my heat, I could ride more today, but got to try and win them.
But you won the heat, your heat, and what is your forecast for the upcoming event?
I don't really know what it's going to do tomorrow. I think the waves are supposed to drop off and the wind's supposed to drop a little, so should clean up and get really nice. Hopefully hollow out a little better, so get some good barrels.
And how is the general feeling out there and between the other riders?
It's challenging, you know. Some people are having a hard time. I had a hard time, but it was really fun. I like being scared, so got my heart beating.
The most important is that you had your fun out there.
Yeah, it's the most important thing.
All right. Thanks a lot, and back to Christina Sky.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you, Uli, and thanks to Padre. That sounded, or it looked like Padre was pretty happy and pretty stoked there. It's a bit chilly, but you know, he's from Hawaii, and also in Hawaii it gets colder in the winter, so it's not like we're in the freezing European winter conditions right now. But it is definitely a bit colder than last year and a bit colder than expected. So the riders are wearing long wetsuits, or some of them, the ones that did bring long wetsuits out there, to keep warm in the cold, chilly winds. So this is the view that everyone that is standing on the beach here has right now. Cloudy, but yet a little bit of sunshine in between. That's when it's really nice and warm here on the beach. But really just a bit stormy today. That delivers us some really great window. Riders out there on 5-meter kites, riding the big waves and just really enjoying the conditions out there. The judges' tower you can see here in the picture, a little left of the middle of the frame. That's where our judges are sitting right now, scoring the riders. And of course also our media crew sitting out there, capturing the live action for you, and of course action footage for TV, video clips, and magazine coverage as well. So having heard Padre's little interview and having seen the heat between Me Too Montero, Keahi Dea Boydis, and Jerome Bonnieu, our local wildcard #1 here, we are still waiting to get the results confirmed from that heat, as we're waiting for heat #5 to come up. And heat #5, we're going to be seeing Mauricio Pedreira from Brazil, Machu Almeida from Cabo Verde, and Sebastian Schmidt from La Reunion, just right here around the corner. And I'm sure you want to know just as much as I do, did Keahi manage to beat Me Too in the last seconds of that heat, or is it going to be Me Too Montero that is taking the lead or the win in heat #4, and that will advance into round #4 straight away? So with our double consolidation, we are the way it works is that the heat winners of the round #1 advance 3 rounds further, because they actually won their first round and are just a little better than the other riders, at least in that round. And second and third place in round #1 will go into round #2, where then again they have another chance to win or lose, and if they lose then again, then they're out. So everyone gets 2 chances, and well, only after 2 lost heats will be kicked out of the competition. So everyone that then wins in round #2 goes into round #3, where again they will have to battle it out, and the winners from round '3 will then meet the winners from round '1 and go from there. But you can see the entire elimination ladder when you click on the heat round results button right next to our live stream player on the kspworldtour.com/live page. And it looks like we are getting ready for that next heat to come up, or to start better. And if you were wondering why it's just me talking now, while Sky brought you all the action earlier, Sky is actually getting ready for his heat. He's coming up in heat #6, so we will see him out on the water in just a few minutes. So this is rider in red that we see here. That looks like rider Sebastian Schmidt from the Reunion Island, getting ready just for his heat. And then we will have in the blue lycra Machu Almeida from Cabo Verde, who was having an incredible time here so far. He came off the water the other day just telling us that he had the best session of his life and that he thought that he rode the best ever. So I can't wait to actually see him. And that is not him right here, but this is Sebastian looking at his first wave there, now opting to drop back out of it, which was probably a good decision, seeing how this wave just closed out on him there. And we have Machu here in this next wave of the set. Oh, unfortunately with a little interference here in our live action cam. Did seem like that would have been quite a nice snap from Machu there, and getting another one in. Not quite at the end of the break there. That's where it gets really punchy. Once you get stuck there, you kind of really get caught by the wave, and the only option you have then is to ride over the reef and save yourself. And here again we have Sebastian from Reunion Island on his second wave, and that looks like quite a good ride for Sebastian here. Just getting one turn after the other in, which isn't easy in the conditions today with the swell direction we have, the waves, or a lot of the waves closing out quickly. So it really comes down to the wave selection, looking down the waves, spotting the good sections to hit and the ones that you really want to try and run around quickly. So that looks like it was a smart wave from Sebastian there, or maybe maybe a good choice of wave. And we will see the scores coming in for that in hopefully just a few minutes. So as we are still waiting to get the winner of heat number 4 confirmed, we are watching heat number 5 of the first round of the Eye Kite Surf Pro 2012. This is day number 1 of the event, of the 10-day holding period. And well, we started off with live action right on the first day, this time after waiting unfortunately for a long time in Portugal, and in the end we weren't able to finish the event there. But it looks a lot better this time, and forecast actually looking really good for the next 3 days. There's a big swell forecasted, and the weather is supposed to improve as well, so we're hoping for some nice sunny days with great swell and good action for you. As we see a rider in the white lycra riding in here, that is Mauricio Pedreira from Brazil. Mauricio doing really well here last year. He came in 3rd, and I'm sure he's going to hope for another great result at this year's Eye Pro. Looks like quite a nice wave he's chosen there. Also Mauricio spent quite a bit of time here preparing for the event, getting ready, just riding Eye as much as he can, getting used to the break, learning the break, and yeah, making the most of this wave for sure. And we do have a result for heat number 4. It does look like Me Too Montero actually did take the win over Keahi. The last ride of Keahi there still wasn't quite enough to win against Me Too, but still great riding from Keahi, and I'm sure we can expect a lot from him in the next upcoming rounds. Congratulations to Me Too. Great riding, just like last year, and he definitely knows the spot well. So back to heat number 5 between Mauricio Pedreira, Machu Almeida and Sebastian Schmidt, that are out on the water and battling it out right now. Let's see what they can do, who's going to be the next one up. And as we wait for the next rider to drop into a wave here, I would like to just give a little shout out to our main event sponsors. That's the MTPA, which is the Mauritian Tourism Board, and North Kiteboarding, our industry sponsor for this event, as well as the St. Regis Hotel and Monster Energy. Thanks to all those guys that have really helped to make the event here happen, and that are helping to bring One Eye back to your computer screens and TVs. It looks like those riders far out right now, just making their way back upwind. Both Mauricio and Machu, and actually also Sebastian, just riding some pretty long waves there just a few minutes ago, so obviously they'll have to tack back upwind. And in the meantime, I just give you the little overview of our beach and the tower out there again. You can see the waves rolling in. Obviously looking quite small from the beach, but believe me, once you're out there, it's quite impressive, and yeah, quite good size One Eye today. And everyone on Hawaii that is watching will actually be really stoked, because I have Padre McLachlan join me here in the commentary booth. Who's
what's up, you guys?
Getting straight off the water, straight from his Heat Winners interview, and now right here with us in the commentary booth, as we see Sebastian Schmidt.
Oh.
Padre.
Oh, it's so good out there right now. So much fun.
So, yeah, well, we haven't been out there yet, but you have.
Yeah, it's really good. There's some good ones coming through. It seems like it's bigger than last year.
Really?
Yeah, I think
well,
so.
I don't think, well, I'm not sure, I haven't been out there, but I think everyone behind the screens might agree with me that it might look a little smaller. But maybe it's just because the quality of the stream is better.
Yeah.
we have Machu here on a smaller one, trying to get maybe a smaller score on the scoreboard right now. It is Machu in lead with a 10-point lead over Mauricio with a 7 combined wave score right now. So Machu looking pretty good there.
Yeah, Machu's really good. He's from Cabo Verde. All those guys from Cabo Verde seem to be riding really well. So
you wonder why, huh? I mean, with Ponta Preta being right and One Eye being left, they really shouldn't be riding that well here.
Yeah, I know, but there's a lot of places, hidden spots in Cabo Verde, so I'm sure they get some lefts to practice on here and there.
Yeah, Papi.
Here's Mauricio, I think.
Yep.
Kind of a smaller wave, but nice little turn there.
Yeah. Nice little tail slide.
He's riding good. He went out for a free ride earlier on, and he was saying he got a really big barrel and made it. He was all psyched when he came in. So
I think he told everyone, because Sky was already telling us the same thing. But of course, you know, I mean, if you get a barrel like that, then you really want to tell everyone too. Yeah. So that's good.
It'll make your week.
Yeah. So how do the conditions compare to last year? I mean, you know, I know you're saying it's a little bigger maybe, but is it the wind? Is it okay with the wind? How is it without the sun? Is it really freezing cold?
I actually had a lot of fun when I was out there. I wish I could have rode longer, really. There's some sets coming through that probably 8 to 10 foot, like Hawaiian scale, so but I don't know, it's pretty intimidating. The wind's really strong and gusty.
Okay. But you did get to ride 15 minutes with just 2 other guys.
Yeah, it's true.
Only your problem is you actually won that first heat, so you have to wait until round number 4 now.
I know.
Oh, Sebastian on a nice wave
this one
there.
looks really clean and good.
Yeah. There's definitely some bumpy ones you can see, but this one looked really nice and smooth, and looks like he's definitely making the best with that too.
Yeah, conditions are challenging. I mean, I'm sure a lot of these riders don't get conditions like this to train on. So
well, Sebastian is from La Reunion, so I'm sure he gets conditions like that or close to that often. But I mean, being a backside rider, I'm sure is a lot more challenging here than riding frontside, you know, with the side offshore wind.
Now, Surfline said this month, go to Reunion. Mauritius is right next to Reunion, so I think we're going to get some waves.
And the good thing about Mauritius compared to La Reunion is that we have a lot less sharks and shark attacks here. So
yeah, I know, it's nice.
We're happy here.
It's a beautiful place.
Another nice wave, Mauricio on that. Nice first
Alright,
attack.
Mauricio. It's a good one. A little frothy.
Oh, just a little
Head dip. It's pretty nice though.
Yeah, no, it's a good way for him, I'm sure. Let's see if he's going to be able to catch up with Machu. It's close now.
Yeah, less than a point separating the two of them.
9.17, yeah. Machu's still sitting on his 10. We haven't seen much from Machu in the last few minutes, so he's going to definitely have to raise the bar if he wants to take this win away. We have 5 minutes remaining in the heat, so still plenty of time for Machu though.
Who's up next?
Papi's sitting here still all throttling going, and he's probably
so good. That was one of the best sessions I've ever had at One Eye.
Really?
Yeah,
that's
it's
really good.
Big. It's really big out there. It's definitely bigger than it was last year. I'd say every 15 minutes.
Okay.
There's a set 5 to 8 waves. Really, really big.
Okay, so we gotta. Well, you get one of those sets in your heat. You gotta be lucky to get the good one of it. And then the other waves are probably a little more rideable though, and you can do much more with them. Huh?
Yeah, some of the big ones are kind of mushing through, and it's hard to find the real steep section. But if you get a good one, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, sounds like it. Let's see.
It's the most important thing, right?
Let's see.
Gotta be fun.
We just gotta check the Facebook chat here. I'm sure there's a lot of comments coming in from you. Better win.
Oh, who's this? Somebody's on this. Mauricio.
Mauricio again.
Oh, this it's a bomb right there.
Oh, and
nice turn.
Still doing a little tail.
I think he might catch up to Machu with this score if he can hold it together.
If he would have gotten another turn in there, that would have been.
The reef here is so large that it's such a big playing field that sometimes there's only one peak and then it'll be really mushy. So it's tough, you know.
Here it is. Some comments here from Cruiser. I know Cruiser, your friend from Maui.
Yeah. It's got to be getting late over there.
Yeah, you don't know what time it is over there,
no,
Maui? No?
I don't know. I don't know anything right now. Can't get the grin off my face.
Padre only knows he had his best session at One Eye yet, and we don't know who did right or was, but we know that wasn't one of his best waves in his heat.
We got 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. Machu and Mauricio are tied right now. They both have 10s.
Oh, Jesus.
So, I think Mauricio has the higher wave total. I think that's what's giving him the first place score right now. He has a 5.33 over Machu's 5.17. So,
yeah, so Mauricio has the higher single one's wave score. So his highest wave score is 5.33 exactly.
Yeah. So at the moment, Mauricio will pass through this heat. It's really close.
Yeah, and Machu had a really good start of the heat, and he was enjoying it so much also over the last week. And he said he's never ridden so good in his life. He's a good goofy footer, so I'm sure it must be a lot more fun for him to ride here than in Ponta Preta.
I'm sure.
But, the good thing is if he doesn't win this heat, then he's going to get 2 more heats to ride.
Yeah, no, it's true.
To get to where you are. So, it maybe isn't such a bad thing in the end.
I know, that's the only bad thing about winning your heat. You don't get to go back out for so long.
Oh, yeah, but, on the other hand side, you can relax a little bit. And I'm sure you will be happy to maybe get out tomorrow when the waves are still pumping, but hopefully there's some sunshine out there.
Yeah. I think it's forecasted the wind's supposed to lighten off a little and the swell's going to drop, but a lot of times if it's a little bit smaller here, it actually hollows out better, so hopefully we'll see more barrel riding tomorrow.
Yeah, and with the wind, dropping just a little bit, it's probably going to be less bumpy and a little smoother faces as well.
Mauricio has a 12.4 now, so he's taking this away. 1 minute and 30 seconds left. Machu, I think, coming in on another little smaller one.
He needs that now.
I don't know if this is going to be
he needs a bigger one now, actually. Yeah. Well, I think it really depends on what he can do with it. Recovered from that one. Got hit in the head there. Nice return, but yeah, you're right. It's just too small of a wave, I think, too.
I don't think the wave is really going to be what he needs at the moment.
And that is a really good example for wave selection. I mean, Mauricio just had 2 bombs there, and those really made it for him.
I think that's the heat. It's over.
Yep. Okay,
Mauricio's
so
going to advance out of that one, 12.4.
we really would need to wait to get the final result confirmed. But with the last wave we saw of Machu there, I don't think there's going to be much of a change. So we do
unofficially Mauricio.
Unofficially,
like
Mauricio might win. But we will confirm that with you as soon as we're back from our interview. We have Uli standing at the interview wall with our last heat's winner, Me2 Montero. So let's give it down to Uli, and we will back with you. We will be back with you in a second. Oh my gosh.
All right. Thanks, Christine. I'm here with Me2 now, and share your experience with us. How was it out there?
It was nice. The condition is not so easy because the wave is really big and the wind strong. But it was fun on the water. I take some nice wave, I do my best and I pass my heat, so I'm happy.
How did you choose your waves?
It's not so easy, because it's really difficult to find a good wave. So I just go outside and I wait a little bit, and I just take one nice wave. It open a lot, so I do some tricks there, and it was nice.
And how was your feeling out there? Did you expect that you're gonna win this heat, or?
No, because I just go in the water, I try just to do my best and, to take my wave and just to be fun, in the water. And then if I win, it's okay. If not, it's okay, but it was nice.
So the most important thing, you had fun out there?
Yeah, for sure. For sure I want to win, But I think the most important, to be for fun. And here in Mauritius, this is the second time we are here. We have a good condition. So it's really nice to be here, to go on the water with a lot of different rider. And it was nice.
All right, thanks a lot. Hope to see you later. And back to Christine. Thank you.
Thank you, Uli and Me2. And another happy heat winner. Me2 has definitely shown us why he got second place here in last year's event. He went out there, first wave he took was a winner, and he's been ripping. And I just heard from Padri.
Yeah, looks like I get a rematch with Me2. That'll be fun.
So in round number 4 we will see Me2 and Padri. But no matter who of you wins and loses, you will still be in the contest.
Yeah.
You'll have 2 chances. So that's actually good. And that's, again, why it's a good thing to win your first round.
That's good.
So you'll have another chance anyways.
Oh, don't worry, I'm not complaining.
Okay, so we're getting ready for the next heat, which is heat number 6 of the first round here on day 1 of the Eye Kite Surf Pro 2012. But Padri, who do we have up?
We got Sky Solbach from the United States, Felipe Ferreira from Brazil, and Luke McGillivray from South Africa.
Yeah, that's gonna be
Luke's the only goofy footer in this heat, so he's gonna have a little bit of an advantage as far as that goes. It's tough being backside out there, but.
Yeah, and I mean, I haven't seen Felipe ride out here yet, but he was definitely impressing all of us in Brazil, where he was just riding backside incredibly well. Huh?
Yeah.
So
Sky and Felipe both ride really well backside, so it's going to be an interesting heat. I can't wait to watch.
It looks like they're still preparing for their heat, and we are on the kspworldtour.com/live page. You will see once their heat goes live and the first scores come up. Padri replacing Ben Ben Meyer right now. No, actually, Padri just joined me here in the commentary booth since Sky had to go out for his heat, so we are excited to watch Sky, obviously. But we were talking about Ben Meyer, our full-time commentator, earlier. Ben is gonna be here, so you guys don't have to miss him for too much longer. He's just a little late, Ben style, so we're trying to make up for him. Thanks, Padri, for jumping in.
Oh, no worries. I'll try my best. I'm not quite John Madden, but I'll try.
And here, there's some support for Lou coming in on the live stream. So South Africa is watching too. Well, for them it's easy because it's pretty much the same time zone. I think there's 1 hour difference. I'm still impressed by the guys that are tuning in from Hawaii, where I think Jenna was telling us earlier it's 11:30 in the afternoon, in the evening, obviously.
Oh, no wonder I'm tired. I just got here yesterday, so I'm still a little bit jet lagged myself.
Padre had a little bit of a crazy trip. Yeah, I mean, what do you think, Padre? Usually you come to an event site a week before or so to get used to the conditions. It didn't really look like it was too much of a disadvantage for you that you didn't do that.
Yeah, I actually heard the last 4 or 5 days before the event started had no wind, so
you did well there.
I didn't miss anything.
Oh, and here we go, rider in white.
Yeah, he
That
started
would be
right here. Sky's up on a pretty big one. Nice little turn.
And he's riding the same board you were riding, huh?
Yeah, somebody took Sky's car from the parking lot with all of his gear, so he's borrowing all of his equipment out there right now.
Oh, it's good to know because my gear is in that same car.
You can use my kite if you want to.
Thanks for telling me.
Is there a kite down there? I thought I saw a kite down in the water. I'm not sure.
I didn't see that, but
it looks like all the competitors still have their kites up, so.
Which is a good thing.
Yeah.
We did see a kite go down earlier. Actually, you might not have seen it, but Bastian Boller dropped his kite and actually had to release, and that was pretty early on in his heat. So that's obviously a bummer if you're getting a chance to ride with 2 other riders at one eye, and then you kind of wasted that chance. But let's see who's going to be next up here. Felipe Ferreira will be the one rider in the blue lycra, and then Luke McGillivray is in red. So hopefully easy for us to spot.
Yeah, Luke has a bright red wetsuit too, so he'll be really easy to see.
See, good inside information. I didn't know that. But yeah,
Right,
three riders going upwind.
Yeah, we're just waiting for some sets to roll through.
In the meantime, we can just give you our beautiful view here and show you once again where the judges are sitting out there on the tower.
We got Sky on another wave here, so.
Back to the action.
Action.
Opting to drop out of this one.
That was probably a smart move. You know, wave selection is really big when it comes to getting a big score.
Yeah, and talking about scores, waiting for the first scores to drop here.
So far, I think Sky is the only one to catch a wave. All right, here we go. We got Luke up front side. Kind of a smaller wave here, but it's just trying to get some scores on the board. 15 minutes, it's good to stay busy. Kind of a little lull in the action right now, so looks like these guys are just waiting for some sets to roll through. I believe the tide's dropping right now, so hopefully the waves will start to hollow out a little bit more here in the future. Here we go, Felipe. Nice little turn, little air drop. I don't think he's going to get around this section now. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not going to be a huge score for him, but it'll get him on the board.
And there we kind of could see that the advantage that Padre was talking about between goofy footers and regular footers here. With the side offshore winds here at one eye, I mean, it's just a little more difficult to ride backside. You've got to tweak your body real hard, and then the wind really tries to pull you out of the wave a little bit at all times. So you can just hold it a little better riding front side, Padre. You've got the advantage here.
It's good to be goofy foot here.
Is that a blue kite? Yeah, that's Sky up again. That looks like a nice wave for him there.
This is a good one. Not huge, but nice hollow. Good shape to it. Couple good turns.
Snap and
Sky's got to be happy with that.
So, didn't stay open for much longer.
He had a good turn there, though. I think that's going to be the highest score of the heat so far.
Little setup turn, and then.
Right now, Luke's in the lead with a 5.5, but we're waiting for the last scores to come in from the judges. So,
yeah. So, for now, that might bring Sky back into the lead, but still, quite a bit of time remaining, and
that was Sky probably had the best wave that we've seen so far.
9 minutes remaining. Hopefully, many more waves being ridden, and hopefully, Felipe will also get some good scores, and Luke will be able to better this as well.
It's definitely a little lull in the waves right now.
Yeah, but just as the heat started, actually, it seemed like there was a set rolling in. So just
here we go. Here's Luke. Luke's got a pretty good wave right here. Hopefully it'll line up.
Oh. Wanted it a little too much. Got kind of stuck there on the top, but
It's
again,
tough to control your nerves out there. You know? It's big and windy, and you have 15 minutes to try and get as many waves as you can, so it can be a little stressful.
there you got it right from the competitor that just got back in. And here we go with what is it, Ryder?
Sky again.
It looked like Ryder in blue, so that was probably Felipe riding backside, but probably opted out on that one. And that is Luke again, up on
Definitely a
rather
frothier
smaller
wave.
one. Oh, gosh. Not getting too great of a picture right now. So,
satellite.
just giving you the overview for a second. Luke only being on a smaller wave there anyways, that's not really going to do much for his scores.
Yeah, I don't think that's what he was looking for.
And it is...
We got Sky on a nice wave here up the reef.
Just with... that one is not going to do it for him, yeah.
It's not going to be the score he's looking for.
It's a little challenging. I mean, here as you can see again on the overview, that out there is where the tower is. It's really windy today. It's kind of wet too, so our technical equipment definitely battling. And sorry for some interferences at times, but we're trying to deliver the best quality stream we can.
We're just happy to be bringing you some live images all the way from Mauritius. It's tough to set up, a world-class live stream like we got going here from such a remote island. We're in the middle of the Indian Ocean, and it's a beautiful day. Maybe not the sunniest, but it's windy and there's waves, so everyone's happy around here. Looks like there's a set coming in on the outside. Right here we got Sky on the outside.
Looks like he is the wave machine in that heat. He's also in the lead now.
He's got the lead by quite a bit. He's got a 3-point lead at the moment.
Yeah.
Good.
3.01. Just a little more. to be German and quite exact. But yeah, that's a good position for him to be in. And the surprising thing is that it's both Sky and Felipe, in first and second place right now.
Luke had a good start to the heat, but he's been unable to get any good backup waves. So.
And with you, as you were saying, Padre, Luke is the only roofie footer out here. So you were thinking he was going to have an advantage.
Yeah.
Maybe not at this point, but things can change. Still 5 minutes to go in this heat.
Looks like we're getting a little pulse in the swell here, so hopefully these riders can get some good waves. Bring you guys some action.
I hope so too. While we're waiting for the action, should we just mention some of the riders here? I'm going to give a shout out to our event main sponsors, which is the Mauritian Tourism Board, the MTPA, as well as St. Regis. Oh, now we do have Luke up. Not quite.
It looks like it's getting tough out there. It seems like the waves are sectioning out and closing out a little more.
Yeah, you were.
I don't know if these guys are really far up the reef or what. During my heat, it seemed like the best ones were coming in down low on the reef. So
yeah, towards one eye.
Yeah.
You were saying that it's gusty, really strong and gusty out there. So I'm sure that's probably challenging for some of the riders that are not so used to.
And it's changing all the time too. It's really squally. So when the rain comes through, the wind gets really strong, and then after the rain passes, it can get a little bit lighter. So it's definitely tough. But
what size were you out on?
That's really nice. I was on a 5.
Oh, on a 5.
Yeah. I haven't ridden a 5. I can't even remember the last time I was on a 5.
So I'll be on the same size kite as you are.
Here, I think this is Sky in white.
Ooh. And yeah, that looks like is he still in that wave? Hard to tell. He's hiding behind the other one in front. No, I think he opted out to drop out of that one.
No. There he is.
Running away from it. That's probably not one of his better scores of this heat, but
here we got Luke again up front side. Nice turn, nice section there.
So
kind of frothy and bumpy.
I think he's having some problems with the bump there for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
We already saw him go down earlier. where he was also in a really nice wave, just getting stuck on the top there.
It's tough to be strapless with all the chop on the wave. It really wants to kick you off. It's alright though, Luke's up on another one. He's down the reef a little further, and during my heat, the best ones were coming in down there, so I don't know how it is right now, but
yeah, I think it's still really depends on the waves you are getting. I mean, you know, when the waves are smaller, usually if you're really up at Chamo, then you usually get something there still. But once the bigger sets roll in, then you might want to be further down there.
We got 3 minutes left, and it looks like Sky advanced his lead a little bit there. So
by 0.5 points, yeah, Sky in the lead.
I gotta be happy for my teammate there.
You gotta also be happy because your heat score was actually quite a bit higher than the highest heat score in this heat so far. So that means
it's good.
You've done some pretty good riding there, Patri.
I think Me2 has the highest heat total of the event so far, so that's what I'm up against.
That's right. Yep, 15.66 for Me2. That's definitely the highest heat score of the event so far. And you are actually in with the second highest heat score so far, 12.17. But, you know, let's watch this one. There's
Luke's on a nice one. Getting a little static there from the rain. But this might be a good score for him. It looks like one of the better waves of the day. Or of this heat, at least. It's a little double up.
Yeah, gotta get the good ones to get the good scores, I guess.
Yeah, who's this? Sky again in white. This looks like a really good wave, too.
Nice, yeah. He's actually picking quite some good waves there.
Yeah. He's a seasoned competitor. So.
We were saying that with Abel earlier. Oh, just making it, well, one turn wave. That's not going to do much for him. But we were saying that with Abel earlier, and obviously also Me2. You know, they've got so much competition experience. They know what to do and what not to do. And it became very obvious in Gilly's heat, actually. He was not riding any waves for the first 7 minutes of his heat and just waiting for the good ones. And then just got 2 awesome waves in the last minute, basically, and then taking the lead.
You definitely don't want to be down at the bottom of the reef when the best set comes in, so wave selection is really, really important out there.
Yeah, for sure. And we got we got 30 seconds left in this heat, so so far still Sky in the lead, and but Felipe did better. His total heat score to 8.1.
Went out to 3.03 lead for Sky.
Where did you see that? You need some glasses, Patrick.
You're right, I actually do need glasses. 2.0.
This seems to be, Felipe again up here. Well, that might be definitely going to be his last wave of the heat, yeah. And not able to do much with it.
I don't think that's going to be the score you really needed.
No, so again, this is not official because we are always waiting for the official decision, final decision from the judges once they finalize the scores here in the heat. But it looks like Sky might have taken the win in this heat number 6 in the first round, with Felipe Ferreira from Brazil coming in second, and Luke McGillivray from South Africa in third. We will confirm that as we see Sky riding his last wave there.
Yeah, he's just having fun now.
I don't think that's going to score.
Like
still,
I said, 15 minutes isn't enough time out there.
Yeah, you definitely would like to stay longer, that's for sure.
I could kite all day out there.
Yeah, but again, we confirm the score for you once we're back from our interview. And Uli is standing by for the interview down there with Mauricio Pedreira, with the last heat winner. And we are gonna go give it down to Uli in just a second. So here we go, Uli and Mauricio.
Okay, thanks, Christine. I'm here with Mauricio now, our oldest competitor of all of them, and he's from Brazil. And how was it? Tell me.
Was really good, huh? The conditions there, extreme, strong wind, big waves. It's not lined up, kind of messy. But I managed to find a barrel, a little pit, so I'm really happy, really stoked. I think being like the oldest one, the advantage is to have experience more than the others, I don't have the youth, but, sometimes this can make difference in these kind of conditions.
And last year you finished here in Mauritius as the third. So what is your expectation for this year?
Try to make the final. I almost made last year, so I'm psyched to go all the way. If I can fight good waves and keep doing good, I hope that I'll be there.
And how did you practice for this year, Mauritius?
At home we have like a left-hander over there that is called Ibiraquera. That we get some good condition with size. Of course, not like here, it's a sand bottom, but we get big waves, so you get used to the hush.
So you're good prepared and you're ready to win this year.
Let's wait. I hope.
All right. Thanks a lot, and back to Christine.
Can I?
Thank you, Oli. Thank you, Mauricio. And well, that was already the heat winner, Mauricio being the heat winner of heat number 5. We saw heat number 6 just now with Sky Solbach, Felipe Ferreira and Luke McGillivray. And Sky Solbach did take the win in that one. So he's advancing into round number 4. And Felipe and Luke are going to be seen again in the next heat, or next round, not next heat, sorry. Next up is going to be heat number 7 now, Patri, and we're going to have another good heat coming up. I mean, there's really no heats that are not good, so we're having
Sebastian and Pedro, both from Brazil, and Tian coming from France. I watched Pedro out there a little bit yesterday. He's been riding really, really well. He's the goofy footer in this heat. So.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, right. Sebastian also being a regular, but also another regular footer that really impressed us with his backside riding in Peru last year. Please. And Pedro, new on the tour this year, being a pro surfer for years and years, being the 2000 ASP Junior World Champion, and I think in 2005 he was the Brazilian surfing champion. So
nice.
He's now transitioning into the kite circuit, but I think One Eye is really going to play into his cards.
Yeah,
being
definitely.
a goofy footer and also really being able to surf the wave here with the side offshore waves. Huh?
Yeah, you don't have to have as much kite control to really be able to ride really well here. Pedro hasn't actually been kiting for too long, but he's riding really, really good. I've been really impressed.
I'm most impressed really with his work ethic. He's always the first one on the beach, the first one pumped. He's so motivated. He's out there training every day, no matter what it is, surfing, kiting. As soon as there's a little bit wind, he will have to kite up, and it's quite amazing. He definitely has that motivation to make it, and he wants to qualify for next year's tour, so he's got to place top 10, and we keep our fingers crossed for him, huh?
Yeah. Really nice guy, really friendly. Hope to see him back.
Yeah. And we have some comments coming in here. Zach is asking, why isn't Felix on the mic? Well, unfortunately, Felix can also only do one job. So Felix is actually one of our judges, and so he is out there on a little tower that you see in the middle of that picture there, judging, having one of the best views in the world right now, probably.
Yeah, I don't know if we want to mic the judges too. Who knows what they're saying?
And yeah, I mean, we could probably put a mic in the judges' tower, but you wouldn't want to hear that. And Alex Hapgood is commenting on your heat, Patri. What did the pro make of?
The pro, I'm pretty sure he's talking about the Pro Series board. And
yeah,
it's really good. I went out earlier for about an hour with the contact, trying to tune in my gear, and I opted to go with the Pro board. And it's really good. It's my favorite board in the line so far. And I had a little input designing it, so it's kind of my baby.
So obviously, Alex, he likes it a lot, and it did work really well out there.
Yeah. It's a really good board for surfing and for kiting both. So if you want to travel somewhere with one board, it's the one that'll do it for you.
Yeah. Patri, I noticed that over the years, you like to ride really pretty small boards, huh?
Yeah. The board I was riding today was a 511, which is the same size board that I surf too. So I'm starting to move my way up a little, but I think in smaller waves with onshore wind, I like to ride a 5.8 or a smaller board.
Just so the guys on Hawaii can see you too for a change. Patri, the guy that has helped to develop the Pro board from North, and that likes to ride small boards. Thanks for joining us in the commentary booth here, Patri. We give it back to the overview cam as we're waiting for the next heat to start. And again, the next heat is going to be Sebastian Ribeiro from Brazil, Etienne Lode from France, and Pedro Henrique from Brazil. That's going to be heat number 7 in the round number 1 here at the Eye Kite Surf Pro 2012. And I was mentioning the sponsors earlier, Patri, while we were still in that heat, but never got to really finish them. So let me continue. I had already mentioned the MTPA and North Kiteboarding, which is our industry sponsor for the event. And then our other main sponsors are St. Regis and Monster Energy. So they're joined by a long list of local partners that I'm sure we will mention throughout the event. But it looks like now we got some...
it looks like the heat's starting, so back to the action.
Action going. Some wave action for now. The heat has started, so we're just waiting for the first rider to drop into a wave and make it look good. Okay, who is it gonna be? Patri, what's your bet? Sebastian,
My
Etienne, or
bet?
Pedro?
Ooh, I can't bet against any of these guys, man. They're all my friends.
Well, in the last heat, you were saying Luke McGillivray would have an advantage.
Yeah, I think
Because-
Pedro's going to have the advantage, to be honest with you. I mean, coming from a surfing background, he really rides really well strapless, and he's frontside, so...
See, maybe that's just unlucky though, because Luke actually was third in the last heat, so hopefully that's not a bad omen. But here we have the
It's a
first rider at
Sebastian
that.
right here.
It would be Etienne actually, since he's in the blue lycra. So Sebastian is going to be in the white lycra, and this is Etienne
Alright.
in the blue lycra.
That's a pretty good wave. He had 2 or 3 good turns on there, so it's a good opening score for him.
And that obviously also was a smart move. Etienne also having been competing for a long time. So
There's Pedro up front side in the red jersey.
not making that one. He dropped, kind of looked like he got pulled out of it a little bit. And that maybe is when the kite control does come into play a little.
Sebastian's on a pretty good wave here.
Oh, switching to the other action camera. That's not really giving us too much. Okay, sorry. Yeah, and with the 2 action cameras, we do have the chance to go always to the one that has less interference, as we are battling with the strong windy and rainy conditions out here. But it looks like we have Etienne dropping into another wave. And Etienne just with a nice turn here. It's another good little wave for Etienne then. And now they're just gonna have to go back upwind and get ready.
I'm interested to
for
see
the
what the
next
judges have to say about that exchange.
Maybe let's refresh the scoring site here and see if there's already some scores dropping in from the judges' tower. Not so far. And Etienne's score is actually the only one on the scoreboard in the heat so far. So his first wave got a 2. That's the wave that, yeah, I mean, he basically just the start of the heat, his first wave. He got a couple nice turns on there. I kind of would have expected it to be a little more than a 2, but maybe we missed something too.
It wasn't really the biggest wave of the day or anything.
No, it seems like the judges are really scoring high for the wave selection here. So the big waves are scoring high, and I'm sure that's what they want to see out here at One Eye. Big monsters.
I think this might be Etienne again. He's really staying busy in this heat.
Different tactics coming into play here. As Etienne's doing a nice little top turn there. And still riding that wave. So
yeah, that was a pretty good wave. Got some
Still
good
not a
sections
turn.
in there. Three nice turns so far. So I think this is probably going to be the biggest score in the heat so far.
And oh, was there somebody in that wave? Yes, there was, and that's actually Pedro. And I didn't know if he pulled into that or not because he was hidden behind the wave in front, but he didn't, luckily.
Yeah,
he would have been
trying to get barreled out there. Oh, nice little barrel there. That'll be a good score for him. I think the judges are really rewarding pulling into the barrel.
Yeah, of course. Size and barrel.
Yeah.
So Kadrina, you know your tactics for the next heat. But that's going to take a while since you've advanced into round number 4. Yeah. I am wondering, so it's 2 o'clock local time here now, and I'm wondering, we can probably run until 5:30 in the evening since it gets dark really early here on Mauritius. 6 o'clock it's going to be pitch dark, and obviously we still have to get everyone off the water from the tower and so on. So I think we might be running until 5:30. We'll see what the head judge says. But we should get a few more heats done until then. So round number 1, hopefully finishing today. Ooh, that was Etienne again. Just
I think his leash broke right there.
Ah, man, we had another leash breaking earlier today. We had another leash break earlier today when Gilly, broke his leash in his heat. But unluckily, he still managed to ride a few good waves in the end of his heat.
Yeah,
And
his leash is
somebody
broken
actually
there.
helping him. Look at that.
Yeah, friendly competitor right there.
I wonder that blue, that should be Etienne, but it doesn't really look like Etienne. I'm wondering if that's maybe already somebody from the next heat.
Yeah, it's probably somebody out there just waiting for their next heat.
So let's see who that could be. The next heat, in blue, that would be Max Bonnier, and it actually looked like Max Bonnier with the blonde hair. So Max being our local hero, he was competing in the main contest last year already, and did the best of the local riders, and so he automatically got a spot on this year's competition for this year, and we will see him in the next heat. But now he is actually helping to recover the board here, which is incredibly nice of him. So Etienne hopefully will be able to get back to his board and maybe get another couple of waves, which he could use, because right now he's got a 2 and a 4 with a combined heat score of 6 on the scoreboard here. And as we were saying, seeing a nice set rolling in here, I'm gonna pass it on. I'm gonna welcome Sky Swoldop back into the tower, and I'm gonna pass it over to Sky.
Some of the local guys hanging out, having a good time, listening to music.
All right, I'm coming back into the booth.
All right, congratulations, Sky.
With a monster.
I'm a little more awake than I was when I went out, but I'm feeling pretty good, man. That was definitely shook out the nerves out there and got wet, and just grabbed a monster on my way back up the beach, and I'm all fired up to watch some more heats now. So
yeah, you did a good job out there. You got some good ones.
it was pretty tough going, man. It wasn't like the typical normal one-eye we're used to, where it's all like one nice wall. It was just kind of all sectiony and waves kind of coming from all different directions, but there's definitely some energy out there in the ocean. There's a lot of water moving around and pushing across the reef. As we can see there, that's a nice looking set.
Yeah, here's a big set coming in. Here's Pedro off the front side.
So that was Pedro Henrique, the rider from Brazil. Looks like he's currently sitting in the lead here. Patri, I just joined this heat, but looks like he's got a 6.5 and a 3.17. And Sebastian Ribeiro sitting in second place, needs a 5.18 to overtake the lead back from Pedro.
I'm really curious to see what the scores are from the last set there. It's probably one of the biggest sets we've seen in a while. So it looked like Sebastian got a good wave there. Pedro didn't look like he was really able to capitalize. He is in the lead right now.
So was that Etienne Lot? Looks like he may have recovered his board. I saw he was looked like he snapped his reach there or something earlier on the heat. Huh?
Yeah, Max was kind enough to bring him his board back.
Oh, that's good for him. All right, well here there's looks like we got a couple more sets lining up out the back. And just to talk a little bit about some of these riders in this heat, Pedro Henrique, who is new on tour this year. We were hoping to see him perform in our first event in Portugal. However, we didn't get much wind there, and we were only able to run a few heats, so we didn't really get a chance to see him too much. But Pedro comes from a pro surfing background. He was actually world junior champion in the year 2000, and he's been a top 44 WCT competitor as well as a WQS surfing competitor for a number of years. So Pedro bringing a lot of surf knowledge into the game here, and he started kiting a few years ago, probably 3-4 years ago, and he's all fired up to continue his competitive career, but of course switching over to the kite, and this wave I think really suits him from what I've seen out here. I think you've probably been riding with him a lot, Patrick.
Yeah, I saw him out there yesterday. He's really, really good. Impressive rider.
And he's
looks like him and Etienne are tied right now, but Pedro has a higher wave score there, so he's sitting in the lead still.
Yeah, so both of those riders with 9.67 heat score totals, but as Patrick said, Pedro is still in the lead with that higher second wave. So, yeah, Pedro, this being his natural stance, forehand out here at One Eye, I think this wave really suits him. And it's just pretty challenging out there at the moment with, when I was just out there, I was surprised how sort of broken up all the swell was. So not the typical lined up One Eye that we're accustomed to. So I think that pretty much does it for this heat here between Pedro Henrique from Brazil, Etienne Lot from France, and Sebastian Ribeiro from Brazil. It looks as though Pedro Henrique is going to come out on top.
2 minutes left.
Okay, we'll try to get a time check here. This heat may still be in progress, but we'll wait to get the word on that. In the meantime, we'd like to thank our sponsors here of the KSP One Eye Pro. We'd like to thank the MTPA, North Kiteboarding, St. Regis Hotel, and Monster Energy. And it looks like
it is still underway.
Looks like we've
got
still
Sebastian here in white. He needs a good score here to get back in the game. This looks like a good wave.
So Sebastian coming around the corner here, kind of getting caught up in the foam ball and having a little bit of a transmission issue there. We'll try to stick with this wave. And nice swooping cutback there from Sebastian. I don't think that's going to be enough.
Oh,
nice hack off the top there.
This is going to be a good score for him.
Another good hack. Okay, I think I spoke too soon. That may be a great wave there from Sebastian.
Yeah, I think that's the best wave we've seen from him so far.
So Sebastian's going to go ahead and kick out of that thing.
1 minute left.
So just about a minute remaining in this heat. So just to give you a little view of where we're sitting here in the commentary booth. This guy all back here, Patrick McLaughlin from Maui. And we won't make you stare at our ugly mugs too long. Beautiful day here shaping up in Mauritius. The sun is starting to come out. You can see a little patch of blue sky there. And hopefully we'll have clearing skies throughout the weekend, and these conditions will clean up a little bit, and it won't be so much...
Oh, Sebastian got a 7.83 with that last wave. That puts him in the lead with a 12.33. That just shows you right there, wave selection is huge out there. He waited for a nice one with some good sections to it. Nice steep wave.
Yeah, and I didn't really think that was going to be much of a wave when he sort of, after that first turn, he kind of got caught up. I was thinking, might as well kick out and go find another one. But he did really well to sort of regain his composure and got 2 or 3 really good turns there at the end. I hit the closeout section, got a really nice re-entry.
You can see the judges are really rewarding turns in the critical section of the wave. So Sebastian did a really good job.
Yeah, and that's not always easy to find out there. Pedro with a little foam climb there, seeing if he can find a little something on the inside.
It's tough. Some of the bigger waves come through mushy, so sometimes getting the biggest one isn't always the best call.
Yeah, it sort of took me a while out there just now in my heat to sort of get my bearings, and it's kind of breaking on a different part of the reef than it normally breaks, so kind of got to play the game a little bit and find some different lineups and figure out where the waves are going to actually connect through.
Some of the local guys are saying this isn't the best swell direction for One Eye. They're saying tomorrow the swell's supposed to shift directions and start to peel down the reef a little bit better. So,
all right, so it looks like we've got someone taking a look at this wave. I believe this heat is now over. So we just got a time check there, and I believe that Sebastian Ribeiro has taken this heat out. So that's heat number 7 of round 1. Looks like Sebastian Ribeiro, the Brazilian rider, coming in the dying seconds of that heat and taking the heat win. So I believe I'm supposed to actually be getting interviewed at the moment, and sitting in here commentating. I'm not sure how that works, but
we can improvise. So how was your heat out there, Scott?
Well, it was pretty good, Patry. I had a couple of waves, and I came away with the win. That was pretty fun. I mean, I had a good time. It was definitely pretty challenging to, as I was saying, just try to find the right lineups and figure out where the waves were breaking. And for the first couple of minutes, I was just kind of guessing where I needed to line up. And to be honest, I didn't really feel that great out there because just the waves were so kind of. I'm used to it, just walling up and running along the reef, and it wasn't really doing that. So I kind of felt like maybe I wasn't catching the good waves, but I guess the other competitors in my heat were kind of having the same issues. So
yeah, you definitely got the best waves of the heat out there from what I saw.
Well, that's good to know. I was stoked to come in and see my name advancing onto the 4th round. So we're just gonna take a quick break here and see a quick word from our sponsors, and we'll be back with you here shortly at day 1 of the KSP One Eye Pro. We are back live here from Mauritius at One Eye. I'd like to take this little break in the action to thank our sponsors. I'd like to say a huge thank you to MTEL for providing our internet connection here on the beach. MTEL just going above and beyond and giving us a great internet connection here out on this remote beach way out in the middle of the Indian Ocean. And it's amazing what kind of stuff they can do with technology these days. We're able to broadcast these images to you live all the way from beautiful Lemoore, Mauritius. So I'd also like to thank the MTPA of Mauritius, that's the tourism board, North Kiteboarding, St. Regis Hotels, and of course Monster Energy, which I'm just taking a big sip of right now. So we've got a lot of heats to come still this afternoon. Currently 2:15 p.m. here local time in Mauritius. I'm Sky Solbach, sitting here with Patry McLaughlin. We were lucky enough to go out and ride One Eye with one other person this morning.
I know, it's been amazing. I had so much fun in my heat out there. I came in just
So it looks like we've got live action here. The next heat is getting underway. So we will hopefully see our live scoring widget here update, and we will be able to bring you these scores live as they drop from our judges. So you had one wave out there, Patri, earlier. I saw you. It was one of your first waves. I think you kind of did a late snap and then you like airdropped back in the thing.
That was crazy.
It looked like you had foot straps on. You did really well to like actually stick that drop.
I had another one too. I don't know if you guys saw it, but I didn't stick this one, but I did a turn on kind of a mushy section, and the thing hit the reef and jacked, and I tried to do an airdrop, and it was solid 10 feet through the air, and I just exploded on the landing. It was pretty incredible.
Some of the lips out there was one wave I was on where the lip just landed next to me and just exploded around me. There's quite a bit of power when that lip comes down on the shallow reef. It just kind of, the water just blows all different directions.
Earlier on, I went out for a little free ride to try and get my gear all sorted out. On the way out, I saw a set come through that was solid 8 foot, and the thing barreled huge, and it just had the thickest lip on it. It looked like chopu or something. It's pretty incredible.
Yeah, it's pretty fun out there just to be able to play amongst those big mountains of water coming in and just try to find your position and hopefully not be in the wrong position when the thing jacks and hits the reef. But we do have this next heat coming up. This is going to be a huge heat. In fact, we've got Ayrton Cozzolino, last year's world champion and the winner of this One Eye Pro here last year in 2011, up against Max Bonnieu from Mauritius. Oh, there's Ayrton hitting a piece of chop and ejecting through the back of the wave. And we've also got the local wild card coming out of the trials this morning, who I will try to get an ID on in just a moment here. So this is the last heat of round 1 here on day 1. It looks like we've got live action there. Ayrton Cozzolino, little casual turn, maybe not quite what he was looking for. He's going to kick out and go find something a little better. So Ayrton's been out here obviously riding quite a bit over the last week or so, warming up, and he's had some great days out here already. This wave really suits him well. He's a natural goofy footer, if I can put it that way. This is his natural stance. So he's used to surfing this way, facing the wave. So really suits him here in Mauritius, and I can't wait to see what he's going to do when he finds a good wave out here. So coming up after this men's round 1, we will go straight into women's round 1, I believe. And we're going to have some great female matchups coming up. But first, this is live action here. Ayrton Cozzolino up against Max Bonnieu and one of our local wildcards coming out of the trials this morning.
This is Max up on this one in the blue jersey. He's really familiar with this wave. He probably can read it better than most other people out there.
This looks like he's just sort of setting up for this thing and can't quite see what's down the reef from him, but he looks like he's in no hurry to get around the next section, and now this thing is starting to wall and looks like it will probably run away from him down the reef.
It's a nice set coming here. Here's Ayrton.
Oh, Ayrton on a nice looking wall here.
Yeah, this is a big one.
Nice little setup, first turn. Comes around the corner here. Blows the tail out. And let's see if he's going to be able to get the closeout section. Not going to happen. He's going to straighten out over the reef. So still plenty of time remaining in this first heat. And we'll wait for scores to drop from that first little exchange. I'm sure there will be bigger and better waves to be ridden as we go along in this heat. So Patri just showed up from Maui just a few days ago. You got here pretty late for the event this
I
year.
got here yesterday, actually.
You got here yesterday?
Yeah. Showing up last minute. I'll be here for 2 months, though, so a month after this event's over. And I'm looking forward to it.
Not a bad place to spend 2 months in prime surf season.
Yeah, I'm not complaining. I look forward to many, many sessions out here.
We've been sitting in Hawaii for the last 3 months. It's been flat as a pancake.
Yeah. Definitely one of the worst summers I've ever seen, at least on Maui.
But now we're down here straight into the middle of winter. And so Ayrton Cozzolino there, just getting blown out the back of that thing. I was actually surprised how side shore the wind was out there in my heat. I was actually having to steer my kite a little bit, which is not that normal here at One Eye. Normally you can just kind of park it and the side offshore just allows you to sort of stay high on the wave face and surf the wave, but it's pretty southerly today, which is probably the reason that it's so blown apart. But still some really good sized waves out there, and if you can line up the right one, there's some incredible rides to be had. So this is day one of the 2012 Kite Surf Pro here at One Eye in Mauritius. Contest director is just starting this thing off with a bang this morning, getting everyone out there early and getting this thing underway. Here comes Max.
Another good one. This one's a nice steep wave. You got a good turn there.
Oh, and just catching a rail.
It's one of those situations where you're really lucky to have a kite. If you were just surfing right there, you'd definitely be grinding across the reef. But
that's for sure.
Luckily enough, you have the kite, pulls you out the back. It's really great. Oh, Ayrton had a nice turn there.
All right, so Ayrton Cozzolino dropping in this thing. Let's see what else he's got. Boom, snapping that one up into the lip. And
he has a different style on his turn than anyone else I've seen.
Yeah, he kind of just like
really lays into it.
He really lays into it. He really rails into it. He just kind of like, I don't know, he just kind of throws his body up into the lip and really just
looks really cool.
Cranks his board around and kind of does like a gouge / layback snap.
Really gets the rail in there.
Really powerful style. And it's surprising because Ayrton's not a big guy. I mean, he's probably 5'8", 140 pounds. He's a pretty small guy, but those dreadlocks might add a bit of weight when they get wet. So give him a bit of swing weight.
This is the local wild card. Got straps on. I saw him do a little front roll there on the wave. Something different than we've seen.
All right, so that's actually JC. We just got an ID on that local rider. So it looks like Ayrton Cozzolino here. Oh, almost losing his rail there and jamming that one up into the closeout and just getting pulled through it. So Ayrton still trying to find his feet out there, but that being said, it looks like he still is in the lead with a 6.16 currently. I think we're still waiting for some other scores to drop. But Ayrton Cozzolino off to an early lead in this heat.
Looks like we got 5 minutes remaining in this heat. So hopefully we'll get some sets starting to roll through here.
I'm surprised actually that this, I mean, I'm not saying that the surf's small today by any means, but I'm surprised that it's actually not a bit bigger. The forecast that we saw was pretty substantial.
It almost seems to me like there's a tide change or something, because when I was out there, there's some sets coming through that were pretty solid.
And I was kind of surprised in my heat to get out there and not really see that big of stuff rolling through. But there, I mean, nevertheless, there were some probably 6-footers every now and then.
Still fun.
And it looks like the forecast is going to hold strong through the weekend all the way to Monday. So we're looking at an action-packed weekend coming up. Ayrton Cozzolino dropping in on this one. Big turn there. That was a great turn. That's the Ayrton that we saw out here last year. Big turns. And looks like that is going to be a bit of a one-hit wonder. See if he can get something here through to the inside. over that dry bit of reef. Surprised he didn't take his fins out on that. And that's going to be a great score for Ayrton.
Yeah, definitely. He had a really nice turn there in the beginning. I think he's getting used to a new board out there. He told me yesterday he just got this new board. Yesterday was the first time he tried it, so I think he's still trying to get used to it. But he's still riding really, really well.
Your board felt pretty good.
Yeah.
I just took Patri's board out of my last heat. It's a bit of a last-minute scramble to get out on the water for me. And Patri said his board felt good, so I said, all right, I'll take that. And sure enough, it felt pretty good. So
yeah, I'm really, really liking the Pro Series board.
And of course, we want to thank North, the producer of that Pro Series board, who's one of our sponsors here in Mauritius. This looks like our local wild card in the red jersey, JC.
It's a pretty nice wave there.
Yeah, that was a really nice wave there. Kind of stayed open, let him get a couple turns there. Those ones aren't easy to find out there, especially when you've only got 15 minutes to find two really good ones. You got your work cut out for you, and you got to be really selective about which waves you actually take. So here we go, the wave magnet himself, the man from Italy, Ayrton Cozzolino. A nice turn there. Let's see if this wave's going to offer him something to work with. Snapping it up there again. And Ayrton definitely going to town in this heat.
Yeah, from what I've seen so far, I think Ayrton's going to walk away with this one. No surprise there.
No surprise there. So it looks like we got Jesse Richmond here tuning in on the live chat. I bet you're bummed you're in Hawaii.
Yeah, it's fun out there. I tried to pull into a little barrel in my heat, and I got into it, and it was kind of misty. I couldn't see very well, and I got my foot blown off, and I ended up body surfing out of it on my stomach. But it's definitely, there's some barrels out there if you're hunting for them.
Yeah, there's definitely some barrels out there. I know Mauricio said he got a really good one this morning in the warm-up, but I haven't really seen anyone pull into a barrel yet in their heat. They're just really hard to line up. Looks like Max Bonio, taking a look at that one, not quite what he's looking for. And Jesse had some really good barrels out here in last year's contest.
Yeah, I remember one heat, he caught 3 waves in one set and got barreled on every single one of them.
Well, that's what happens at One Eye when it's working and doing its thing. You just kind of know that bit of reef where it's gonna sort of jack up and barrel, and you can pretty much line it up every time. Looks like Ayrton Cozzolino on a bomb.
Again on a big one. It's in a really nice spot here. It's kind of closing out on it now. It's gonna straighten out and run away from that one. That's definitely not the score he's looking for, but he's already got the lead. So I think he's gonna do okay in this heat.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see the change of conditions. If hopefully the swell shifts around a bit tomorrow and the next day and brings cleaner conditions.
Yeah, 50 seconds left in this heat, so these riders are going to try and get their last waves in and catch up to Ayrton. So let's see what happens.
So it looks like Jesse's prepping for the next swell to hit Hawaii ankle high, but in the meantime, looks like we got something about triple overhead here. Ayrton Cozzolino lining this thing up through the inside. Is he going to pull in?
I think he was kind of out in front of that one. Still a nice wave.
I'm glad he didn't pull into that because we had a little transmission failure there, but it looks like he didn't pull into that barrel.
I think that's going to be the end of this heat.
All right, so we're still waiting for scores to drop from our riders out there in this heat. I believe this heat will be drawing to a close momentarily here between Ayrton Cozzolino, Max Bonio, and our local wildcard JC. You can see Ayrton Cozzolino's kite there heading out. And we're going to cut away to an interview here in just a moment with the winner of that last heat, Sebastian Ribeiro from Brazil. Sebastian's been a competitive surfer for a number of years and he's transitioned over to kiting. And we're going to cut over to an interview here pretty soon with Sebastian. And we're going to have Christine Boza actually standing by with Sebastian. So we will pass it on over to Christine, standing by with Sebastian Ribeiro from Brazil. Take it away, Christine. Alright, we just heard from Sebastian Ribeiro there, the winner of that last men's heat. I was grabbing a quick lunch there, so I didn't actually hear what Sebastian had to say, but he looked pretty happy to come away with his heat win.
He was actually in third place until 2 minutes left in the heat. He ended up getting a really, really nice wave, 4 good turns right in the pocket. So he's got to be happy with that.
So yeah, great day to kick things off here at One Eye. Not the cleanest and best conditions we've ever seen here in a competition at One Eye, but certainly contestable conditions and getting round one underway right off the bat with men's, on the first day of competition. Lost my train of thought there for a minute. And I believe we're going to go straight into women's round one momentarily here. We'll wait to get confirmation on that from our judges, but it looks like, or from our race director, sorry. Looks like Ayrton Cozzolino coming away with the win in that last heat, men's heat 8 of round 1. So Ayrton Cozzolino with a total heat score of 11.9, and our local wildcard JC with a 7.3 6.33, and in third place, Max Bonilla from Mauritius with a 6.83. That's what we. So if you're just joining us, this is day one. We've just completed men's round one of the KSP Eye Kite Surf Pro here in Lemoine, Mauritius. This event is sponsored by the MTPA Tourism Board of Mauritius, North Kiteboarding, MTEL, our incredible internet provider here on the beach in Lemoine, the St. Regis Hotel, and Monster Energy, as well as a host of other partners: Ion, Legal, Club Mistral, Afix, Adamas, Habit, Enzo Restaurant, Maori Tours, Hydro Energy, GoPro, the IKA, the International Kiteboarding Association, Silent Partners, Sun Alban, and also our local media partners, Le Express, L'Equipe, and Radio 1.
We're over to the action with the girls. I think this is Marie.
So this is the first heat of women's round one. We've got live action out there on the water. These
Looks
women.
like we got a pulse in the swell too. This looks like a pretty solid set coming through.
Funny how it seems to do that right when the women's heats start. So these women are pretty brave to get out there amongst those crazy conditions. We saw pretty much victory at sea this morning with gusts to 35 knots and seas in excess of 10 feet. And this looks like Yalu Langare coming in on her first wave. So Yalu coming from the Netherlands. And she's been here for a couple of weeks now, I believe, warming up and getting used to the conditions. So we'll wait for the live scoring to be updated here. I believe our judges are still validating scores from that last men's heat of round one.
Yeah, Yalu is actually out on Maui this winter training, getting ready for the KSP. So she's riding really well. I was really impressed by what she was doing.
And the Langare name, definitely a household name in the sport of kiteboarding. Her brother, Kevin Langare, is a world champion freestyle rider. And Yalu has been riding a lot of waves in the last couple of years and really getting into the surf side of the sport. So
Looks like we got Yalu up on another wave here. She's really trying to keep busy. Trying to stall out and get as deep as she can. Here we go.
So laying into a nice bottom turn there. Big, nice turn there from Yalu.
Two good turns. It's going to be a good score for her for sure. It's kind of closing out and she's opting to kick out on that one.
Oh, looks like we had another rider. I think that was Marie, just skimming across the top of that barrel and trying not to take out Yalu. So we've still got overcast skies here, which is not very typical in Mauritius for windy days. Normally when it's overcast you don't have much wind, but we've just got sort of a stormy wind today. It's pretty southeasterly when it's normally a bit more easterly. So it is a bit side offshore out there, which is pretty nice, but it's
definitely more side shore than your typical one eye. So you gotta have a little more kite control to get down the line, but I think it's really, really good out there as far as conditions go. It'd be nice if it was peeling down the reef a little bit more, but it's still good. I think this is Suzanne
Kuiper, also from the Netherlands. So we haven't seen Suzanne ride a wave yet in this heat, but looks like she is dropping in on this thing
she's backside out there, so let's see what she can do.
So let's see if this thing's gonna wall up for her. Looks like she's just gonna get clipped by the lip there.
Looked like she was gonna try and pull into a barrel and then opted to try and
Suzanne.
straighten out, but she got lipped in the head right
Going
there.
down hard there, so hopefully she's all right. I'm not sure if she dropped her kite or if she was able to get pulled out of the way there, but we will try to find out if Suzanne's okay. I think I saw her kite still flying there, so I think she should be fine if she's able to recover aboard, but that was definitely pretty much the spot you don't want to be in.
She definitely took the lip right on the head.
It's like she almost skirted out from underneath that thing, but just...
Yeah, she was definitely charging out there.
It was a near miss. It almost missed her, but not quite. So still plenty of surf out there on the reef. The swell is going to continue to pulse through the weekend and into Monday.
So I think the official forecast is saying it's supposed to be building through this afternoon. It's supposed to peak around 4:30 or 5. So we might see some really big sets starting to roll through.
So this looks like Yalu Langare here. She's scouting around for a set. And it looks like our live scoring has now been updated. So in the blue jersey, Marie Gautran from France. In the white, Suzanne Kerber from the Netherlands. And in the yellow jersey, Yalu Langare from the Netherlands as well. And right now we're only seeing one score from Marie Gautran at 2.67, so we'll wait for those other scores to get confirmed there from the other rider from the Netherlands, Yalu Langare. And it looks like we've got some sets coming in out the back. And Yalu is going to be the first taker here. So Yalu in that yellow jersey, lining this thing up. Looks like a nice smooth face as this thing hits the reef. She can get around this first little section and get a turn. This thing is freight training.
Yeah, nice turn for Yalu there. It's kind of closing out, but she's going to get another turn. Yalu's been riding pretty well in this heat. She's really getting some turns in the critical sections there. She looks like she's just having fun.
Yeah, I think she's pretty comfortable out here. You know, she's been here, as I said, for a couple of weeks already, and she's gotten pretty comfortable with the reef out there. And I think, you know, when you spend that much time here and you get a few sessions under your belt, you get used to dropping your kite and swimming in a few times, sort of shake out the nerves.
Got a pretty good set coming in here. I think this is Marie. Yeah, this is going to be Marie up on this wave.
Alright, so Marie...
Kind of getting lit there. Whoa.
Marie getting
Board
top
chasing
there.
her.
So this is heat 1 of round 1 of the women's. We just completed round 1 of the men's.
Marie did well out here last year. I think she took second.
I think she was second or third. Yeah, I remember she was on the podium here last year. So last year, of course, we had really good conditions out here as well. A bit sunnier than what we started off with here so far, but definitely had waves at least this big last year, and
yeah,
we'll be looking to get some more conditions throughout the weekend. So a lot of excitement around the beach. People getting ready to go out for their heats and pumping up their small kites. When we all showed up this morning, it was crazy windy, and everyone was really excited to see that new swell. And it didn't let us down. It's perhaps not quite as big as we thought it would be, but definitely still some really good waves on offer out there. And it's just cool to start off the contest with everyone sort of excited and buzzing around, and just be able to get right into it and into the action and get the thing started off. So it looks like we've got some sets filtering in out the back here. We'll see who's going to be the first taker on this wave.
Oh, that was a nice wave. Real hollow one. Doesn't look like anyone caught it, but
The thing just rifling down the reef.
it's starting to look good out there. Here we got Yalu up again. She's really keeping busy in this heat.
Oh, beautiful smooth face on this one.
Yeah. I'm impressed by her riding out there. She's doing really well.
So Yalu
Yeah,
firing
nice
up.
one off the top there.
That was a really nice turn from Yalu, right in the critical spot over that really shallow bit of reef there. That's directly in front of the judges' tower.
Yalu's in the lead right now with a 9.5. Suzanne hot on her tail with an 8.83, but we're waiting for those last scores to come in from the judges. I think Yalu might get a good score there.
I think it's Yalu. All right, rider on her backhand here. It's Suzanne Kerper after recovering from that crazy wipeout she had earlier in the heat. I'm glad to see she's okay. And it looks like she's right back at it there. Nice little turn on her backside there, 2 turns. And that's going to do it for that wave. We're going to take a short little break here in the action to see a word from our sponsors. Alright, live action. We've got Marie Gartron up on a little insider here. Trying to get some scores on the board. Looks like currently we've got Yalu in the lead with a pretty big heat score total there.
14.4. She's been riding really, really well out there this heat.
So these other girls are pretty much playing catch up right now.
Yeah, 4 minutes and 40 seconds left in this first heat of the women's first round.
I'd like to thank our sponsor, Ion, whom we just saw an ad from there. Check them out on the web, ionessentials.com. And here is Yalu Lungery once again, the wave magnet in this heat so
wow,
far.
this is a bomb too.
Yalu waiting for this thing. Nice foam climb there on the inside. Yalu's got a really nice flowing style. Oh, big turn there on the closeout.
Yeah, nice wave for Yalu. I think she might have extended her lead a little more with that one, but we'll see what the judges have to say.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a good score for Yalu there. And it looks like we've got Suzanne Kerper, also from the Netherlands.
Just chasing Yalu at the moment. It's a pretty nice wave she's got here, though.
She's really loving that end section there. She's definitely not playing it safe. And she's definitely not afraid to put herself in that critical zone there. But she is currently in combination territory, needing a combined score of 15.84. So she's got a lot of work to do if she's going to be able to come back in this heat. Marie Gartron, a nice turn there off the top. Marie currently sitting in 3rd place. Is She's also chasing some big scores. So just counting down, I believe, the final seconds of this heat. And we do have the winner of the last men's heat, Ayrton Cozzolino, standing by. We're going to throw it down to Uli, who's standing by with Ayrton Cozzolino. Uli, if you can hear me, we're going to cut to an interview. So Ayrton Cozzolino standing by with... Alright, we're going to cut down to the interview with Ayrton Cozzolino standing by with our interview girl, Uli. Take it away. Alright, so we just heard from the winner of that last heat, last year's world champion on the KSP, Ayrton Cozzolino from Italy. He's got to be pretty stoked to make it through that heat. Not that it's any surprise he made it through, but starting off things on the right foot here at One Eye in 2012 for the KSP One Eye Pro. And he will bypass round 2 and go straight into the winner's round. So a lot of heat still to come today. About 2:53 p.m. local time here in Mauritius. The sun goes down pretty early here in Mauritius. It's been getting dark at around 6 o'clock. We are right in the middle of winter here in Mauritius, so not a whole lot of daylight, but we will run this thing as long as we possibly can. From what I hear from our contest directors, they want to fire off as many heats as possible today and really get this thing going, because it looks like Saturday, Sunday, Monday, we are going to also have great conditions out here, hopefully cleaning up a bit, and hopefully the sun is going to poke out from behind the clouds, and we will have great conditions on offer for some of the later heats. So we are going to go into the next women's heat, which will be heat 2 of round 1. And we will try to get an ID on the riders who are going to be coming up live in that heat next. If you're just joining us, I'm Sky Solbach, and Patry McLaughlin has just stepped out of the booth. I think he went to go grab another Monster energy drink. Or maybe he's over there flirting with the Monster girls. Jenna, I hope you're not watching. Just kidding. He wouldn't do that. Well, it is a beautiful day here in Mauritius, even though it's a bit overcast. We've got great waves out there on the reef. About 6-foot sets and 30 knots of wind. I was out earlier in my heat on a 6-meter kite and had plenty of power, so definitely no shortage of conditions here in Mauritius. We're going to just take a quick break, and we will be back with women's heat 2 of round 1 momentarily. Stay tuned.
Coming to
Welcome back. This is day 1 of the KSP One Eye Pro, and we're going straight into Heat 2 of the women's. Looks like someone taking a look at this wave out the back. Very windy conditions out there, so at the moment these girls have to be on their smallest kites. I saw some of the girls pumping up 4s and 5s down there on the beach, so very windy conditions. I'd like to thank our sponsors, MTPA, the Tourism Board of Mauritius, North Kiteboarding, MTEL for providing our internet connection down here on the beach in Lemoorn, the St. Regis Hotel, and of course Monster Energy for keeping us awake and alert. So just some beautiful lines pouring in across the reef out there at One Eye as we get this second heat of women's round 1 underway. So we've got a girl up and riding here, just sort of trying to get around this section. This is the rider in white, Melissa Gill from the USA. So in this heat we've got Ines Correa from Portugal. She's last year's world champion on the KSP. She's in the blue jersey. And Melissa Gill, who's currently riding here on your screen from the USA, in the white jersey, and Lilian Malschaert from the Netherlands.
Oh, good pronunciation there, Sky.
I've been practicing my Dutch, Patry. Patry McLaughlin stepping back into the booth here.
Yeah, I had to grab a jacket. It's a little chilly today.
It is getting a little cold here. It's pretty blustery out there at the moment.
At least there's wind and waves. Could be worse.
That's true. What was lacking in Portugal is definitely being made up here on this first day of competition here at One Eye. So this is the second stop of a 4-stop tour series this year. Our first stop took us to Guincho Beach in Portugal. Second stop here in Lemoorn, Mauritius at One Eye. And we will be going on to Ireland and then finally to Hawaii for the finals. But looks like we've got the rider in blue, Ines Correa, last year's world champion, up on this one, Patry.
Yeah, Ines is riding really well.
2 nice big turns there for Ines. I think she may have put her foot straps on, Patry.
Yeah, I think a lot of girls are opting to use foot straps out there today.
It is really bumpy out there at the moment. You know, normally even when it's big here, it can be, or it normally is really smooth, but it can be choppy as we're seeing today. So I think some of these female competitors opting to strap on their foot straps just to handle the bumps.
Yeah, you can see in the last heat, Alu really rode really well with the foot straps. So, you know, sometimes straps can be a good thing.
I know looking at the forecast the last couple of days, I was kind of questioning, not bringing foot straps.
Yeah, I know. Even when we showed up this morning, I was tempted to put some straps on. With this side shore wind, it adds a little more chop to the wave. It's not quite as offshore as we've typically seen here, so definitely can add a little bit more of a challenge to the wave. But people are still getting good rides out there either way, so it's good to watch.
Yeah, so some big sets here, rolling in. Mauritius never fails to impress us with its surf. It seems like this time of year it's always pumping down here, and no shortage of waves or wind, so a great place to come for our second stop of the KSP World Tour Series. And it looks like we've got another rider up on this next wave. I believe this is Ines Correa in the blue jersey. And it looks like Ines currently sitting in the lead with just a 3.83, so not too much action so far in this heat number 2 of women's round 1. So thanks to everyone for tuning in here to our live stream, our live broadcast of the Eye Kite Surf Pro in Mauritius. Just to explain how our live scoring widget works, you can hover your mouse over each score and see the individual scores that were locked in from our judges. Of course, the way that it works, we have a 5-judge judging panel. The highest and the lowest scores get dropped, and the 3 remaining scores get averaged, and that is the wave score for each individual wave. You can find riders' profiles, heats on demand, heat draws, and judging criteria just to the right of your player there. Of course,
We have Ines. Is this Ines here?
there's Ines.
She had a nice little turn there to start off this wave.
Jamming that one up in the closeout. Let's see if she can ride out of this thing.
Yeah, I think she's going to.
That's the advantage to having foot straps. You're able to sort of
Hang on.
ride out of situations like that where you'd normally just kind of get blown apart. So normally this beach would be scattered with half-naked bodies soaking up the sun, but today, as you can see, very overcast and windy, sort of scaring a lot of people off the beach. And it looks like out here on the reef at One Eye, we've got live action. Melissa Gill from the USA in the white jersey.
America. It's a pretty good sized wave she's got here. Let's see if she can do much with it.
So a real close-up, tight image there on Melissa outrunning that white water. Luckily, it's high tide at the moment, and these riders are able to straighten out over the reef. Sometimes on low tide, straightening out means losing all of your fins. So fortunately, quite a bit of water out there on the reef at the moment.
Yeah, it's a huge advantage to have a kite strapped to you when you're riding these waves out there. Last year I remember surfing and it seemed like every time I fell I hit the reef, but with the kite at least you get blown out the back, so it's a big advantage. Still some nice waves coming through here too.
Yeah, the kite definitely saves you, especially when you're pulling into tubes out here. You can kind of pull in and just sort of get pulled out through the back, which is not always that friendly on your body, but at least saves you from hammering yourself into the reef. And Ines with a huge turn there. Oh,
what
Ines,
happened
I
to
think
her?
just going down on that one. Over the falls on that turn. Looked like she was pretty late on that turn. Although it looks like she got pulled out the back there.
Yeah, like I said.
Like
Kite will save you.
It's nice to have that kite. So the situation at the moment has Ines Correa in the lead with a 3.83 and a 5.
Oh, look at this set rolling through.
That thing just cleaning up the reef out there.
Do you know what the tide's doing out there, Sky?
I don't actually know exactly. I'll try to get a tide chart.
I heard that the tide was dropping until early this afternoon. I don't know the exact time, but I have a feeling with the tide switch, it's going to start pulsing once again out here. Hopefully, start to see some big sets roll through.
So we have Lillian here from the Netherlands on her backhand, checking out this wave. We haven't seen too much from Lillian yet in this heat, so she's trying to get busy rather, and catch a few waves, but that is probably not quite what she was looking for. And looking down at our Facebook chat here, nice to see one of our KSP judges, Carla Twalkemeyer, tuning in. Hey Carla, hope you're doing well. We miss you down here. Wish you could be down here with us enjoying these awesome waves. I'm sure you'd love to be out on the tower with all the guys. But I'm sure we will see you again soon. I think we'll see you in Ireland at the next competition, if I'm not mistaken.
Getting a little bit of static here in feed. I think we have Melissa Gill up on a smaller little inside wave here.
So it looks like we're having a bit of video static here. We are transmitting at a fair distance over the lagoon here, over water, wirelessly. So Melissa Gill here, just trying to stay busy on a little insider there. You see all that current just sweeping across the reef out here at Lemoorn. So Patri here is falling asleep next to me. He's just traveled all the way from Hawaii yesterday. So
I
he's
think we're creeping up on about 1 in the morning back home, so struggling.
Working off some jet lag. Looks like we've got Enos here once again, last year's world champion.
I need more monster. Oh, this is a nice wave. Nice turn there, too.
Oh, that was
Enos. See if she can get a couple more turns, really make a good score out of this wave. She's in the lead right now with a 9.17. Melissa Gill in second place with a 6.5. Trying to catch up here.
So if you're just joining us, Sky Solbach and this guy over here, Patrick Bachman.
Who's this guy?
We're locked in our little container here on the beach, watching on our little live stream monitor here, and seeing the same images you guys are seeing there at home. So hopefully you guys are enjoying the stream. If you have any questions or comments, please feel free to type into our chat there on Facebook below the player. You can also like some of our sponsors there, Mauritius Tourism, North Kiteboarding, Ion, and of course the KSP World Tour. And feel free to check out our site, check out some of the riders' profiles, the heats that are going to be coming up. And if you're curious about the judging criteria, we've also got a little bit of information about that. But it looks like we've got the rider in yellow here, Lillian from the Netherlands. Lillian's been sort of picking some of the smaller ones. Looks like
she's been relatively quiet in this heat for sure.
So the other girls have sort of been picking off the bigger set waves.
I think she's comboed out right now. Actually, she needs 2 wave scores to get back in this.
Yeah, I think she's needing about a 5 to overtake the lead from Enos there. Or no, I think you may be right. I think she needs about an 8 to overtake the lead from Enos. But looks like we've got live action here. Enos Correa once again. She's really going for it. I really like where she places her turns. She kind of waits and goes really late.
Yeah. She really gets it deep in the critical sections.
Yeah, it's kind of tricky here at One Eye because the wave just kind of stands up for so long with that side offshore wind. It's kind of, you're dropping into things and you're tempted to turn, but you kind of got to just put on the brakes and wait and sort of wait for the thing to really stand up and do your turn kind of later than you would normally think you'd need to. So I think we are just about done with this heat. I think Enos Correa is going to run away with that heat win. So Enos Correa, last year's world champion, showing that she's still got what it takes to advance through these heats. and I'm sure we will see a lot more action from her in the later rounds coming up. So we're going to try to queue up an interview with the winner of that last women's heat. Yalu Langare should be standing by with Uli down there. So we are going to cut over to an interview with Yalu Langare. Please take it away, Uli.
Sky. I'm here now with Jalou. She won the first ladies competition and she came out of the water totally stoked. So how you feel now?
I feel so good. Like all the stories from the guys before, like they all said it was kind of sketchy and the wind was really gusty, but I felt really good out there and I felt really comfortable riding the waves, and I'm happy I was riding with stripes though, because it's such a really bumpy wave, and yeah, but I just managed to make a few really nice turns and I'm super stoked, and yeah, good day on the water.
Absolutely. And your brother is training as well with you, or you're doing this independently?
Yeah, once we have the chance, because he's also traveling a lot on the PKRA. And once he has time to train with me, we train together, and then it's awesome. He always gives me tip, and it's good riding with him because he just really motivates me.
So now you're off until maybe tomorrow, after tomorrow. So what you're doing in the meantime? Going out again?
Might do. I'm not sure. I'm just first gonna chill and enjoy the victory.
I mean, it's your right. Thank you very much, and good luck to you. And back to Sky.
All right, that was a little interview with that last heat winner, Yalu Langare from the Netherlands, sister of another very famous kiteboarder, Kevin Langare, who's a freestyle world champion. Yalu used to do a lot of freestyle. I think now she's more focusing on waves, and with what we saw her do in that last heat, looks like that's a really good direction for her, and she's definitely ripping out there. So we're going to see a lot more of her later on in this competition and in competitions later on this year. So we are currently in the transition period. We are going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with more live action here at One Eye. Women's round one currently underway here at the 2012 Kite Surf Pro at One Eye. This event is brought to you by the MTPA Mauritius Tourism Board, North Kiteboarding, MTEL, St. Regis Hotel, and Monster Energy. And Patri McLaughlin here sitting next to me is suffering from a bit of jet lag, having flown all the way from Hawaii. I think you need to go get another Monster.
Yeah, I think so.
So we're waiting for this next heat to get underway. Looks like we've got another pretty big cloud rolling over at the moment. Pretty dark and gray conditions out there.
Looks like the wind's actually lightening off a little bit, which is could be a good thing out there. It was howling this morning, gusting to 30 knots.
Might allow our competitors to actually rig something a bit bigger than a 5. It's probably pretty calm out there at the moment, maybe 7-meter conditions. So coming up, we will have women's heat number 3 of round 1. And looks like some support for Enos there coming in on the Facebook chat. So a lot of Enos Korea fans hopefully tuning in. And looks like we've got live action out there. I think this heat is getting underway here. This is heat 3 of the women's round 1. That was Christine Boza who we saw there on that first wave. Just kind of caught the tail end of it, I believe. And a huge wave here. This looks like, I think, Kari Skibavag from Norway. She's just sort of trying to stay out of the froth there, and another wave just firing down the reef here. We'll try to get an ID on this rider. So if you just woke up or you're just joining us, this is day one of the 2012 Eye Kite Surf Pro. In this heat is Kirsty Jones from Great Britain in the blue jersey, Christine Boza from Germany in the white jersey, and Kari Skibavag from Norway in the yellow jersey. This heat just got underway. This is heat 3 of women's round 1. So just under 12 minutes remaining. We're about 3 minutes into this heat. 15-minute heat duration today, as there are plenty of waves out there. 15 minutes is enough time to lock in your 2 best scores. And the winners of this first round heat will advance straight into round 3. So Christine has been double timing today, pulling double shifts, working in here, commentating, as well as getting out there for her heat. It looks like we've got her on screen right now, lining up what looks like a nice little set wave. Let's see what happens as this thing hits the reef. Hopefully this is what she's looking for. Christine riding strapless there on her backhand. Some of these girls opting to ride straps, but Christine's been out here practicing for a couple weeks now when she can, and has got a really good feel for this wave out here at One Eye. She's been riding switch sometimes, but this is backhand, actually her natural stance, so just getting a nice little warm-up wave here through the inside.
A wave that actually ran pretty far down the reef.
I mean, it
didn't seem to close out like some of the other sets we've seen, so I think that's going to be a pretty good score for her.
Yeah, not a lot of critical turns there for Christine, but you know, I think having just gotten out there in the water for the first time today, she's just sort of warming up, and she's still got quite a bit of time left in this heat. And we'll wait to see what some of these other riders. So if you're just joining us on Sky Solbach, joined by Patry McLaughlin, we are sitting here in our commentary box on the beach. As you can hear, some tunes playing just outside the door here, and it looks like Kari Skibavag dropping in on this thing. Look at that section just coming down behind her as the camera kind of goes out of focus with all that spray surrounding her.
Looks like she got eaten up by that wave.
Just eaten alive. Just couldn't run away from the thing. So currently, Christine Boza is in the lead with a 3.33, a pretty low scoring affair so far at this point.
I think we're still waiting for some scores to come in from the judges, but
so it looks like there's still plenty of wind out there, although it is gray and dreary. We're really stoked to be back here in Mauritius at One Eye. We've been really fortunate to stumble into some great conditions once again this year. And it looks like the forecast is going to be really good for the next few days. Maybe a bit of a drop in the swell throughout the week, and then possibly another pulse for next weekend to finish up the contest. So it's looking really good for another great contest here in Mauritius, and I know the riders are really stoked to be here, myself included.
Looks like we got a little blue sky peeking through out there. Hopefully it'll clear up. I see blue sky off in the distance too, so I think it's going to turn into a really nice afternoon out here. Swell is supposed to be pulsing, but it does seem like there's a little bit of a lull in the action at the moment.
Yeah, a little bit of a break in the action right now. Not much going on. These girls out the back looking for some set waves. Looks like we might have some sets on the horizon.
Yeah.
So as we wait for these girls to line up some waves, we are going to take a quick break and we will be back with you momentarily. Welcome back to One Eye. We've got some live action out there on the reef. Christine Boza. We are going to, here's Kirsty Jones here, just on an absolute bomb.
That was one of the biggest waves I've seen in a little while here.
And this thing's still going. We're going to switch to our other camera angle there. And let's see if she's able to actually get some turns in on this thing. A little bit of a hiccup in our video transmission there. Our tech is up on the roof working on it at the moment. But that was a huge wave there for Kirsty.
Huge wave.
We see a pulled back angle of those waves just firing down the reef at One Eye.
That had to be triple 4 times over her head. She's not a real short girl, so that was definitely a big set over here. I think the forecast is supposed to pulse, so it should get bigger and bigger through the afternoon.
Yeah, it's been every once in a while there's been just some huge sets rolling through. It doesn't seem it's not quite as consistent as I think we hoped it would be, but there are plenty of waves on offer out there. Looks like we've got Kirsty here once again. Actually, this may be this is
Kari Shibabot. I think she's getting a little behind that wave there, but still pretty good. Right now at the moment we got Christine Boza in first with an 8. But we're still waiting for scores to come in from the judges. 7 minutes and 15 seconds left in this heat. Still plenty of time for these girls to get some good scores on the board.
So in this heat, once again, it's Christine Boza, Kari Shibabot, and Kirsty Jones. Looks like currently Christine Boza is still in the lead with a 3.33 and a 4.67. Kirsty needing a 4.18 to get back in the lead in this heat. We're really stoked to have industry sponsors North Kiteboarding and Ion Essentials on board in this event. Patri and I, of course, as some people might know, are riders for North and Ion, so we're pretty stoked to have our sponsor here sponsoring this event and allowing us to be here and paying our airfare to come down here and ride these great waves.
No complaints. Here we got Kirsty up again, getting a nice little turn there.
Kirsty's just catching the big bombs, huh?
She's really waiting out for the biggest ones, I think. That last one she got was huge.
Looks like conditions might be sort of cleaning up a bit out there. The wave
I think
faces.
the wind's lightening off a little bit, so it's gonna do really well for the wave.
That might actually allow these sets to kind of get in here. You look out and you can just see some huge lumps out on the horizon, but oftentimes they just kind of get blown apart by the time they hit the reef, so they're not really kind of able to wall and unleash their true potential here at One Eye.
Yeah, I was talking to some of the locals earlier, and they were saying that it's not really the perfect swell direction for One Eye, and that's partially why the waves have been closing out. They say as the day progresses and through tomorrow, the storm's supposed to change directions, and it's supposed to be a better direction for this reef out here, so we have plenty of action to come, and hopefully the waves will clean up nicely, and have a good show for you guys. Looks like these girls are just kind of jockeying around out there waiting for some sets to roll through.
So it looks like my mom is tuning in online. Hi, Mom. Thanks for watching. Yeah, Christine's out there on the water. Looks like she had a couple good waves. She's got two 4.67s, so Christine currently in the lead with 9.34. We saw Kirsty ride those two giant waves, although she wasn't really able to get many turns off on those, so I'm not sure how that's going to factor into her score, but I think we're still waiting for scores to drop from that. But Christine still currently in the lead of this heat, and Kari Shibovag in third.
Yeah, time's winding down in this heat, so I don't know if Kirsty's going to be able to catch up. Doesn't look like there's too much action out on the horizon right now, so it's going to be tough.
It looks like a little bit of a lull in the sets out here. And it seems like action on the beach out here is starting to pick up. They keep cranking the music up here on us.
Yeah.
I'm sure you guys can hear in the background. So a lot of public coming down here to the beach to enjoy the show and check out the world's best riders out here on the wave at One Eye.
Yeah, it's a nice scene down at the beach. We got the DJ playing some tunes and the monster girls running around the beach, so it's not a bad place to be, I'll tell you that.
If you've never been to Mauritius or maybe don't even know where it is, maybe check it out, Google it, try to find it on a map. It's out in the middle of the Indian Ocean.
Work on your geography a little.
It's a beautiful place. Great place to visit, whether you kiteboard or not. It's a nice place to come and check out. It's a lot like Hawaii. There's just the climate, the vegetation. There's lots of sugar cane and pineapple, and it's kind of like the Hawaii of the Indian Ocean.
Yeah, it reminds me a lot of Hawaii, actually. It's beautiful weather, beautiful waves.
And it looks like we've got live action here. Kirsty Jones. This is a nice looking wave.
Yeah, this is a good one. She doesn't need a huge score to get back in this, so.
Nice smooth face on this one as it comes through to the inside. It's not going to offer much more scoring potential, so she's going to kick out. I believe time is winding right down in this heat.
ADF 75 degrees. I'm gonna go grab a sandwich.
Alright, so Patri's going to step out of the booth here and go grab a bit of lunch. As we watch the end of this women's heat, this is heat 3 of round 1. Christine Boza, Kirsty Jones, and Kari Shibovag. Looks like Christine Boza here dropping in on her backhand. Not quite what she was looking for. Looks like that thing is going to close out. And as I see our cameraman there swinging around the camera, seems like this heat may be coming to a close. We saw Kari Shibabag there dropping in on a wave. And that is the view back towards the beach. That is our beach setup here at Le Morne. So I'm somewhere in that little container there on the beach underneath that tent announcing. We are just a couple hundred yards in from that judges tower, bringing you these live images thanks to all our media crew and cameramen out there capturing all the action. It's been a pretty crazy day so far. Crazy weather, crazy wind, and fairly large surf out here at One Eye. So we will wait for the official results from that last heat, Heat 3, between Christine Boza, Kirsty Jones, and Kari Shibabag. It looks at the moment like Christine Boza is going to take the win in that heat. In the meantime, we are going to cut over to an interview. We have the winner of that last women's heat, Ines Correa, standing by. So if I can get the attention of our interviewer down there, Uli, we are going to cut to an interview. Uli, take it away.
Thanks, Guy. I'm here now with Ines, who won last year, our last year's champion, and she won her competition. So how do you feel now?
I'm very happy because the conditions are so hard, the waves are so pumpy and the wind is so strong. I'm happy with my result.
And she told me she would like to continue and say something in Portuguese to her fans, so please go ahead.
Obrigado por todo o apoio e espero continuar em competição e que os próximos hits corram bem melhor, porque estas condições não ajudaram muito. Obrigado.
Okay, thanks a lot. All the best for you for this competition, and yeah, hope to hear more and see more from you. Back to Sky.
Alright, so we just saw an interview with Ines Correa, the winner of that last women's heat. She was last year's world champion on the KSP World Tour. So starting things off well here at the second event of our 2012 World Tour. This is the Kite Surf Pro at One Eye. And we're going to go straight into the next women's heat, which will be heat number 4 of women's round 1. These women definitely stepping it up and very brave to be out there in these radical conditions at One Eye. So props to them for being out there and braving the conditions. It's gray and windy and pretty challenging conditions, so these girls just doing battle out there. We'll take a short break here in the action to hear a word from our sponsors, and we will be back with you momentarily here at day 1 of the Kite Surf Pro One Eye 2012. You're looking at live images from One Eye. This is day 1. To thank our sponsors, the Mauritius Tourism Board, MTPA, North Kiteboarding, Ion, MTEL for providing our internet down here on the beach, St. Regis Hotel, and of course Monster Energy for keeping us awake and caffeinated throughout the event here at One Eye. I'm Sky Solbach. I'll be here all week providing commentary from tomorrow on, you can tune in at 10 a.m. for the morning show. I'll be joined by my normal co-commentator, Ben Meyer, who's currently still sitting in an airplane, I believe, right now on his way to Mauritius. So he will be here soon to join us. He's showing up a little bit late, but he will be here from tomorrow on. So be sure to tune in every morning, 10 a.m. local Mauritius time, when we make the call for the day and decide exactly what is going to go down. So we see some good-sized sets out there pouring across the reef, and this next heat is going to get underway here shortly. Alright, so in this next ladies heat, we've got the winner of last year's competition here at One Eye. She's a local, she's originally from Germany, but she's been living in Mauritius for some years now, Nina Bichler, and that's live action of Nina. She knows this wave out here at One Eye really well. She works here at the Club Mistral, who's one of our partners here for this event. So she gets to spend plenty of time out there on the reef at One Eye whenever she's not working at the school and doing lessons. And look at this thing, just right behind Nina, just rifling down the reef. Hopefully she's able to steer clear of that thing. So in this heat, we've got Nina Bichler, Mila Ferreira from Brazil. Mila, a great rider who won our event last year in Peru. And also Carol Boldstadt from the US. She's coming from the Gorge. So Carol just got here a few days ago, had a very long flight all the way from the US. And this is her first time in Mauritius, so she'll be out there in this huge surf. And still plenty of waves on offer out there at the moment. We will wait to see that first score drop from Nina. And this is round one, heat number 4 of the ladies. So a rider here on her backhand, Mila Ferreira. Taking a look at that one, not quite finding what she was looking for. So Nina, as I said, spends a lot of time out here riding One Eye. She's riding on her forehand, so she's facing the wave, and Mila Ferreira is riding backhand. So it'll be interesting to see how these two girls are able to fare in these conditions. Riding backhand normally at One Eye tends to be a bit of a disadvantage. However, today the wind is pretty sideshore, so it'll be really interesting to see how Mila can do against Nina out here in these conditions. So it looks like Nina Bichler here, that's what I'm talking about, using that local knowledge. Big turn there from Nina, and she's going to kick out of that thing before it closes out. So that's going to be a great score there from Nina. So she will have some scores dropping here momentarily for those first two waves. So hopefully there's not too much background audio for you guys tuning in online. We've got a DJ here on the beach playing some tunes for us, and hopefully that's not interfering too much with the audio here on the live stream. But some big waves there. Looks like Mila kicked out of that thing. I don't think she would have probably made it around that next big section there, just closing out. So it looks like conditions are starting to clean up a bit out there on the reef. and we should see some great heats coming up in round 2 of the men following this ladies heat. But beautiful turn there from Nina Bichler. She's riding strapless, just flowing, nice style, and she's just looking great out there as usual. And Mila Ferreira from Brazil, just behind Nina. Looks like she got a bit of the froth off of Nina's wave, and that thing was a bit bumpy for her. So the first score dropping from Nina is a 7. So that's a great first score there from Nina. We're going to see more scores drop for her next 2 waves. And Nina just doing great out there. And my scoring just updated as I was speaking. Nina currently having a 7 and an 8. So a 15-point heat score total from Nina. I think that has to be one of the highest heat score totals of the day so far. And Nina just using that local knowledge out there on yet another good wave. So she's just looking on fire. As I said, she won this event last year, and I'm sure she'll be looking to do the same this year. You see a huge set out there on the horizon. We have a little bit of a static in our video transmission there. We apologize for that. It is quite challenging conditions at the moment with wind and rain and squalls coming through. But we're doing our best to bring you these live images from the reef out here at Lemoorn. This is day 1 of the 2012 Kite Surf Pro at One Eye. Nina Bichler dropping in once again on a bomb. And I'm not sure she's going to be able to make it around this thing. She may be able to get one turn down here on the shoulder down at One Eye, and that thing just almost eating her alive, just ejecting herself out the back of that wave as we see the tail end of Mila Ferreira's ride there. And time winding down as Mila Ferreira hooks into another wave, and still not quite what she's looking for. So Mila just having a bit of a tough time with wave selection out there. I think we missed the beginning of her last couple rides as we were following Nina. So we'll wait to see what kind of scores drop from. But from the looks of what we've seen so far, it looks like Mila hasn't quite been able to find the right waves. Mila is a very good surfer, very good kite surfer, and definitely capable of doing really well in this heat. So it'll be great to see her get on some good waves and get some scores. But Nina Bichler at the moment looking like she's running away with this heat with a 7 and an 8, a 15-point heat score total. If I'm not mistaken, probably the highest of this event so far. So it looks like Christine Berza is going to step back into the commentary booth with me here.
Hello everyone, fresh from the water and actually pretty fresh too.
Christina, have food.
And it looks like I'm still wanted out there, but I'm back here with you now watching some more girls' heats. Very exciting. And as I just stepped in, I'll actually have to catch up here. So it looks like we're having Nina, Bichler, Carol Wolstead and Mila Ferreira out there, Sky. As you probably already
That's
told
right,
everyone.
yeah. And Nina's just been pretty much running away with this heat so far. She's got a 7 and an 8 right now, and looks like she's got a backup score of a 6.17. So
We were kind of expecting that from Nina, weren't we, after she's been dominating here last year already so much.
And it's great to see her also riding strapless this year. Last year she was, I mean, although the waves were really big last year, she was riding with foot straps when she took out the event win here.
Yeah.
She's also riding strapless this year, and I don't think it's hindering her one little bit.
Yeah, and I said that earlier, I've already been here for 3 weeks, and it was really great to see Nina riding strapless the whole time, no matter how big the swell was. And it just, the level of the girls out there over the last few weeks, I was so amazed to see everyone riding strapless and everyone just really ripping. I have to say today is definitely the most challenging day of all the days that I've ridden though, as it's just really windy and really pretty bumpy. And as Sky was saying already, so many sections and not really a long wave that you got to play with and ride.
Yeah, it's kind of hard. It kind of comes in 2 or 3 big lumps, and you kind of have to try to piece it together. But I mean, look at Nina here. Just she's able to find all the waves she needs out there. It seems like, where were those waves when I was out there?
Yeah, I didn't even feel like I was finding many, I have to say. But obviously, Nina, you watch her out there also in a free ride session, and she's just all over the place, and she just knows it and sees it, and it's always on the best waves.
So Carla is typing into the chat here for you, Christine. Carla Twalkemeyer, one of our judges, saying, "Well done, Christine."
We're missing you here, Carla, but we'll see you back in Ireland again in October. So it's good to know that also the crew that couldn't make it here is tuning in and watching.
Make sure to bring your warm, fluffy jackets to Ireland. I think it's going to be pretty chilly.
Oh, and also just reading here in the comments, you might have already seen that, Sky. Carol Solbach is saying 4 a.m. here.
Yeah, my mom stayed up late to watch my heat. I think she actually missed my heat, but she just saw yours and she was typing in on the chat here. So hi, Mom. Hopefully you can also get some sleep and not stay up too late. So it looks like we've got Nina Bichler here once again on her forehand. She seems to be the action of this heat, and she just kind of ejected herself through the back of that wave. And another big monster coming down the reef right now.
Yeah, it is definitely bigger than what I thought when I looked at the live footage from the tower here earlier. It just seems like there is one mountain after the other out there, and really quite, you get out there and you're like, whoa, it's stormy.
Yeah, it seems like, there's just so much movement, there's just so much water moving around, and it's shifting, and it's kind of unpredictable, so it's hard to really line everything up, but it's really nice to be out there. I really like these conditions when it's just really windy and stormy and everything's kind of crazy. It's just
look at how stormy it is.
Just kind of is that much more fun to just kind of be out there playing with the elements.
That is you, but I'm sure there's other people that feel otherwise.
Oh, Nina with a nice snap there.
And right in the pocket too.
And looks like she kind of got ejected by a big gust of wind there. So a little bit of...
Still got my time on.
A little bit of blue sky poking through out there. Taking a look back across the lagoon, you can see all those white caps across the ocean there. And there, the beautiful mountain at Le Morne. Just an incredible part of the island here in Mauritius.
We posted one of those pictures the other day, and there was a lot of requests to turn the camera around or to shoot the picture the other way. But we figured you will get to see One Eye for the entire duration of the event. So the Le Morne mountain is really quite pretty to look at too for once.
Yeah, that's one thing you maybe don't see that often when you're, looking at these images of One Eye. You kind of just see the wave, but when you're out there riding, you're dropping into the wave and you're able to look back and see the beautiful scenery that surrounds you. The mountain there at Le Morne, the big blue lagoon, and the water just pulling off the reef out there. It's super clear water. And it's just a pretty incredible, magical place to kite. And of course, there are also many other places around the island.
And we also have photographers on the platform, as you can tell. This is
it looks like Detlef from Germany. He's been down here cheering on all of his favorite riders here at the One Eye Kite Surf Pro. So it's great to have him out there. He's been helping us out with a few things, raising some flags, and it's great to have him around.
And they're just, they're such a lovely couple, just always there, always cheering on their favorite riders. Some the kite fans traveling with the circuit, it's really kind of cute. Big gust there, Chris saying.
So almost 4 p.m. here in Mauritius. The afternoon is going by pretty quickly. It seems like I just got here this morning and was watching some big sets roll in and couldn't wait to get out for my heat. And now it's almost 4 o'clock. So the sun sets here at about 6. We see Felix Pivek there poke his head in front of the camera.
You should be looking at the water, not into the camera. But
well,
it looks like the heat is over, yeah. So
this guy's probably just getting up to stretch their legs in between heats during the transition here.
5-minute break for the judges' crew.
Those guys are out there working hard. It gets pretty cold, even though it's pretty warm here in Mauritius. It gets pretty cold sitting out in the wind there all day. So those guys have their big jackets on out there and sitting in the wind all day, doing a great job scoring all these riders. We see Lex Dons there, another one of our judges from the Netherlands. And back to our overview cam here. You can see those waves off in the distance. If you look closely, you can see the judges tower there in the center of your screen, which is right out there on the edge of the reef. It's actually placed out on the sand, just on the edge of where the reef begins. And those guys out there, media and VIP and judges, of course, have a front row seat to all the action out there at One Eye. And when you're standing on top of that tower, it's pretty much like being in a helicopter looking down into the trough of the waves. So a great view and the best seat in the house. So it looks like Nina Biekler pretty easily winning that last heat with 2 8-point rides, so a 16-point heat score total. Mila Ferreira, I had a feeling that we didn't quite see all of her rides as we were following Nina most of the time, but she also had some really good scores there with a 6.33 and a 5.67. So she was doing her best to fight back against Nina's local knowledge, but Nina getting the best of those conditions on offer out there. And Carol Boldstad, who we didn't see much of in that heat, just with one scoring ride at 2.5. But nevertheless, a great effort out there for Carol. Really stoked she was able to make it here all the way from the U.S. And I can't wait to see some of these heats we have coming up later on today.
Even though I'm not sure how many heats we're going to be still running. With it being 4 o'clock already, we have an hour and a half more. That, I guess, that will give us another few heats. But not a whole lot more, I guess.
So we're going to wait to hear the official word as to how we will continue the competition here. That is going to wrap up women's round 1. So normally we would go straight into the double consolidation round 2 of the men. So in that first heat,
That is already confirmed. That's exactly what is going to happen.
Okay. There we
And
go.
sorry, I just got the word from the tower. Actually, the first heat or the next heat on is going to be round 2, heat number 9, and that would be Abel Lago and Bastian Bollard. We also already just got the word that Bastian Bollard is not going out. He, I don't know if you saw that earlier, in his first round heat, he got caught in a wave. His line got tangled around the adjuster or something, and his kite just looped, so he had to release his kite and got a big line mass, and kite went out to sea, so he's not ready to go out for his second round heat, making Abel Lago advance automatically. But because Abel will have to still win this heat,
he will have to
they
go in the
will
water.
still have to run that heat, exactly. So the heat will still be run. Abel is going to have a great 15 minutes of riding all by himself, and hopefully he will show us some good action again, as he did in his first round heat.
That is not an opportunity that comes around very often when you get to have one eye all to yourself out there. So Abel Lago is going to be out there all on his lonesome, as we see his little green and white RD kite there out the back. He's going to be in that white lycra. And I guess we're pretty much just going to follow Abel for the next 15 minutes and, you know, be jealous that he's got one eye all to himself.
Hey, that will give us a lot of opportunity to talk about the sponsors, to talk about the local organization, to talk about the program for the week, and a lot more, actually.
And
But of course, we should also follow Abel's action once he is on the way.
will the judges still be scoring him as well?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we'll be able to get some live scores here coming in for Abel, and what an opportunity to be out there and warm up for his heats that are coming up later in the event. Abel had actually a great heat this morning, although he didn't advance in his heat. He was winning it for a little while, and then Guilherme Brandão from Brazil overtook the lead from him in the dying minutes of that heat.
And Sky, I'm sorry, we just talked about that. Are the judges still going to judge Abel? And now I just heard otherwise. The judges are actually not going to judge Abel. They're basically going to give him a
bye?
They're going to give him like a random score for being out there by himself, and that being better than the other competitor not showing up, so he will automatically advance, but he will still get his 15 minutes.
Well, I guess that's all that counts at this moment, is he gets his 15 minutes to be out there and have fun. Maybe the judges should just give him a 10 and call it good.
I don't think that would be very fair, actually.
So it looks like the sun's starting to come out. That's the first time today I've seen that whitewater sort of light up. And hopefully we'll have a little bit of sunshine coming through here in the afternoon. And definitely hope that we have some warmer, more friendly conditions through into the weekend. Looks like we've got great surf lining up for tomorrow, Sunday, Monday, and looks like maybe even another pulse on the way for next weekend, although that is a pretty long-term forecast, so don't want to say too much about that just yet. But look at that big blue wall there lining up for Abel. He's just having fun out there. He can take any wave he wants, not having to jockey for position.
And it actually looks like there's a little bit of sun out now. Look how the watercolor pops straight away. That makes it look a lot more pleasant, I have to say, especially being pretty cold after being out there.
Definitely. So we'd really like to thank our sponsors, Ion Essentials, who you've seen some of the ads running earlier. They are one of our industry sponsors, as well as North Kiteboarding, MTPA Mauritius, MTEL for providing our internet, St. Regis Hotel, and Monster Energy, of course.
And then there is a whole lot of local partners as well, and also international partners supporting this event. Ian, our tour outfitter, and then locally we have Legal, Club Mistral, Adamas, Affix.
We've also got Habit, who's another local clothing brand here. Enzo Restaurant, where we've been eating dinner every night, Maori Tours, GoPro, Multibox, Silent Partners, Saint Avan, Hydro Energy,
and Fun Adventures Mauritius. And I don't know if Sky has mentioned that already, but the live stream here is actually supplied by MTEL Mauritius, the one of the local mobile providers here, setting up our own special internet for us here on the beach, and making sure that we actually have a very stable internet connection this year after having to deal with some dropouts last year. So we're really stoked with that. Big thanks and big shout out to MTEL. And there's going to be a lot more MTEL coming up this week, since they're going to have their big rebranding here on the island in the next coming days. So you will see a lot of them.
All right, so we'll take a quick break in the action here as Abel makes his way back out to the outside, and we will be back with you live here shortly at the 2012 Kite Surf Pro here at One Eye in Lemoore.
here now with Ninja. She won the last heat of the ladies, and she just told me already a little bit that it was not so easy as it looked. Ninja, tell us something.
Yeah, well, today it's a bit difficult, I found. Yeah. Still very excited to be out. It was really great. Some big waves rolling in, but a little bit sideshore today, so not so nice as usually. A lot of sections. But yeah, I tried my best and worked out fine. Thank you.
You just told me that you chose to drive without stripes as you usually do. You think it was a good decision?
Yeah, I think so. Huh? I was training strapless since 2 months. And then today I thought, straps, no straps, I don't know. But why train it and then don't do it? Huh? So, yeah.
That's a good reason. You know the sport quite well. Are you used about this kind of waves, about this kind of conditions here in at One Eye?
Well, the size of the waves for sure. It's not too big. It's a nice size, but the wind is a bit too sideshore. So normally on a normal day, probably we wouldn't go out. I don't know, or maybe go windsurfing. No, I'm not allowed to say that. No, but it's not very often like this and that windy because I was using a 5-meter kite also. So yeah, challenging.
Definitely. Okay, thanks, Ninja.
I just want to say hi to all my friends in Germany and my family at home.
They're waiting back to you right now.
So.
And yeah, good luck for you in this contest, and hope to see you soon. back to Christine and Sky.
All right, well, we just heard from the winner of that last women's heat, Ninja Bichler, absolutely annihilating the competition in that last heat with a huge heat score total. She got 2 8s in that last heat, and yeah, just doing great out there to get a 16-point heat score total. I believe that's the highest score we've seen in the entire event so far.
Let me confirm that, but it definitely is the highest in the female competition. And yes, you are right. It is actually the highest total heat score of the entire event so far. Yeah, showing off her local knowledge once again, and just ripping one eye into pieces.
So Abel Lago has a bye in this heat at the moment, as Bastian Bollard is not able to go out into the water because he destroyed some of his gear. So Abel has just been pretty much free riding out there for the last 15 minutes, and he's had one eye all to himself, just having a little warm up for his later heats and taking it easy out there. So we've been following him out there live as he gets his little warm up. But we are going to go straight into the next heat as soon as Abel is done having his free ride session. And I believe that is going to be heat 2 of men's round 2. So
in the next heat we will have up Gonzalo Gomez and Nance Laviole. So the Gonzalo, coming from Portugal, being new on tour this year, being the Portuguese rider or the rider to represent his country, having done a really great job in Portugal and having really had this big fan club with him there cheering him on, is actually doing quite well here on Mauritius as well. So we are going to see what he can do in that next heat against Nance, who is from La Réunion, so really just from around the corner, and who might know the conditions here rather well.
yeah, Nance has spent a lot of time out here at One Eye. He was here at our event last year. However, Gonzalo has also been warming up. He's had some really good days since he got here. He's been here for, I think, about 2 weeks now in Mauritius, just getting used to the conditions and having fun out there. And saw some pictures of him a couple days ago out here at One Eye. He actually got some really nice barrels, so let's see if we can see him do that in this heat. This looks like Nance Laviolette on his backhand here. And we will wait to see. It looks like Nance trying to pull in there on that thing, getting lipped in the shoulder there.
Almost making it.
And a really shallow bit of reef there where that wave just heaves. we'll wait to see if Gonzalo is going to get in this heat.
And there's while we're waiting for riders to go back upwind, there's a few comments coming in here. Any way to view previous heats like last year? Yes, it will be the same way as in Portugal. Since we work with Meta Cafe as our live stream partner, they are supplying us the stream for the day, and there's going to be a clip of each day with the entire stream of that according day, and you can just
you can scroll through
things. That's the word I was looking for.
Thank searching for the words. You can scroll. You can actually just grab the. At the end of the day, we'll have the entire stream online there for you to view. So you can pretty much just grab the little scroller and pull it to the right, and you can kind of scroll to the spot where you want in the day, and you can just view heats that way. So it really helps to go and open your heat draw and see which heats were maybe previous or following the heat you're actually looking for, and that way you can kind of start to focus in on finding the heat that you're looking for, and it doesn't take too long to actually find the heats that you should be searching for on there. So we'll have those up at the end of the day every day. And we've just heard that the green flag is now going to be coming up for heat number 3.
So we saw Nans warming up there for his heat. It wasn't actually his heat on yet. And we're going to bring you some action from out there with the heat now having started between Gonzalo Gomez from Portugal and Nans Laviolette from Réunion Island.
So about 4:15 p.m. here in the afternoon in Mauritius. We've got a few more heats to come up today. Hopefully we'll be able to make it at least through round 2 of the men and the ladies, possibly further, but that is entirely up to our contest directors. But for the time being, this is men's round 2, heat number 3. Gonzalo Gomez from Portugal and Nans Laviolette from Réunion. So this is going to be a really good heat. Gonzalo's been having some fun sessions out here. This is the goofy foot versus the regular foot. And it looks like Nan's taking a little look at this one. I don't think that's quite what he was looking for. Looks like that thing is going to kind of close out on him. This is day 1 of the 2012 Eye Kite Surf Pro. Gonzalo Gomez here taking a look at this one in the white lycra, dropping down. Nice carving turn there. It looks like the wave is really starting to clean up here in the afternoon, as we hoped it would. And let's see if Gonzalo can find a little cover up here. That thing just pinching on him, and not much of a barrel there on offer for him. But there's still a lot of time remaining in this heat, and just a nice little warm-up wave there for Gonzalo from Portugal.
Yeah, and for everyone that hasn't followed the whole competition today yet, the heats that we're running here are actually 15 minutes long, and we have a 5-minute transition time. So 15 minutes of heat time actually give the riders quite a few waves to be ridden. Gives them a lot of time to actually be selective about the waves they choose. There also is a maximum number of waves that a rider can ride in their heat, which is 15. So 15 minutes, 15 heats, 15 waves to be ridden as a maximum number. That really doesn't happen often. But Sky, you told me that last year you actually remember riding 15 heats and 15 waves in your 15-minute heat.
Yeah, it was kind of a heat where the waves were a bit smaller, which wasn't really that normal last year. Look at this set just unloading on the reef. I don't think there's any takers for that one. But, actually, I think I'm mistaken. There we go. I think we just lost him in the spray, but that's Gonzalo Gomez from Portugal just skittering down the face of this monster. Let's see if he can fire off another turn here as this thing...
really
just,
skittering, unfortunately,
just skipping off there. But, yeah, 15 waves total per 15-minute heat, and I didn't think that was ever possible, but last year I was able to actually ride that many, and geez, look at this thing. Nans
just getting out in
kicking
time.
out of that thing. Looks like Nans is riding with foot straps. Gonzalo Gomez without. So you can see the difference there. Nans is just able to sort of send his kite and inject himself out the back. And it looks like he's just going to go ahead and hook around right onto this next wave. And this is a big section here walling up in front of him.
It looks
Let's
like
see
he's
what he can do with this
maybe
thing.
a bit deep, but no, actually it's still standing up for him.
So Nans just getting caught in that lip and pulled out the back and not quite crashing his kite, luckily, because that's a very bad place to be putting your kite down in the water. As that is one very dangerous bit of reef down there at One Eye. So as you can see from the angle of the sun there, we are approaching the afternoon hours here in Mauritius. And the sun is breaking through the clouds out there. We'll take a quick break and be back with you here at day one of the 2012 Kite Surf Pro One Eye in just a moment. Well, the wind just doesn't stop here at Le Morne. Very windy and plenty of surf on offer out there at One Eye as these riders make their way back up to the top of the reef. Conditions cleaning up out there. A little bit of the chop is getting knocked off the face as the wind sort of shifts slightly more offshore and the weather starts to stabilize. We're not seeing as many squalls come through as we saw this morning, but nevertheless very crazy conditions out there. So I'm going to take a very quick break and step out of the commentary booth and leave you here with Christine, who's going to commentate on this very good-looking set that's rolling in here across the reef. I will be back in just a minute.
Sounds great. Have a good little break, Sky. Sky's been commentating all day, other than in this one heat where he was actually riding himself. So talking does become difficult after a while. Also for me, so bear with me, especially if I'm searching for words and mixing them up. That good-looking set that Sky just commented on didn't have any kiter on it, so we did see some nice waves rolling in, but unridden. That's actually sometimes a bummer, especially if you're out there with a bunch of people and it's crowded and one wave just goes by unridden, then it always feels like it's a waste of it. But if you're out there with just one other kiter, obviously not every wave can be ridden. And we're seeing a windsurfer out there. I just had a word with our contest director, Bruno de Vannemarker, and he's been just talking about them and briefing our boat to keep them out of the competition area. But luckily those windsurfers, or that windsurfer out there, is actually very respectful and just staying upwind, just as we could see, tagging upwind again, so he isn't in the competition area, which is fair enough. I mean, our holding period here being 10 days, of course there's a lot of other people here that also want to be on the water, so they gotta have a place somewhere. And I don't think we can thank our local riders and also of course tourists that are here on Mauritius to kite surf enough that we are able to use the spot, to use One Eye, to use the break for the competition for this entire holding period of 10 days. So once again, this is heat number 10. We're in round 2 of the male competition here at the Eye Kite Surf Pro 2012. This is day 1 of our 10-day holding period. So only the first day, and we're already through round 1 and right into round 2. And we will probably be riding for another hour, which is all that the daylight will offer us. Gets dark really early here on Mauritius. 6 o'clock, it's usually pitch dark, and we will still have to get our crew off the tower and get everyone safe back to the beach, especially in the big swell that we're having today. We will obviously wait for the contest director and head judge to make a call on that. As we see, Nance Laviolette from Réunion getting into his next wave of the heat. Oh, and that was a beautiful turquoise blue wall there. Nice little pack from Nance there before he drops out. And Nance actually needing another score on his board, so hopefully this will be a little score for him. While we see Gonzalo just dropping into his next wave and tucking in a little turn before it closes out on him. So far, or at this point of the heat, Gonzalo being in the lead, quite a demanding lead actually, 8.17 over Nance. But we don't have Nance's last wave on the scoreboard yet, so that will probably make a little bit of a difference there. We will wait for scores to drop, as always. And Nance will need a 5.17 to win this heat. But I'm sure he will still be riding another wave with 2.5 more minutes to go. And there he is. Right as I say it, Nance on next wave already. Nice little top turn there.
Alright, yeah, that was a nice turn from Nance.
Sky back with me here in the booth. Oh, he got 2 little turns on that wave. Maybe he can just
Let's see if we can get it. Oh, I saw that barrel just spit there behind him. See if he can get around this thing, if there's anything left of this wave to be ridden. Maybe a little bit through here to the inside. Nance there kiting into that afternoon glare as we see the sun getting quite low on the horizon here into the afternoon hours here in Mauritius. And it's really nice to see the sun poking its head through finally. You can see just how crazy conditions are out there at the moment. Gonzalo Gomez there up towards the top of the reef. It's going to be not quite what he was looking for on that one. I was thinking that was actually a pretty good looking set wave, but Gonzalo opting out of that one as we see our other camera angle here, that thing just exploding there on the inside. And Gonzalo Gomez making his way back up to the top of the reef towards Chameau. He's going to get a nice crack at the next set. Looks like he's in prime position to pick off whatever's out there on offer. Time is ticking down here.
Yeah, 1.5 more minutes to go. Not even 1 minute and 16 seconds. So I don't know if Nance will still have a fair chance to beat Gonzalo in this heat. Gonzalo having 10 points on the scoreboard with Nance having 6.4. And there's some support coming in here from Portugal for Gonzalo Gonzas. So those guys in Portugal will obviously be stoked if Gonzalo advances this round. Obviously, this is the second round of the contest, so while every rider gets 2 chances to advance or not advance, so basically has to lose twice before he's kicked out of the competition. That means that in this round number 2, we will actually have the first losers of the contest.
Yeah, so this is pretty much the do or die round. So these guys both did not win their round 1 heats, so they are now in round 2. And So Gonzalo will be looking for a win here. If he does win here, he'll advance on to the next heat, which will then again give him one last chance to lose before reaching the quarters. So you do get 2 chances in our double consolidation ladder. And it looks like Gonzalo is well on his way to a heat win. And looks like he's into this last wave. This will be his last scoring wave.
Look at that wave. That is a beautiful wave.
And
Good size, standing up nicely, staying really quite open for him.
Just going down right in the impact zone.
As I was saying, staying quite open for him. He wasn't quite fast enough there. He could have almost made it around that section and hit the lip right behind it, but he didn't quite make it.
And thank God he had a kite in his hands right there. He would have been over the falls onto that shallow reef.
Yeah, and that was the end of the heat. Really, the time ticking down. That was another big wave for Gonzalo there. We will have to wait to hear the confirmed, or to get the heat result confirmed once the last score from Gonzalo is entered. But shouldn't really change much. We will see, Sky.
Yeah, and that was a great last wave there for Gonzalo. Maybe not his highest scoring wave, but it definitely was a spectacular end to that thing with the thing just lighting him up there. And it looks like Nans is going to take one last wave here. I don't think that'll be a scoring wave, but anytime you get a chance to be out there with 2 other people, you kind of want to take advantage of riding as many waves as you possibly can. So Gonzalo and Nans just looks like Gonzalo doing a little victory lap here. One last wave. And see if he can get a little something out of this. Doesn't look like much of a wave, but that was a great heat for Gonzalo there. And as always, a lot of Portuguese fans tuning in. And I know Gonzalo's got a big support crew, as we saw at the last event in Guincho when he won his heat. He is shouldered out of the water, and just a lot of...
That's how you say that. He was shouldered out of the water.
Exactly. So lots of Portuguese fans tuning in, which is always great to see. Love to have you guys online watching. And hopefully you are enjoying this live broadcast, live from Mauritius at the 2012 Kite Surf Pro here at One Eye.
Yep. And it looks like we have Uli standing by with the next heat winner, which is, just really the luckiest guy of the day, I guess. Abel, who just had his free ride session because Bastian Bollard, his opponent, lost his kite in the heat before and opted out of going into his next round heat. So Uli and Abel on the beach and ready to go, so we give it down to them.
Hi Christine, hi Sky. I'm here now with Abel, and so tell me, how was your run out there?
It was pretty relaxing because I was alone. The guy didn't show, Bastian. I think he had an accident in the previous heat. He lost all his gear. They're still looking for the gear. They didn't find it yet. And then I was just like, okay, I just play around, try to get used to the conditions. I have a really hard heat in the morning. The first heat, I had the first heat early morning. It was really bad for me. And I did a mistake that I put my footers on. It was really not sense. And now I was just trying to get used to the conditions. It's pretty nice right now. It's like really incredible. I was on my 5, super nice clean wave and beautiful out there.
That's great. So you had a fun session right now.
Yeah, very relaxing, very entertaining. Alone, all very good.
All eyes only on you?
Yeah, it was really like, whoa, okay, I'll just enjoy here, say hello to the judges, to the fishes, to the reef. It was pretty nice.
And you are here now since 2 weeks in Mauritius.
Yeah.
How did you like it? What did you do all the time?
I kite all day long. I had wind every single day. It was amazing. Like every day on 7, 9 meters. Today was the first day on 5. It was really, that was the biggest handicap because it was quite choppy on the wave. But every day I was kiting. Every day I had good conditions. And I don't know, I think it's the perfect place to come. If you need a holidays with waves, this is the place to be. Huh? It's so incredible.
So if you compare this to other destinations where you have been kiting before, what would you say?
I don't know, like for this time in the year, if you want a place with wind and incredible waves, this is the place to be. Maybe in December there is like another place around the world, but here right now is the place to be kiting.
So everybody out there, you heard this. Come to Mauritius and go for some kiting. And back to Christine and Sky. Thank you. Perfect. Thanks.
Yep, thank you, Uli and Abel.
So Abel seemed pretty stoked there to be out there all by himself, having a nice little warm-up session, or a practice session rather.
Yeah, well, who wouldn't? And as you could see, unfortunately, or as you can actually see here too, unfortunately there is a little rain squall moving through again, even though there was a little bit of sunlight in Abel's heat. Raindrops on the lens, also here in our action cam.
Yeah, so a little bit of a squall coming through. You can see that extra little bit of spray ripping off the waves out there at the moment. Hopefully we're not going to get too drenched and our camera gear will not get destroyed by the squall. But we do have some plastic bags. We will be strapping over those. And coming up in the next heat, we're going to have Lee Harvey coming up against the local wild card, Jerome Bonneau. So that's going to be heat 11, and I actually just stepped outside a moment ago and talked to our contest director, Bruno de Vanemacher, who informed me that we are going to only run 2 more heats today, as it is getting late into the afternoon hours now. So we will run, we'll go up to heat 12. So coming up will be heat 11, Lee Harvey and Jerome Bonneau. Heat 12 will be Kiahi de Aboitis from Australia up against Jacob Apple from Denmark. And we are then going to call it a day after Heat 12, and we will reconvene here tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. But don't go anywhere yet. We've still got 2 very exciting heats to come. As this rain really starts pouring down here, we will take a quick break, and we will be back with you for heat number 11 coming up shortly. Well, here we go. That looks like a rider on his backhand out there. I believe that's Jerome Bonneau, if I'm not mistaken. The local Mauritian wildcard. He won his heat this morning, which advanced him directly into the main event. So he's got to be stoked to be out there riding right now. I think he's pretty much getting pretty close to the best of the conditions right now. Looks like it's cleaning up, and the swell is looking really good out there at the moment. So Jerome Bonneau coming up against Lee Harvey. And it looks like we've got Lee Harvey here making his way through the inside, and I'm not sure how this happened, but it looks like Jerome has dropped his kite.
Oh gosh.
And that thing is getting munched over the reef. Hopefully he will be able to get the kite back up and get back into this heat. I'm not sure if he's released the kite or not.
Oh, what a drama. That's the second time today we see the kite down. Bastian Pollard got one of his lines hooked around his bar, and the kite just ended up looping. Now we have Jerome with the kite down. Really hope we can get it back up and continue riding in the seat, because I know how stoked he was to actually be part of this main event after winning the local qualifier this morning.
So pretty substantial rain squall just moving through here. As you can see, it kind of messing with our video transmission signal. But pulling back to our overview cam here from the beach, you can see that dark cloud making its way overhead. And we are going to finish off 2 more heats this afternoon before calling it a day. This is heat number 11. It's men's round 2 of the main competition. And looks like we just lost another camera due to the rain. So we're now in here back into the commentary booth. I think this is the only remaining camera. after that storm just moved through.
That's good. So,
it looks like we do have one of our other action cams back up and running just in time for Jerome Bonio's next. Oh, sorry, this is Lee Harvey from the UK here in the white lycra. So I'm not sure if Jerome was able to relaunch his kite yet or not. I hope that he's able to get back in this heat. He had one good wave there at the beginning, and hopefully this set is not just plowing over him and destroying his kite as we speak, but we'll try to get an image of him up on the screen.
Hey!
We do have our rescue boat on standby out there to pluck him from the reef if he does happen to not be able to relaunch his kite. But Lee Harvey there from the UK on that blue North kite out the back.
And Lee definitely, you know, stoked to be riding out there, coming from the UK, riding in Cornwall all the time, where it's a lot colder than here.
It's probably a little bit like how I imagine Cornwall to be, you know, in the wintertime, just
weather we have here now.
cold and blustery, and you know, squalls rolling through. Although I'm sure it's a lot colder there. Lee is probably used to these conditions and doesn't mind it one bit. I've seen the kind of stuff they go out in England, and hoods and booties, and
these guys are tough. I think Lee will definitely have a really big advantage in the Ireland competition because he's going to be the one most used to the conditions, to the temperatures, probably also to the kind of waves we're going to be riding, and same counts for Kirsty Jones, I think.
yeah, and Lee is also a fisherman and Cornish fisherman who spends a lot of time out on the ocean, out in the cold weather, and I'm sure he's going to be having no problem in cold Ireland in our next event. So as you can see by the lines running through the screen there, it is pretty wet out there at the moment, and some of our cameras are just losing their transmission because
it's a bit of a bummer.
There is some serious weather happening out there.
Now, all we can give you now is us.
It looks like it's just us for the time being, so you're going to have to look at us while this rain rolls through, and hopefully we'll be able to continue to bring you the live scores as they drop. If you're just joining us, this is heat number 11 of men's round 2. This is day 1 of the 2012 Eye Kite Surf Pro. I'm Sky Solbach. This is Christine Boza. And be here with you all week, bringing you live commentary of all the action as it goes down. Christine, maybe not so much. I'll be in here from tomorrow on with Ben Meyer, who I guess Ben's still sitting on a plane at the moment on his way here.
Late as always.
It seems like it's a pretty long flight. I don't know. He's been on his way for days now. And
yeah, coming in from Canada, and I guess there's a lot of things that can go wrong on the way.
Yeah, so hopefully Ben will be joining us very soon. I think he'll be here for tomorrow's morning show at 10 a.m.
I don't think he will make that.
He won't make it?
No, but he will be joining us throughout the day tomorrow.
Okay.
So everyone that is missing Ben already, you won't have to wait too much longer.
Yeah, so hopefully Ben will be able to join us sooner rather than later, and we are still trying to get live images out there on the reef at One Eye, but unfortunately this rain squall has debilitated our cameras here. So we're going to take a very short break, and we will be back with you momentarily here. We are back, and we are still... It's us again. We're back. And we're still waiting for our video transmission to be back up and running. We've been working pretty seamlessly all day until this huge storm just blew through. We've got some serious dark clouds, as I can see out our little door of our box here. And hopefully we're going to have a video transmission up and running. But for the time being, there is still a heat running on the water out there at the moment. We've got the local wild card who came out of the trials this morning, Jerome Bonio. He's out there with Lee Harvey from the UK, from Great Britain, Cornish fisherman out there braving the elements. And we actually saw Jerome's kite go down just before we started experiencing some technical difficulties here due to this squall. So hopefully Jerome was able to relaunch his kite and get back into this heat. Hopefully he's either back into this heat or at least safe on the boat, which I'm sure he probably is. So we'll wait to see what's going to happen.
Yeah, and I mean, we can really also only just look at the live scoring widget that you see on our live page. It looks like so far Lee Harvey has posted one wave score in his heat, which is a 5. With with Jerome going down, that would still make him win. There still is 4 minutes left in this heat, and we will wait to see who's going to win, but I guess it's probably going to be Lee Harvey, and he will be happy to be advancing, coming all the way from Cornwall.
Exactly. At the moment, we're just seeing that 5-point score from Lee Harvey on our screen here. So I know that the local wildcard, Jerome Bonio, was actually able to ride at least one wave before his kite went down, so I think we'll still see that score drop from him. I'm not sure if it's going to be a 5 or not, if we'll be able to overtake Lee Harvey for the lead there, but of course I'm not a judge, so we'll wait to hear from our judges exactly what that score is going to be. So this is day 1 of the 2012 Eye Kite Surf Pro. A little bit chilly here on the beach today.
As you can see.
We're kind of bundled up here in our little box on the beach. We're going to light a fire in a minute here and roast some marshmallows and have some hot chocolate. But we are only going to have 2 more heats today. The heat that is now currently running and one more with Kiahi de Avoidis coming up next will be the final heat of today.
Which I'm sure you would all love to watch as much as we do, so we're definitely going to try to get the live stream up and running. We might need to do some water removal before the rain squall seems to have moved, so hopefully we can get everything dry in time for Kiahi's heat.
Yes, I think our cameramen are just having to take shelter out there from the rain. I believe this heat is still going. It looks like some new scores just dropped. It still has Lee Harvey in the lead with an 11.17. And as I said, it looks like only 1 wave counting for Jerome, our local wildcard, which is actually a 6.17, which is actually a great score. So too bad that he was he dropped his kite before he was able to get another score. But hopefully he is safe on the boat and back on the beach.
Funny enough, it's actually the exact same score that Lee also has as his highest wave score. It's also a 6.17. So if that kite wouldn't have dropped, I think it would have been potentially a really close heat. But 1 minute and 15 left now in the heat, and Lee is most likely going to take this one home.
Yeah, the seconds are ticking down here, so it looks like Lee Harvey from the UK will have skirted through this heat with some great scores, actually a 6.17 and a 5, and just some unfortunate bad luck there for the local wildcard, Jerome Bonio. But coming up in the next heat, we are going to have Kiahi de Avoidis, so hopefully we have some Aussie fans there tuning in on the live stream, and
hopefully we have a camera picture.
Be able to bring you the picture as soon as the squall goes through. But we do have Uli standing by with the winner of the last men's heat, Gonzalo Gomez from Portugal. Hopefully all you Portuguese fans are still online and you can see this little interview with Gonzalo. So we will cut over to Gonzalo standing.
Hi Christine, hi Sky. So you had your second go for today. How did the conditions change in the meantime?
Yeah, it was better now it was better than in the morning, and I think I catch two good waves, and now I'm in the third round, and it's good.
So I can see on your smile that you're really happy.
Yeah, because I'm from Portugal and from far away, and a good trip here, and to lose in the first day, it's not good. Yeah, but it was strong wind with my 5 meters, and but it was good, and I catch some good waves.
So in general, how do you like the conditions here in Mauritius One Eye?
Well, today it's a little bit cold, but in the other days it was hot and good. The water is warm and so nice to train, and there is a lot of wind.
So you had good training sessions before, I guess.
Yeah, 2 weeks. Nice.
All right, so good luck for you, and yeah, we wish you a nice contest here. And back to Christine and Sky. No?
Thanks.
All right, so we just heard from the winner of that last men's heat, Gonzalo Gomez from Portugal. We are still experiencing some technical difficulties here with our video transmission from the tower. This huge squall just blew through, and I think all of our cameramen are taking cover out there from the rain. So as great as it was working before, the cameras don't actually work in the rain. They're not waterproof, so we'll wait to hopefully get those cameras back up and running in time for the start of the next men's heat, which will be the final heat of the afternoon today here in Mauritius. And that next heat will be Keahi Deaboitis from Australia coming up against, Jacob Appel from Denmark. So we're going to take a short break here, and hopefully we will be able to bring you those live images as they happen for the last heat of today. Alright, so we are working on getting that camera back up and running for the time being. This is a little view from our beach. You can see that squall that just passed through. And these riders out there getting ready, staging for their next heat. Keahi Deaboitis, the young Australian ripper, coming up against Jacob Appel from Denmark. Keahi will be wearing the white lycra, Jacob Appel in the blue lycra. I'd like to, of course, say thank you to our incredible sponsors here for the 2012 One Eye Kite Surf Pro, the MTPA, which is the Mauritius Tourism Board, North Kiteboarding, Ion, Intel for providing internet, St. Regis Hotel, and Monster Energy, as well as a plethora of other local partners providing all kinds of things for us here to make this event possible. So thank you to everyone. Please be sure to scroll down there on our live page, like some of our sponsors, check them out online. These guys are making this event possible, and I'm sure they'd appreciate a couple likes on Facebook.
So do we.
So it looks like Lee Pasty Harvey taking out the win in that last heat. Unfortunately, the local wild card went down. And
yeah, pretty early on in the heat, unfortunately. So that he didn't really get a fair shot there. Jerome Bonnier, who won our local wildcard qualifier this morning.
Yeah, Jerome knows this place really well, as I was saying before when he was out on his local wildcard heat this morning. I actually saw him, I know him as a kiteboarder, but I actually saw him out here windsurfing last week, which is kind of a surprise, but he said he used to windsurf when he was younger, and he's kind of been getting back into it lately. He surfs, he kind of does every sport that's in the ocean, so just kind of an all-around waterman that does everything out here. and unfortunately not getting a very fair shot in that last heat, but I'm pretty sure he's going to be stoked anyway to have been able to get out there amongst it and compete with the best riders, best competitive kite surfers in the world.
Yeah, I think all the locals that were competing in the qualifier this morning were really just stoked and amped that they had the chance to compete for those 2 spots, and of course the ones that did win it, Jerome, Monnier and JC, they were the most stoked after the qualifier event. But then, you know, if you made it that far and Jerome has really been riding well this morning, you know, then something like that happens. That's just really unfortunate. We're still looking at the beach here. You see one of the boats coming in, shuttling things back and forth from the tower. Look, now you can actually see the tower quite nicely in the sunset light. But unfortunately, the rain squall, the strong tropical rain cloud that we just experienced here about 10 minutes ago does seem to have cut our connection to the tower video stream-wise completely for the moment. So we are not 100% sure yet if we can show you or can bring the heat between Keahi
and Jacob Apple
to you. We will keep trying, we will continue working hard on it, and keep your fingers crossed together with us.
So as we said, this will be the last heat of the day. This is heat 12, which is in round 2 of the men's. The sun is setting rapidly here in Mauritius, and the day will be coming to a close here pretty soon. Hopefully we will still be able to see this last heat between Keahi de Aboitis and Jacob Apple. Our video stream is currently being worked on.
And hopefully it's going to be nicer weather tomorrow. Excuse me.
Bless you.
Not so cold and not so rainy, which will obviously make things a lot easier for us.
Yeah, so you can see there off in the distance the judges tower sort of in the left part of your screen there, and those waves breaking behind the judges tower. That judges tower is about 20 feet or 7 meters off the surface of the ocean, so you can see when a set wave rolls in, you can see some spray ripping off the back of the wave going well over and above the top of that tower. So just giving you an idea of how big the waves are and how strong the wind is ripping that spray off the back. So we've seen some great conditions here so far today. We look forward to a lot more to come over the next few days. Tomorrow, hopefully the swell even cleaning up more and organizing itself out there on the reef at One Eye. And we look forward to a few more days of competition. Next week looks like the swell will kind of drop off a bit. And then hopefully, if all things go well, we will have another bump into next weekend to finish the competition off. But again, we won't know too much until we show up to the beach every morning. And be sure to check us out at 10 a.m. here on the live stream every morning. We'll have the morning show each and every morning of the 10-day holding period, and let you guys online all know exactly what the plan is for the day, what heats you can expect to see, and of course bring you some amazing images here from One Eye.
Yes, Guy and I just had word from our live stream technician here, from Nate. Looks like it rained really hard out there on the tower, and the radio transmission is not going to be coming back to life for the rest of the day. So unfortunately we won't be able to bring you that heat between Keahi and Jacob live. We really apologize for that as we are watching a dog.
Nice image there. So okay, well it sounds like we won't be able to bring you the next heat live. However, we do have a whole huge media crew out there on the tower. That's a great image there. Could the dog have picked a better spot? So I guess we're gonna go ahead and sign off for the day.
Yeah, and talk to Bruno de Banamaker, our contest director, who is who was just telling me or confirming that tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, of course, the riders meeting with the first possible start at 10:30. And with the conditions or with the forecast looking good for tomorrow, I think we could possibly start at 10:30. So make sure to tune in tomorrow morning again at 10 o'clock for the morning show.
Yeah, so we will be back here live tomorrow at 10 a.m. But for the time being, we're going to go ahead and wait out this end of this last men's heat. Although we aren't able to bring you the image live, we are going to count down the last 9 minutes or so between this heat between Kiahi de Aboitis from Australia and Jacob Apple from Denmark. Currently, Kiahi de Aboitis, from what we can see here, is sitting in the lead with a 6.17, and then another score. Backup score just dropped for him with a 5.33, so Kiahi de Aboitis sitting in a pretty good lead at the moment, winning by 7 points over Jacob Apple. So we'll watch the rest of these scores come in, and we will see who the victor will be.
We will, indeed. I mean, we won't see it, unfortunately, but we will see it here on the live scoring widget, just as you guys at home. Maybe we could just give a little shout out to RightScoreMobile.com, our incredible live scoring system. These guys are working hard to deliver an incredible system for us, but of course also for you. They're just fixing any issue we may have or any requests that come in from us in just a record time and with an incredible service. So we really couldn't be more stoked on a live scoring system like this.
And it's a really cool system. If you hover over the scores with your mouse, you can see all of the scores that were locked in by each one of our individual judges out there on the judging panel. So Kiahi's 6.17, you can see there was a 6.5, a 7, 2 6s, and a 5.5. Of course, that 7 and that 5.5 both get dropped because they're the highest and the lowest scores, and the other 3 scores get averaged, and that becomes the average wave score for that wave ridden. So that's pretty much the way it works, and this app makes it really cool, or sorry, this widget makes it really cool to be able to see, you know, what the individual judges are locking in out there.
Yeah, and also actually in the widget, if you are more interested on more details on the scoring system, here you see the web address, RightScoreMobile.com. You can go directly to their website and you just follow very simple buttons that you click to come to the kite surfing, and there you will also have all the heat draws and of course all the live results. The past results from the past heats in more detail, then you will find them here in our heat draw and results button on our website. Yeah, and actually there was a few questions coming in this morning. What's the local time? You can see it here in the live scoring widget in the bottom there. It is 5 o'clock now, sharp, and it's getting dark. The sun is setting, as you can see here in our camera picture.
Yeah, so unfortunately we are relegated to only one camera now on the beach, pointing out towards the break at One Eye into the afternoon glare, as this squall coming through apparently has destroyed some of the transmission equipment out there on the judges tower. So we are going to have to just run through this one last heat without any live image from out there on the break. However, we can watch these scores come in live as they drop. Kiahi de Aboitis up against Jacob Apple. Kiahi is currently in the lead with an 11.5, Jacob Apple with a 7.67. Jacob needing a 7-point ride to overtake the lead back from Kiahi. Kiahi's been here for a little while in Mauritius, been spending a lot of time out there, having some great surf sessions, great kites, and I would say from what I've seen in the freeride sessions, one of the favorites coming into this event. You know, definitely a guy to watch. He's going to be doing really well here. So it looks like we do actually have a live image up on the screen again, just in time. Kiahi de Aboitis coming around the corner on that one. We are really stoked to be able to bring you this live image back. Looks like we recovered one of our transmitters.
Oh, that is a big relief, by the way.
Kiahi just kicking out of that one. So hopefully we can just keep this video image up and running for the remaining few minutes of this heat.
And,
So please bear with the few lines there through the picture. I think it still is a lot better than not being able to deliver any action footage from out there.
So here we go, Jacob Apple coming around the corner on this one. This thing is just racing down the reef. Let's see if he can get around this thing, pumping a little bit to try to get around this section. Let's see if this thing's going to give him some wall. It's going to close out on him.
And now it's just running towards the reef to get away from all that foam. And then shooting back out and upwind to hopefully get another one in time. There's 4 minutes left now in this heat, so still plenty of time to get another wave. And it looks like Eye is already on the next one.
So apparently electronic equipment doesn't work well when it's wet, so I'm told. I'm not a computer genius, but that's what I've been told. But it looks like Kiahi de Aboides dropping on this one. Look at how smooth this beautiful blue wall is. He's going to position himself on this thing for his first turn. Kiahi's going to snap that one up on the left. Nice arcing turn there from Kiahi. Nice. This wave looks like it's slowed down a bit. It's not so... big vertical snap there. Beautiful turn there from Kiahi.
And just getting out before it closes out in front of him. That is... still a good score for Kiahi, 2 solid turns on that one. Let's see what the judges will say about that.
So hopefully we have some Aussie fans tuning in to see their boy Kiahi de Aboides. We got this video transmission just up and running in time for that last wave, and Jacob Apple there with a nice turn on his forehand. He is looking for some big scores, I believe, here. It looks like he currently needs a 7 still to overtake the lead from Kiahi, and Kiahi dropping in on another one. Nice turn there, and just kind of going over the handlebars there.
That's probably about the first time I saw Kiahi going down in a wave. I've been pretty damn impressed by his riding, you know, when you're out there with Kiahi and also some other riders, obviously, like me too, and Ayrton, and also Sky, of course, who I get to ride with quite a bit. It's always quite amazing to see how they're linking it together and how they're just snapping it right in the pocket and just make it look so good. And I never see any of them go down for some reason.
And you don't do so bad yourself there, too. But Kiahi's riding, I think he's still riding that little 5.6. He's got this little board he's just been in love with for like the last year that I've been riding with him. And it's this little 5.6, and he rides it in everything. He's riding it in some huge slabs in Australia. He rode it in the wave pool in Dubai. He rode it in small onshore stuff in Maui, and now he's been using it out here at One Eye. And I wouldn't say it's the best board for these conditions, but he's so used to it, he's certainly making it work. You see a big arcing carve there. Just stellar conditions out there at the moment. And let's see what he can do with this end roll here. A little foam climb up over the top. And I think he knows he's got some good scores under his belt.
Yeah, so he's not too stressed, I don't think. He also knows it's the last heat of the day, so it seems like he's already slowing down and relaxing a little bit.
So, situation at the moment has Kiahi de Aboides still in the lead with a 13.67, Jacob Apple with a 7.67. And I believe we are counting down the final minute or so of this heat, so hopefully we'll still see, it looks like we still have 2 minutes.
2 minutes, yeah.
2 minutes remaining, so hopefully we'll still see a couple more rides from both of these riders.
Yeah, I mean, in 2 minutes there's definitely a lot that can still happen. You know, I don't know if you guys are aware of that at home behind the computers, but even if a rider gets on a wave in the last seconds of the heat, that wave will still count. So there really is still another minute and a half to find that wave, the winning wave, possibly for Jacob Apple, even though he would now need a wave with a 9.17 score, and I don't think we've seen any scores in that range as of yet in this competition.
Although we haven't really seen anyone get barreled out there yet today. The waves, a lot of them just pinching and not as clean as we're normally used to out here. So, you know, if Jacob can find that one magic ride and pull into a big barrel, you know, it's not over till the fat lady sings, as they say. So we'll see how Jacob Apple can fare here, but there's Kiahi de Aboides on another. Just so smooth and nice out there at the moment. Dropping back into that thing. And another third turn there. and it just looks so smooth and nice out there at the moment. Conditions cleaning up nicely into the evening hours,
and I think that might have been the last wave of the heat. Let's see if Jacob has already gotten on another one.
looks like Kiahi was taking a little look at that one. he was getting greedy, wanted to hook into one more.
Well, you know, once you're out there, I think that's what you have in mind. That's all you have in mind. Just get more of it.
Yeah,
it really looks like the waves have cleaned up a lot, huh? Though it looks like now they're actually running smoother and longer. And
yeah, it looks like Kiahi on one last wave here. I'm not sure if this is still going to count, but he's looking for the barrel, I think, here, but not quite going to find it. That thing just unloading down there on that dry reef. So I think that is pretty much going to do it for this heat. We see Jacob Apple taking one more ride, and these guys are stoked to be in the last heat of the day. They get to stay out now and milk the rest of these waves maybe into the evening hours as the sun sets into the Indian Ocean there to the west.
Yeah, and I'm really happy that we were able to bring you some images of that last heat. And also we're going to be able to bring you another heat winners interview. Lee Harvey, the winner of the heat against Jerome Bonnier, who unfortunately dropped his kite, is standing by with Uli. And well, I'd say, Sky, should we just pass it down to them?
Yep, so Uli, take it away with Lee Harvey.
All right, I'm here now with Lee Harvey, the winner of the last heat, and he stays next to me smiling. So, how was your last heat?
Yeah, really happy. The waves, the wind went really strong again, but a little bit more offshore. So the waves seemed to clean up a little bit, and I was able to get some nice turns this time. So I'm really happy to get through, because I think it's going to be really nice tomorrow. A little bit smaller, a little bit less wind, really clean waves, and yeah, I just really want to ride tomorrow, so I'm really happy.
So let's hope for the conditions tomorrow. And how did you practice for this contest?
Actually, we've not had many waves in Cornwall in the UK for this year, so I've actually been racing a lot, which sounds a bit crazy, but keeps your fitness up. So I think I'm a lot fitter than last year. And the new Rebel from North is working really well. I've been training on that in the small waves we've had and feel really happy with it. It performs really well. And yeah, I'm just really stoked to be through.
And you're here now since a week, more or less. How are the surfing spots?
Yeah, it's amazing. We've had 3 really good surfs, a couple on the south coast with some right-handers. Makes a change from going left at one height here. So yeah, even one day there was meant to be no swell, we still had like 8-foot really heavy barreling right-handers, and yeah, it looks like it's going to be no swell next week, so hopefully more big right-handers again. So it's really nice.
Yeah. So there was a lot of pressure on you on this go, but you make it. Congratulations for this one. And yeah, good luck for you in this competition. If you want to say something to your guys at home, feel free.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks to everybody from home, North UK, that's Callum, and all my other sponsors, Ion, which is Callum again, and Freeriders Surf Shop. And if anyone wants any kite lessons or coaching in Cornwall, come to my school, Pasty Adventures. Yeah, cheers.
All right, thanks a lot. And back to Christine and Sky.
All right, well, we just heard that interview with Lee Pasty Harvey, always doing his best to promote the Pasty brand.
the good self-promotion.
A shameless self-promoter. No, I'm just kidding. Pasty's a really great guy, and I think he was really stoked to get through that heat and continue his charge in this competition here at One Eye. I know he loves it out here. I mean, who doesn't? It's great conditions, and I'm sure we'll see more of him coming up in the competition. But that's going to do it for us today here at One Eye. Thank you guys so much for tuning in.
Day number 1 done.
Day number 1 in the bag under our belts. We are well into round 2 of the men. So we will continue with round 2 tomorrow, and then go straight into round 2 of the women, and hopefully get a lot more heats done tomorrow. Tomorrow should be really good. Tune in, please. 10 a.m. We will be here.
First possible start 10:30, but don't miss the morning show.
Be here for the morning show. We will get this thing underway as soon as conditions permit, and get back out there on the water and enjoy hopefully some more spectacular conditions at One Eye.
Well, thanks for tuning in today. Thanks for listening.
Thanks for bearing with us. We had a couple little things with our transmission there, but hopefully tomorrow should run smoother without any rain squalls destroying our electronics. So signing off for today, I'm Sky Solbach.
I'm Christine Böse, and we are looking forward to seeing you again tomorrow.
We'll see you here tomorrow, 10 a.m. sharp. Don't miss it. This is the 2012 Kite Surf Pro here at One Eye. See you guys tomorrow, 10 a.m. Bye-bye.
Bye.